Hello everybody and a very warm welcome. This is round 3 coverage of the 41st Chess Olympiad here in Tromsø, Norway. I'm Laurent Trent, this is Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, and things are really heating up. Today we have an extremely exciting round in store. Some of the big guns are facing off against each other, and I know that there's going to be a lot of attention, certainly on the first few boards. We're going to be bringing all of the action, breaking it down for all of you lovely people out there. And, well, apart from Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, I'm hoping we're going to have a lot of the top players as well, like we did yesterday, come in and explain what's going on. But, Jan, what are your picks for today? What have we got in store?
This is an exciting round. I don't even know where to start. Match on the top board is Armenia against France. Armenia, the defending champions. France, their strongest team ever. There we see Laurent Fressinet against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who recently entered the top 10. This is as high profile as it gets. Then we have the United States against Holland. I'm looking forward to that one. On the top board, Hikaru Nakamura finally made it to Tromsø. He was late, had some travel problems. He's facing Anish Giri. Then we have Germany-England, which is going to be interesting for us.
It is,
I'm German, you're English. Evenly matched teams. And what else we got? Another match I'm excited about is Hungary against China. Those are two of the big favorites as well. I'm not sure the number 5 and number 6 of the rankings in that neighborhood. So there is no shortage of exciting matchups. In the women's section, similar thing. I believe the USA are facing China, is that correct?
That's right. On the top board in the women's section, USA versus China, we've got Irina Krush versus Ho Yifan. Ho Yifan, of course, on the verge of, well, taking over Judith Polgar, a bit to go, but not far off becoming the top female rated player in the world. And then after that, we have a very interesting match on table 2, Russia versus France, another two very important nations, very, well, maybe not France as one of the favourites, certainly Russia the favourite there, being reigning champions. But we are going to go straight to the action in the open section. But before we do that, how about we tell you why we love you guys and why we love you watching, because we love to hear from you. So please get in touch with us, hashtag C24 Live. We're getting, as you can imagine, large quantities of traffic, comments and so on, but we will be picking out the best tweets. But feel free to send us your feelings anyway, because we do like to hear from you.
And send us your predictions. I just sent in mine 1 minute before the show. First 5 matches, who do you think is going to win? The match result will be enough. We have exciting prizes, not that exciting really, but we have them somewhere. You can win a DVD that was on sale in a Norwegian store, all we could afford. Which one is it? The Grandmaster. No one won yesterday.
Nobody won this yesterday, and if you have and we've overlooked it, please let us know. The first 5 matches, so that's Armenia, France, USA, Netherlands, Norway, Montenegro, Germany, England, and Poland, Cuba. Those 5 matches, the correct match score, and you will win this fantastic DVD, which will help you in no way whatsoever with your chess. But if you don't know how to do a side kick, it might. And it's a plus 11. So 11-year-olds and above only, please. Right, why don't we get straight to the action.
Chess.
Let's see some chess. How about we go to Armenia, France first? We've got a lovely close-up there of Laurent Fressinet sporting a rather modest shirt for his standards. Normally goes with the crazy greens and the pinks, but today he's gone for the rather more placid white.
There is some funky stuff on that shirt, though, if I'm not mistaken. And you know what? Laurent Fressinet, it's a bit of a special, slightly sad day for him, because he's lost his rightful number 2 spot in the world rankings yesterday. He made a draw. Fabiano Caruana won his game, so in the live world rankings, Laurent Fressinet is down to number 3, which has not happened for quite a couple of years. He's always been number 2 behind Magnus Carlsen, so he's going to be motivated to come back today with a win against Vachier, who just entered the top 10. Plays d4.
Yeah, knight f6, c4, g6. Vachier, for all of you who don't know out there, along with Peter Svidler, along with Boris Gelfand, probably that trio as the top group of Grunfeld players in the world.
That's right. For those who don't know, the Grunfeld is characterized by black playing d5 early. After knight c3, you go d5. A lot of theory on that. Very good. Peter Svidler Grunfeld series on our side. You might want to check that out. But there is a recent trend. Guys don't really like the position after knight c3, d5, and they've been playing the move f3 a lot to avoid the very typical Grunfeld. And the idea you can see after d5, c takes d, knight takes d5. Now white plays e4, and this knight has to retreat. It can't exchange itself for its colleague on c3. So f3 has been gaining a lot of popularity. And we've seen Vachier very recently run into trouble against Anish Giri with the move e6, if I'm not mistaken. No, I think that's correct. After e4, d5, c takes d, e takes d, knight c3, he got into quite some muddy waters. So today he played bishop g7.
Yeah.
Perfectly good move, but not something you see a lot from Grunfeld players, because now it transposed into the King's Indian, more your cup of tea, right?
Absolutely, and we get into, after e4, d6, we, if we can load up the current position, in fact.
Let's do it.
So we got e4, d6, knight c3, castles, bishop e3. This is the main line, the main position of what's called the Samish variation.
Named after German, I believe, grandmaster, I'm not sure he was a grandmaster, Fritz Samish.
One of the top players in the world, at least, at the time.
Was very famous for losing on time. Those were the days when you could smoke in the playing hall, so he would sit there smoking his cigarettes and forget about the clock. That's one part of his legacy, but he also left us the Samish, characterized by this e4 and f3. Yeah,
and essentially there are, in this position, a number of different ways of fighting. The most popular nowadays is to play c5 in this position,
right?
Which is a pawn sacrifice, quite well known. It's not clear exactly what the best lines are at the moment, but clearly Vachier-Lagrave has opted for a perfectly reasonable move in knight c6. And after
Bit of a sideline though, Levon Aronia might be surprised by this. We can see him looking into the air, which players often do when they try to recall their analysis. When you can't remember anymore, you look into the sky, but there he is back on the board after Vachier made his move.
Yeah, and we've got knight g2, and now a6 by Vachier. This is one of the main moves in the position.
Looks a bit offbeat, but black is planning to play rook to b8 and then b5 to nibble away at the white center from the sides. Very ambitious plan, actually.
Yeah. And after queen d2, rook b8, rook c1 has been played just now by Levon Aronian, one of the main moves in the position.
This is decision time. White can try to attack on the king's side with a move like h4 or even long castle, really making it a sharp game. Or he can try to proceed more positionally, as he did with the move rook c1, kind of eyeing that knight on c6, preparing for b5. There might be already some concrete problems after takes. I'm not sure, maybe white can take this pawn.
Could be, yeah. Rook c1, a nice prophylactic move in the position. I think a lot of players would consider bishop d7 here just to be able to defend the knight. But these positions can get very, very complex. So it would be really interesting to see what Maxime has up his sleeve. Judging by his body language, I'm not sure how much he was expecting Lev to play 3f3, and I'm wondering whether he might be slightly out of book. I can't remember Maxime ever playing this position with black, so...
I don't think he's out of book. I agree, it's not what he usually does, but this 3f3, he's recently had problems with it, so I think it's a safe bet that preparing for this very Olympiad, he's taken a hard look at what he's going to do against it, and he's going to show us today. Sometimes players just like to take a little time to ease into the position, and even though he knows his analysis, he might spend some moments just recalling it and getting settled for the occasion. We'll see what he comes up with.
In fact, if you want to learn more about this variation, all of you guys who are watching the stream at the moment online will be able to see that on the left-hand side, on my left-hand side, so that's there, you'll see a lovely picture of Robin van Kampen, whose game we're going to go to in a minute, because they're on board 2. He's playing against Varujan Akobian of the United States. But Robin has done a fantastic series on the King's Indian defence.
It is pretty good, actually.
It's a very good series, and this line here will be covered. The Samish will be covered. So have a look on the left-hand side right now, a lovely click on that, and you'll follow the instructions to be able to see that series. So, well, that's board 1 of Armenia. Should we actually go to board 2? Because we've got another very interesting matchup on board 2. Etienne Bacgros against Gabriel Sargsyan. We can see there Sargsyan in the mauve blue shirt, Bacgros in the black t-shirt with the funky looking wristband. Don't know what that's about.
You know what these two guys have in common? They have one very unpleasant feature. They always crush me. I have a terrible score against both of these guys.
Really?
I believe half out of 3 against Sargsyan, 1 out of 4 maybe, and half out of 4 against Bacgros.
Wow.
So I certainly know they can play. Etienne Bacgros on the right side, a bit of a child prodigy. I believe became a grandmaster at age 13, was holder of the title of youngest grandmaster ever for a while. And nowadays he's 31, but is still an absolute world-class player with a rating of 2,720 in that neighborhood, a bit low for his standards even. So the French are really having a very serious team with Vachier, Bacgros, we'll see Fressinet in a minute. Gabriel Sargsyan, the Armenian, first thing about him is he's a tremendous team player. Like all the Armenian guys, they always show up for these team events, and you don't want to face them in team events. They're so well prepared. They share their analysis. They're all good friends away from the boards. They have tremendous fighting spirit. And I've certainly suffered quite a bit at the hands of Gabriel Sargsyan in team competitions. When they won in Dresden 2008, he had an absolutely out of this world performance, totally crushed everybody. It's the trainer and Levon Aronian who lists him as one of his biggest influences and helpers. He says he'd never have gotten to where he is without the help of Gabriel Sargsyan, rates him incredibly highly. So all these guys are very, very serious. And we can see them playing an opening that's also quite serious.
Yeah,
the Berlin Wall.
We've got a Berlin, and we're not going to be too surprised to see the Berlin, which is knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, so Rai Lopez and knight f6. This is now overtaken 3a6 at top level.
Absolutely.
And it's been having fantastic results over the past few years. Even this year, and we've commentated on a number of events. How many times have we seen the Berlin hold up with black? I mean,
most of the time.
Most of the time.
That's why you see the top players using it. And if you followed our earlier shows, you're not going to see them using it against weaker players. Playing the Berlin is a bit of a sign of respect. White, if he wants, he can achieve a draw without too big problems, but to find an advantage is so hard. Everybody's been failing at it for years. Etienne Bacgros with the black piece is also a Berlin specialist. So get used to this opening. You're going to be seeing a lot of it in the top matches.
And we have, after d4, knight d6, bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, d takes e5, knight f5, and the starting position of the Berlin endgame, where the next move, h3, has taken over as the main line. They used to play knight c3 or rook d1 check.
Right.
Which used to be...
There's a lot of subtleties here already. Basically, I think they got sick of playing knight c3 because they weren't really getting anywhere against a lot of lines. And they tried starting with h3, which has some nuances later on. White might want to go g4, and then the knight could come in handy going to d2, defending its colleague on f3. Most of the time, it ends up on c3 anyway. But there is a lot of subtleties in limiting black's choice after h3. I believe that's why they do it. King to e8, and Bacgros puts the knight on c3 anyway. Now that black has confirmed his king is going to e8 and not to c8.
Yeah, and in these positions, again, there's normally a toss-up as to where you put your h-pawn with black. White's plan involves g4, so the move that Sargsyan played, h5, is fairly logical. It tries to dissuade white from playing this, but at the same time it does give away key square on g5. But Sargsyan is playing very quickly. Here, Bacgros played bishop f4, which also is a standard place for the bishop in these systems. Sometimes white likes to flick in e6.
Absolutely.
Where this c7 pawn could be taken with Depends on the position, of course, but with some additional benefits. But it's a natural developing move to play bishop f4. And now bishop b4 by Sargsyan. So he...
This is slightly offbeat. You more often see bishop e7 or bishop e6 in these types of position. Bishop b4, logical enough move, developing and threatening to take the knight on c3, doubling white's pawns. So Bacro moved it away. I believe he went to e2.
Yeah.
And we have one of these situations where it's really about small nuances. In practice, normally black has been coming all right out of those. But certainly white has ideas to put his knight on d4 and prepare a push of his e-pawn, which would expose the black king. Because you shouldn't forget, the black can't castle anymore. Even though his king is on e8, it can't change places with his rook. So it is stuck in the center, and white will try to get some play going against it. They've been trying for many years, though, normally failing.
Okay, let's go to board 3 of this matchup then. We've got another very interesting tie. Sergey Movsisyan is playing against Laurent Fressinet. Sergey Movsisyan with the white pieces today. And what about these two? Well, I suppose if we start with the Frenchman, Laurent Fressinet is a strong grandmaster, has been around the 2700 mark for a while, for a few years, but I suppose he's more famous for being associated with Magnus Carlsen in his preparations for the World Championship match.
That's right, he was involved in the preparations of Magnus Carlsen for the match where he beat Anand, and interestingly, he was also working for Vladimir Kramnik before that, when Vladimir Kramnik used to be the world champion and facing Anand. So I'm not sure if he has a problem with Anand, but he seems to always work for the side that is playing against Vishy Anand. Laurent Fressinet is also a strong player. I thought the guys on board 2 had my number. Now that I see this guy, he also beat me 3.5 in a match. So this is really not a pleasant match for me to watch, because all these guys have crushed me so much.
I think we should go through the moves, Jan. And what's interesting, and I can tell you firsthand, is that we get an opening which is one that's very familiar to me, as this is the way Magnus Carlsen, I beg your pardon, Vishy Anand set up against Magnus Carlsen in the first game of their World Championship match in 2013, playing the fianchetto with d5. And I quite like this system for black, actually, I have to admit.
I agree, it's a good system. It's interesting to see Fressinet choosing it, because as you mentioned, he was working for the very Magnus Carlsen, so it might be a case of if you can't beat him, join him, because Magnus didn't get anything against Anand out of the openings. But here after c4, this is interesting. Fressinet chooses the move c6, while, if I'm not mistaken, Anand was taking on c4 here, and doing quite well with it. Fressinet instead goes for c6, very solid move, just stabilizing his center. And Sergey Movsisyan played the move queen b3, looking slightly offbeat, but he has a slightly offbeat style. He likes leaving the trodden path quite early and being creative. Once again, we keep repeating this, don't bring your queen out early in the opening if you don't know what you're doing, but we see it quite a bit from these top players.
Right.
Movsisyan, by the way, used to represent, I believe, Slovakia, but recently converted to the Armenian team. By the name you can tell he is an Armenian. All these guys ending on Yan are Armenians, and he's been a bit of their wild card. When they won last time, he didn't have a fantastic tournament, but he did win in the key match against Russia. He beat Grishuk, so he was a key part of that. And in this tournament, we've seen him quite shaky. He was losing in the first round against Japan, was checkmate in 2, which his opponent missed. He was losing yesterday against Australia, but he managed to win both these games.
Right. Well, we got here after queen b3. Fressinet decided, right, if I can occupy the centre, I will. Why not? Plays e5. Looks like a very good move. And he's going to put his knight from g8 onto e7 to protect d5. And this looks like a nice setup for black, doesn't it?
I like black's position. I'm not quite sure what the idea of this move queen b3 was, I gotta tell you, because black looks to me like he has easy play with knight to e7, castles, and take it from there.
Right.
You can always take on c4 and try to get the white queen out into the open, then win a tempo against it with bishop e6.
Yeah.
So I think black is doing all right here, but we'll see what Movsesian has up his sleeve. Very tricky guy.
All right, the last game in this matchup. Vladimir Akopian, the unsung hero of the Armenian team, as we've said on many occasions. We can see him here with the grey head of hair. He's been around for many years, an experienced grandmaster, but seems to perform out of this world at team events.
Absolutely.
Here we can see a little bio of him there. Vladimir Akopian, 42 years old, born in Azerbaijan, but playing for Armenia. And his highest rating was 27.13 in 2006. He's down to 26.55, but don't let that fool you. On his day, he can be one of the best in the world. And today he's playing against Romain Edouard, the Frenchman who I would say has vastly improved over the past few years, consolidating his place as the fourth place player in the French team. A very, very strong player, and making this French team a real serious threat to the...
Yeah, because they needed that fourth guy. They have three very established players, Vachier, Fressinet and Bacro, and Edouard, by reaching 2700 level kind of recently, has really made them more of a powerhouse than before, because now they have four absolute top players and they will be serious. So this is one big match today. And I don't think Armenia is a favorite. The way they've looked in the first rounds, France has convinced me more, I gotta tell you.
No, absolutely. I think France have been very, very solid. And let's see what happens. Well, Edouard is a d4 player, and what we have is a Slav, which after 4 knight c3, the main position, we saw d takes c4. So
theoretical main line, we see a theory battle here. And as mentioned, Armenia, sharing their knowledge, they're always very well prepared for those in-team competitions. So this is going to be interesting. a4, the main move, stopping b5 by black.
Bishop f5, knight e5, and knight bd7.
All of this is heavy theory.
I would just point out that the other main move here is to go e3, just to try and pick up this pawn, but knight e5 is another way to just win the pawn.
Knight e5 is more ambitious in a way, because white is moving that knight and he's planning to build a full pawn center with f3 and e4. Has been hotly disputed over all these years. Knight bd7, knight takes c4, knight b6. The other main move here is queen to c7, playing to occupy the center with e5. But all of this has been seen many times. This is a very solid line for black. Now he plays a5 to stop white from chasing his knight away from b6. f3, one of the many moves here. Black exchanges the enemy knight. Knight takes d7, knight takes d7. I've played this position a couple times with white, never got anything, but that doesn't have to mean all that much. White occupied the center, but black has exchanged one pair of minor pieces, which is normally a good thing if you're the one with slightly less space, because you have enough space for all your pieces. He's gonna go e5 next, fighting for space in that center, and we'll see what Edouard is up to.
Bishop e3, he allowed e5, and we had an exchange, takes, and of course, if the queens were to come off, looks as though black's totally fine, so he tried to keep the queens on with queen e2. Looks kind of funky to put the queen on e2, but wants to put the rook on d1, sharpish, get that queen off, and then, I suppose, exactly, play g3 and bishop h3, and in fact, that's what happened. Knight d7 was played straight away.
Slightly odd-looking move, but white had a little threat.
Right.
He was threatening to go f4. Let's say black played the most natural move, bishop b4. Then all of a sudden, after f4, knight to d7, f5 traps the bishop on g6.
Nasty. Yeah.
So that's why he had to retreat, and we can see that Edouard put some thought into this, because of course it's not a great sign for black if he has to retreat voluntarily. Still, his position is sound, so this is going to be a question if white manages to cause problems before black gets developed.
g3, threatening a very nasty bishop h3 move, which would actually win on the spot if white could play that. So black had to get out of the pin, put his queen on e7, and Roman Edouard played bishop h3 anyway. So
it's really a question of 1-2 tempi. If black is allowed to castle and go rook d8, he's totally fine, maybe even better. But Edouard is trying to build an initiative before black gets that done.
Right. This is a very interesting match, actually. It looks like, depending on how Akopian copes with this initial pressure, this could be a decisive match. Way too early to say, but with the speed Edouard's playing at as well, this feels like it's all home preparation.
Home cooking for sure. I like what you did there with the Akopian copes with it.
I didn't. That was unintentional.
Sometimes
I just do it. I'm happy with
flowing.
it.
Just see Akopian, he made his move, played rook d8. Probably he is also in his preparation. Maybe he's also starting to wake up. Sometimes it takes a while to get into the game. He does look a little sleepy, but I'm sure that's just on the outside.
Though, yeah. Looks Let's go to the second match, Jan. Another clash of the potential medal winners.
Before we go there, what's your guess for this match? What do you think is going to happen?
Wow.
Give me a prediction.
This is a tough one. I think with Aronian as white, but then again, Movsesian hasn't got. I'm going to sit on the fence and say 2-2.
I predicted a 2.5 win for France, actually.
Right, okay. I'm going to go for 2-2 in this particular match today. But let's go to the next match. United States of America versus the Netherlands. And the big news, of course, is that their top board has arrived after suffering what seemed like a few travel issues.
It's well documented all over social media. If you're interested, check out Hikaru Nakamura's social media profiles. But he did make it here in the end. And not an easy game to get started. He's facing Anish Giri himself. Right. So it's no easing into the tournament. It's you got here, you play a 27-45 player.
Absolutely.
One of the best in the world, Anish Giri himself.
Well, Anish has played Hikaru on a number of occasions, but Hikaru has got a lifetime plus score against Anish. But the last 5 games have been draws. And with Anish as black today, I think Hikaru is going to want to prove a point that he can beat this guy. And let's just take it from the current position, Jan. We've got 8 moves of a Sicilian defense Taimanov variation, where white has played a very early a3, which you don't see so often, but it's a very logical move because black, I play these systems with whites, black always has this nibbly or annoying b4 move, and sometimes, excuse me, I don't want to have those arrows. This e4 pawn can be a bit weak.
Right.
So a3 is a preventive move, also against bishop b4, which
Absolutely.
is one of the main ideas.
Double-edged sword. Of course, it's useful. Then again, it is losing a bit of a tempo in the opening, which you don't want to do on a regular basis. But all comes down to concrete ideas in a sharp line like this. Anish Giri with his coach or training partner Robin van Kampen, they've done a lot of work on this opening, the Taimanov Sicilian. Very unbalanced, and we will see how that plays out. It's going to be a sharp fight for sure.
Really sharp fight. Let's go to the second board then. Lamy versus Kamsky, and we'll take it from this position as well. We've got a Stonewall Dutch. Mentioned this briefly yesterday as well. When you have this configuration, well, it's a pseudo Stonewall. As soon as he plays c6, that's the fully blown Stonewall. But I'm kind of surprised that Gada played this because Erwin Lamy, the second board for the Netherlands, a very, very strong grandmaster in his own right. For me, his style suits this kind of position very well. He likes his slow positions, he likes his slow grinds.
He's a very solid player, not the highest rated of the bunch. They put him on board too because he's a solid player, very good theoretician. Worked a lot as a coach as well for the likes of Veselin Topalov and others. So he certainly knows what he's doing. Very curious opening. And yeah, I'm with you, I like white's position. But Geta Kamsky, of course, we've talked about him earlier, former World Championship finalist. He's not a theoretician. He doesn't need to get a great position out of the opening. He just wants to get set up, get his pieces out, be solid. And then even if he's slightly worse, he has so much experience in these structures, I don't think he will be all that concerned. But I agree, I would choose white if I had to here.
And Gada's just played h6, putting a question to this bishop.
One interesting line here could be the move knight to f4, just in passing, sacrificing this bishop, and after h takes g5, going knight takes e6. And the queen would have to go here, and white can keep collecting with knight takes c7. This looks like bad news for black, I would guess. So after knight f4, he would have to do something about this pawn with a move like knight to b6, but it feels a little artificial, doesn't it?
Well, it does, especially if, for example, you can take on f6 now and play a move like h4. I would love to play it, be able to clamp down on that square. The point is, if you take on h4, I can recapture that bishop, and then after queen takes, play knight g6, winning a whole exchange, which should be good for white.
Absolutely.
So if I can play h4, it's a typical binding move, just gaining space and stopping any black g5 idea.
I'm not sure it really does, though. Black could go g5 here.
Yeah, but this is getting a bit, for example, I don't know if what's going on. Maybe we ignore that, play knight g6 and then knight f to e5 with queen h5.
Very possible, yeah.
We've got g4 coming. This could be very hairy.
Sharp play.
Very sharp, potentially. Really interested to see how Erwin responds here. It's going to be a good game, that. Let's go to the third board. Onischuk versus Van Velde. And two seasoned pros playing here. Onischuk rated at 26.59, Van Velde 26.62. Luke, in his heyday, though, was a 2700 player, consistently still very, very dangerous. This is the position on the board coming from an IMSO Indian. We'll just take it from here. Is this still a theoretical position, Jan?
This is a theoretical line, yeah. It's supposed to be slightly better for white, but black, of course, has a pretty solid position. So we'll see how it plays out. Luke van Velde used to be a very, very sharp player, but in my opinion, he's always been stronger in technical positions. So maybe with age, he's become a bit more technical. We shouldn't say it. He's not 100 years old. He's, I don't know how old he is, like 40, 42, yeah. In that neighborhood. But both of these guys, as you've said, kind of the elder statesmen of their team, have been around forever. Onischuk, very seasoned pro. Also in his early 40s, late 30s, I'm not sure. Probably late 30s. And they can play, that's for sure. You see the level of both these teams to have Van Velde against Onischuk on board 3.
What about board 4 then to complete this matchup? Akobian versus Van Kampen, one of the rising stars of Dutch chess. Robin Van Kampen, rated 26.38, only 19 years old, unbelievable. And he's playing against Varuzhin Akobian of Armenian descent, but been playing for the United States of America for some time now. And we've got a position after a rook e1 Berlin. Let's just take it. Maybe we can take it.
Let's just briefly show what that is. We've had this position after knight takes e4. The main move is d4, as we've seen in the Bacro game earlier. But Van Kampen played the move rook e1, which is the most solid way you can play here. Knight d6, knight takes e5. Let's just click through the moves.
Yeah.
Rook to e8, knight to d5. And white is hoping, which he will achieve here, to exchange his knight for a bishop, and he will have the small but lasting advantage of having the two bishops, pair of bishops against bishop and knight, which is maybe not enough to win the game, but it is a little something to work with. So I gotta say I like Robin's opening choice here. He's not taking any risk, but he has the two bishops and could try to make something happen. We've seen his teammate Anish Giri lose a game from a very similar line recently to Maxim Vashila Graf, where the same scenario appeared with the two bishops against bishop and knight.
All right, so tiny bit better for white there with the two bishops, but with the identical pawn structure. Far from over, and black is playing rook e8 really quickly.
Black is in pretty decent shape here. But white still has at least something to hope for if he consolidates. But I will concede that white is probably not even better here because black has all his pieces out. There we have Robin on the screen. As we mentioned earlier, he did a King's Indian series for Chess24, which I don't like praising anybody normally, as you know. But it's a good series. I learned some stuff from it, I have to admit that. And it's stunning he's only 19. Like,
it's also stunning that he looks like Justin Bieber's twin brother.
he might be Justin Bieber.
He might
We've had
just
some
be
speculations
Justin Bieber.
about that topic. He recently changed his hairstyle, and he didn't match Justin Bieber's
Right.
tattoo to make sure they're not the same person.
Because he
but
was
we're not
walking.
sure.
He was walking through the streets of Amsterdam, and he was getting stopped every minute for autographs.
No, I think what happened is he was trying to cash in on Justin Bieber's fame and good image, but it has turned around a bit
Yeah.
recently. Justin Bieber is not that popular anymore.
Right.
The army of believers is going down, so I think Robin now is trying to brand himself differently.
It looks like he could be in Happy Days as well. Anyway, he's rated 2638, as we can see. It's his peak rating, 131st in the world, but he will improve his rating, I'm sure. And who knows if he's going to reach the upper echelons of the chess world. He's certainly got the talent, only 19 years old. Let's move on and let's go to one of the big matches of the day for the locals.
What do we have on the screen? Is that Magnus Carlsen, or at least parts of him?
That is parts of him, yes. He's playing Nikola Djukic from
representing
Montenegro.
Montenegro.
They've played before, Jan, interestingly, at the European Team Championships in 2007. And Carlsen won that game in a Sicilian Rossolimo variation. Let's check in with that game specifically. Clearly, the Norwegians a bit despondent after yesterday's draw, which wasn't in their plans, but today they need redemption and they need their guy on board one to put in a huge performance.
Yeah, it was a mixed day for Norway yesterday. Their second team did great with Urkedal beating Vasily Ivanchuk, but their first team is not really rolling yet. Tough 2.5, 1.5 against Yemen in the first round, 2-2 against Finland in the second round. They're not fully there yet. Of course, a lot of expectations on them, and they will be looking to compensate today against Montenegro. They are the favorites, thanks mainly to Mr. Magnus Carlsen, but also on the other boards. So let's briefly look how Carlsen is doing today.
Well, we've got a position here from the Scandinavian opening, and a variation you don't see very often. If we just go to move 3, Jan, after knight c3, queen d8. So knight c3, this is Scandinavian opening. Queen d8, this is called the banker variation. And not because you're going to get rich playing it, but because it's known as, in inverted commas, a super solid variation. It's your banker draw if you need it for these exponents with the black pieces. I personally don't think it's such a great move. In fact, I've done some work on this for how to play against Scandinavian on Chess24.
Okay.
And Magnus Carlsen, much to my dismay, clearly didn't watch that series and has gone his own way.
Maybe he did, and he decided his opinion was different. Anyway, Djukic, this is his pet line. He's played this many times. He used it to beat Arkady Naidic in a match against Germany, so I have some unpleasant memories connected with this. And he's probably the world's leading expert in this setup. He decided to give up the 2 bishops, and Magnus Carlsen, once again, happy to just keep the bishop pair and play a quiet position. As we've pointed out before, Magnus Carlsen is not the type who needs to win in the opening. He doesn't need a sharp struggle right out of the opening. He's perfectly happy getting a playable position, getting his pieces set up, and having something to work with like the 2 bishops here.
And this is a position, so he, as you mentioned, 2 bishops, but they're not working at full capacity just yet. White needs to find a plan to increase their influence, and black is solid. The big question is, what is black's plan here? He can put his rooks in the middle, but is he going to break with e5? Is that one idea? Otherwise, I kind of struggle to see a clear plan for him here.
It is an idea to go for e5, but this is the dilemma black has. He is very solid, but he doesn't really have a way to proceed, because if he opens position with e5 or c5, then the white bishops will become stronger in a more open position. So I think black, he will just keep putting his rooks on d8 and e8 and see how white wants to develop. But like I said, this bishop pair, even though I don't think Magnus Carlsen is seriously better here, always gives white something to work with. So I think he's going to be quite comfortable with his position. Maybe he can follow up with a move like knight e2, then go for a setup with c4, b3, bishop to b2, arrange his pieces that way. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Okay, and why don't we get to the match that is very close to our own hearts here, Mr. Gustafsson? It's
You mean Hungary against China?
It's England-Germany today.
Oh.
Thank goodness this isn't a football or soccer for all of our
For you
American
guys at the
audience.
very least.
For our guys, because Germany are world champions and they always used to beat us on penalties, except for the 1966 final, where of course we won. On board one, we have Arkady Naidic playing against Mickey Adams. They only played the other week in Dortmund,
Right.
where they drew. Arkady was on the back foot a bit in that game, and we can see there, before we go to the game, we've got our roving camera, beautiful roving camera going through the playing hall. We can see the green shirts are volunteers. Here, that looks like Team Turkey over there. Don't know who that chap was. Sure, he's a very nice guy. And we're going right the way around the hall. Spectators on the outside, and it looks as though we're going up to the TV.
There we got Erwin Lamy,
Yep.
Dutch player. I'm confused. Where's this camera guy
Where's
going?
he going? Well, it looks as though he's going up round here to the main boards. You can see Hikaru
Did a little U-turn
Nakamura
there.
on the left of your screen there, donning the red ball shirt, one of his sponsors. There you go. There's Hikaru.
This is the first time I've actually seen him in Tromsø. It's good
Right.
to have visual confirmation. He did arrive, and he's already in full-blown thought mode.
Indeed, and his Red Bull t-shirt, Red Bull by the board as well. Might be a bit tired after travelling. Of course, he's travelled from the US, so might need a bit of an energy kick to help him with his game. And as we go through the board, yep, we've got an overview there, an overshot of the tournament hall. All games still in progress, of course.
And there's exciting news for you in the match. Naidic against Adams. We have once again your favorite opening, the Berlin Wall, a queenless middle game. Get used to this, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be seeing plenty of it. And whom are we kidding? Black is always kind of doing all right in these structures. White is playing for small nuances. Here he's planning to go knight h5, but in practice, more often than not, black has been surviving all these things. Mickey Adams used to be a big exponent of the Marshall attack as well with the move a6. I had a chat with him about this, and he basically said, if you can't beat him, join him. Like, he was struggling against the Berlin. He saw everybody was doing it and doing well with it, so he started doing it himself. I still consider him a bit of a traitor from our Marshall ranks, though, that he had to go for this ending like everybody else.
Yeah, and if we go to the current position then, Jan, typical story, White has got a kingside majority. He's hoping to utilise that, but Black has got the light squared bishop, which can be a very strong piece after
I like
c5.
my bishops, as you know, c5 and bishop c6, a typical plan. White, yeah, I'm curious about this move knight h5, but probably Black can just defend his pawn. Looks a bit passive, but then continue developing along the lines of b6, bishop c6, king to b7.
Looks all right.
It's so hard to break down this Berlin Wall, isn't it?
Yeah, and then after, obviously, you put your bishop on c6, this e5 pawn for White can come under attack because Black is threatening bishop takes f3, so White will have to take a time out.
Sample moves, rook d3, say bishop c6. I don't think
Probably
I've been
just
playing
rook
this very
e1.
well, because now White has rook e1, covering this pawn, and also preparing the typical e6 break, which Black always has to be careful about. So there is some ideas. Probably shouldn't go bishop c6, but let's say b6 first, keeping this bishop flexible. Could also go here or here. I don't know. I've seen these positions many, many times, and I always struggle to believe White has anything special, but sometimes they do find something. Naidic himself, a big player of the Berlin, big expert, so this is really high-level chess looking for small nuances in this well-known ending.
On board 2, we have Gawain Jones against Georg Meier. Now, a little backstory here for people who don't know. Gawain Jones played Georg Meier barely a week ago
where was that?
in the Politiken Cup, and Gawain crushed Georg with the Trompovsky, and today he has done the same thing. A bit of a psychological battle going on here as well. Georg got a horrific position. The game followed their game. I've played this position many times, and in fact I will be bringing out a series on Chess24 for this opening very shortly.
Oh.
But the Trompovsky, it's an English speciality. Adams, Hodgson, amongst many others have played this in the past, and Gawain, playing this only a week ago, did the business with Georg Meier. And it should be noted as well, our team captain here is Grandmaster Peter Wells, who wrote a book on the Trompovsky in 2003 or 4, I think it was, a while ago, but he's an expert too. Well, Bishop G5, Georg replies with D5, one of the most solid options Black has.
Absolutely.
E3 and E6.
E6 is a move you don't see all that often here. It's perfectly solid, but the recent battles have been more focused around C5 or knight E4 in this position.
That's right.
But E6, very no-nonsense move, just ensuring Black doesn't get double pawns, and he wants to continue his development with bishop to E7, I assume, or to D6, playing C5, short castles, and take it from there. It's very solid, but of course always the drawback with E6, you block in your bishop on C8. Then again, Georg Meier is a French player, the opening E4, E6, so he's quite used to having his bishop on C8 blocked, so he doesn't mind this kind of pawn structure.
Knight D2, C5 and C3, bishop D6 and knight G3. So we've actually transposed to a line of the Torre attack with this knight now on F3. Pretty sure this is a transposition. I spoke to Gawain yesterday about this, and he was very happy with how it went against Georg.
Oh,
now,
were you involved in Gawain Jones' preparations?
I wasn't involved in the preparation, but he thought he would play Georg Meier.
It's a bit of a pity, because putting my German hat on, I wouldn't have minded that much if you were involved in Gawain Jones' preparations, I'll be honest with you.
Thanks, Jan. Thanks, appreciate it.
Very welcome.
And I think it starts to get a bit different around this point. I can't recall the game from a week ago off by heart, but it was something similar. In any case, both sides are getting their pieces out, and after B6, this is where the first critical moment in the opening. White is now given the option to expand in the centre, very typical move here, to threaten E5.
It's probably the critical move as well. If you let Black develop, White doesn't have anything special, but it changes the nature of the game completely. It's no longer this solid stonewall-like formation for White, but instead he goes for open battle. And Jones at heart, he is a sharp player, if I'm not mistaken.
He is at heart a sharp player, but as with all players that reach the level of 2650 and above, you have to adapt your game, and you have to learn how to play every kind of position. And Gawain has done that successfully. He's been at this level for a few years now and improving even, so he can play everything. But in this position...
I'm curious about the next move. C takes D4, looks natural enough. You would expect White to take back, but instead he went bishop takes F6.
Voluntarily giving up the bishop.
His point is that Black cannot recapture with a knight, which he would like to do, the most natural, because of E5, and White would win a piece. So Black has to take with a queen, which I'm assuming he did. Now White takes on D4, once again threatening E5. And after D takes E4, it could be a little awkward for Black, I'm sorry. I'm not sure how bad it is, but let's say bishop takes E4. The rook has to go to B8. Gotta tell you, I don't see any immediate problems for Black here, though. Looks all right.
Looks totally fine to me here.
Bishop F6, a bit of a puzzling move, gotta say. Maybe I'm too much in love with my bishops, but to give them up like this, not sure what he's up to. Just queen E7 here.
If he takes with the knight, queen E7, and something like this, Black looks super solid.
Black is absolutely fine here. White has the isolated pawn, we call it, on d4, which could become a weakness, especially if more pieces are exchanged. So I think the opening went kind of well here for Georg Maier if he chooses to take on e4, which I assume he will.
Let's see though, Gawain playing rather quickly, so who knows if he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Wouldn't surprise me, so well prepared Gawain Jones. I know it very well, I've worked with him, played against him, and having Peter here as well. Wouldn't surprise me if he's seen this position, but we'll see. Let's go to board 3 of this match. In fact, let's have a quick look at Georg Maier's profile. 26 years old, from Trier, Deutschland, Germany, I should say. That's all in German there. Apologies there. Fidetal Grossmeister, Grandmaster.
Absolutely.
And his
He
highest...
does study in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, at Webster University with the likes of Wesley So, Leko Liam. They have a very, very strong chess team over there.
Right.
But still represents Germany, of course.
And he beat Vladimir Kramnik in Dortmund this year. Crushed him. One of Kramnik's worst games in living memory, actually.
Absolutely.
Let's go to board 3, though. Nisipianu, the recent addition to the German team, against David Hall. And we have another Berlin. Look how similar this looks to the Adams game.
Yeah, the difference here is the dark square bishops are still on the board, which on paper is good for black because he has the bishop pair. We're having 2 bishops while white only has 1. But the bishop on b2, once again, it can be a bit of a nuisance if the position ever opens up with e6. So once again, we have a very typical Berlin maneuvering battle. Howell just played the move h5, stopping any white shenanigans based on g4. Shall we try to get the Berlin prohibited? It's just every game, really?
Well, it's a good opening. We still see a lot of other stuff.
Even the English, you're supposed to play exciting openings. Now they're all playing the Berlin Wall.
Solid.
What's going on there?
With black, they're all solid. And we'll see. David, I fancy David to hold here. I fancy this to be a draw. In fact, what do you think about this matchup? Because the last time these two played in the European Team Championships in 2013, England won 2.5, 1.5. What do you think is going to happen in today's match?
I think on paper it's fairly even. I think very, very even actually. Probably pretty much the same rating average as the 2 teams. So I think Germany's going to win 2.5.
You think you're going to? Wow. Let's have a look at board 4 though, because Matthew Sadler is playing, and for all of you who think, I might have just think, who the hell is this Matthew Sadler guy? Well, he was out of the game for many years, but he was one of our best players during the 90s predominantly, where, especially in team events, a bit like a Kopian, seems to just excel and perform at unbelievable strength. I think he's got the record for, did he get 8.5 out of 9 in one event with black?
Forgive me with being less of a student of English team history than you are, but I do know that he has had some tremendous results as a team player.
Unbelievable. And it's great to have Matthew back playing chess, and he really is, in terms of technical ability, one of the most gifted we have. And we've got a position here, he's white against David Baramidze, where I like his position already. I'm not enamored by it, it's not crushing or anything like that, but he's got squares to work with, Matthew. He's got a square on c5 to put a knight. But then again, Baramidze is very solid here, isn't he?
I agree white is slightly better, but knowing Baramidze, the opening is not his forte. So from a German perspective, if he gets out of the opening alive, which he did here, normally you can look into the future with confidence. Black has a very solid position, he's going to put his knight on d6, then maybe try to chip away at this g4 pawn with a timely h5. I agree white is slightly better, but Baramidze has been playing these structures all his life, and he has seen a lot worse. So anything can happen still.
I wonder where the crucial game is going to be in that match.
We'll find out.
Who knows?
So you believe you guys are going to win this one?
I would love England to win this one. Looking at the games, it's going to be, if it's going to be a victory, it's going to be 2.5, 1.5. There's absolutely,
it's going to be a close match, that's for sure.
That's for sure. I would say that of all the games so far, I think Matthew has got the most potential. I think Gawain's opening, you're right, it hasn't been so much of a success. But then again, he's got this thing against Georg Meyer where he just crushed him a week ago. Maybe that's going to play a part, who knows. Mickey, we just need him to be solid against our caddy, hold the fort. David, the same. They both played Berlins to get that half point in the bag. And who knows, we'll soon...
What I find interesting is the players actually not playing in this match. England deciding to rest Nigel Short. In Germany, we're resting Daniel Friedman, a super solid player, whom I actually would have expected to be in this match. Could be because of the color situation, that Baramitse, who's not an opening specialist, maybe they think it's fine to give him black and he will be solid, and Nisipianu, who's actually higher rated than his opponent, they wanted to give him white to be a striker. There's always a lot of team considerations into these, but I'm surprised to see these guys resting, gotta tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, talking about resting, how about we take a quick breather, Jan, here. The games are just unraveling. In the meantime, though, while we do go for break, don't forget you can enjoy the various features of this site. How about you play a few blitz games? Up there on my top left, I think if I point like that, you should see a play now button. Very simple. Click on it, choose your time control, and off you go. You can play a few games of blitz, or alternatively, you can go to the top bar, probably that way. Click on, hover your mouse over play. You can see the lobby, who's currently online. You can see the leaderboards. You can look at all of the various features, have a few games of blitz, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is round 3 coverage of the 41st Chess Olympiad here in Tromsø, Norway. Laurent Trent here with Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. The games have been going on for about an hour, so still getting out of the opening phase. They're starting to shape up, a lot of the drama starting to build. And what I think we should do, Jan, is have a look at the women's section, as we didn't have a chance in the first section of this show. And apparently we have had an upset, according to Sven, who's tweeted in at #C24Live. Massive upset in the women's section in the match between Angola and Canada. Lucia Pires beats WIM Nava Star in 8 moves, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
My
That's
goodness.
A brief look how you win in 8 moves.
Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Checkmate.
Checkmate in 8 moves. Let's have a look at this. This looks like a great game. E4, E5, Knight f3, Knight c6, Knight c3.
Knight c3. Bishop c5, not a good move here. It allows a little trick, which is useful to keep in mind, and I think this is what happens. Knight takes e5. Didn't go so well for white in this game, but it's an instructive idea. If black takes back, white goes d4, wins his piece back, and occupies the center at the same time. So black took on f2. Looks tempting to, it's kind of a kamikaze bishop, give it up, and then take the piece with equal material. But this is a really nice position for white, actually, after d4, occupying the center, having the 2 bishops. I think white is supposed to be much better here, but she only lasted 3 more moves. Queen f6 check, king to g1, and here comes the trap. Knight to e7. Leaving the piece en prise, and probably Nava Star underestimated her opponent a little bit here, thought, oh, she has blundered a piece, and instead of playing a move like bishop to e3, covering this diagonal, when I really like white's position, I gotta tell you, I think white has a very clear advantage here. It went the other way. She took the knight on e5, probably expecting queen takes e5 when white is a piece up. But,
oh dear.
Cold shower.
Cold shower time. Pass the sugar, queen b6 check. Thank you very much. and you can't block the check without getting checkmated. Just checkmate in 2 moves. You have to give up your queen.
Yeah, you can try this, takes.
Give up your
this.
bishop. But the queen munches on those pieces and delivers mate. Poor.
Not a good day at the office for
yeah.
Nava Star, that's for sure.
Let's go back then to some of the key matchups of this round in the women's section because we have a picture there, I believe, of Nava Star, of Lucia.
No, that's the winner, Lucia Perez.
That's the winner, Lucia Perez. So donning a Mohican. Wow. Mohican with braids. Won't see too many of those in that tournament.
Wasn't David Beckham wearing that back in the day?
He managed to get a Mohican, yeah. But I don't think he had braids at the same time. Let's go to the top board, however, in the women's matchup. And we have a very important match. United States of America versus China, 2 of the big guns. And on board 1,
Hou Yifan in action.
Yeah, Irina Krush, Hou Yifan. Now, these guys have played quite a few times, believe it or not. The last Olympiad they played was in 2008, where Hou Yifan won. But Irina Krush did beat Hou Yifan in the 2009 World Team Championships. So I think score is actually all square between them. This is the position on the board, Jan. Irina Krush with white. What's going on here? Looks like she's doing all right.
I have no idea. First thing is to count the pawns. At the moment, white is a pawn up. This pawn on c6 is an extra pawn. And black can't just take it all that easily, because that would run into bishop b5 with a lethal pin, losing a piece if I'm not mistaken. So you can't take the pawn just yet, and I'm sure Hou Yifan won't. Instead, she will probably play a move like rook to c8, preparing to eat that guy later. I don't know, it's complicated. I think black should be fine, but she still has to solve some problems. Getting the pawn back, finding a safe space for the king, which wants to castle kingside, but it would castle into this open file. So it's not all roses for the women's world champion. Irina Krush, of course, a very strong player in her own right.
All right, yeah, I think, in fact, Hou Yifan did play rook c8 there. Hou Yifan, for all of you who don't know, is undoubtedly the hottest star in women's chess at the moment. She has performed brilliantly over the past few years. Her rating is at an all-time high. She's 2661, which would be for, well, she's, I believe, actually broken the top 100 for men.
Absolutely,
as well.
Which, yeah, has been
Hasn't
a lonely
happened.
list for women.
Yeah.
Only Judith Polgar has been in there for many, many years, and Hou Yifan really coming close. If you're interested in her career, we just have a new video series where she talks us through it on Chess24.
Yeah, in fact,
we're very pleased about that, of course.
If I go like this, oh, you can't see me now. There's a bio. Hou Yifan, born in 1994, only 20 years old. What a talent. Rated 2661 and 87th in the world, according to the recent rankings. And she is really one of the rising stars. And if you can see on the left, it's my left. If you look at your screen, I'll try and point. I think it's that way.
That's me.
No, that's you. It's the other way. It's that way. Okay. If you look there, you can see my career so far. A series by Hou Yifan, nonetheless, talking about her ascension through the ranks and what she's done. And this is a very recent series indeed. So if you click on watch now, follow the instructions, sign up, and you'll be able to watch that fantastic series on Chess24.
Anyway, let's see how her career goes today. If Irina Krush just develops a piece with knight d2, still can't really take on c6 because rook takes c6. The black pieces start becoming a bit clumsy here after a move like queen to e4. You can see that bishop b5 is a threat, and black lacks a little bit of coordination. It might work, but it feels a little loose, doesn't it?
I'm not sure.
It's very complicated, and we'll see what Krush does. Of course, this is a big match also on the other boards. China, the top-rated team, and the big favorites, along with the Russian women's team. But USA, they're always up there in women's
They're
chess as
always
well. Anna Satonsky with black on the second board against Zhu Wenjun, also a top 10 women's player, rated 2.565, extremely strong player. Playing it solidly, very small advantage for white, who occupies the D file, but of course black has a rocky solid position. We'll see how that one goes. On the lower boards we have Tatev Abrahamyan, was a finalist in the US Women's Championship this very year, also very experienced player, against Tan Chongyi. I gotta admit, I'm not even familiar with Tan Chongyi, but that's more my ignorance and the fact that the Chinese have so many strong women players. They could really fill 2 or 3 teams with world-class players.
They could. Well, she's rated 24.68, a woman grandmaster. Tatev Abrahamyan, 23.66, so about a 100-point difference between the two. And the current position, Tan Zhongji has just played knight c7, but I have to say I like the way Tatev has set out here. She's got more space. She's already, because she can take on g7 here, and after king takes g7, she can clamp down on the queen side with a4, quite a typical move. And were black to ever exchange, you can take with the a pawn, exerting pressure down here. And then you've always got your e5 break in the air, whereas black's a bit passive here, lacking a bit of counterplay in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, knight takes b5, I believe, is a mistake. You shouldn't allow this a takes b5 structure. Else, yeah, I'll give you white has a bit more space. I think there's still absolutely everything to play for. Maybe black should play a move like a6, or even retreating the knight first. Knight to e8 looks a bit passive, but intending to play a6 later. I think there is everything to play for. Abrahamyan, very aggressive player, always goes after the opponent's king, and we shall see.
And in the 4th game of this match, we've got Katerina Nemchkova from the USA playing black against Ki Guo, who is rated 24.53, very strong. Katerina Nemchkova 23.15. This is the position on the board, and looks as though it's fairly balanced there as well. Knight's occupying e4. White does have a better structure.
I would disagree, but you know that I'm in love with the 2 bishops.
Yeah.
I really, really like white's position here. Better structure, bishop pair, and the potential weakness of the black king due to the pawn on f5. I think white is seriously better, but it could be a bit my bishop bias, I'll admit that.
Might be a bit of bishop bias. All right.
Yeah, white is better.
White is better. No, I agree that white's a bit better here. But a long way to go. What about the other big match of the day in the women's section?
Which one is that?
Russia versus France on board 3. And we have a couple of big bouts here. Grandmaster battle on board 1. Marie Sebag playing black against the recent addition to the Russian team, Katerina Lakhno, 25.40, one of the best players in the world. And she is certainly a massive addition to this Russian squad. We've got the position after 12 moves here. Lakhno with white. What's going on here? Feels as though, well,
black is fine. 2 bishops once again.
Yeah.
By the way, maybe we should take 1 second. You just mentioned it's a grandmaster battle. To explain, there is a difference. There is the grandmaster title, and then there is the women grandmaster title, which is a title, as you can imagine, that is only available to women. If we say grandmaster, we normally mean the male or the universal
yeah.
grandmaster title, and both Lakhno and Sebag do hold that one.
They do hold the universal title.
Which is the highest title you can achieve in chess, and we haven't given up our hopes that you will hold it one day as well.
Yeah, I only need 1 more performance, so need to find a good tournament now to do it. But yeah, absolutely, and they're 2 very, very established players. Here, Marie, yes, looks fine, 2 bishops, but you do have a 2 bishop fetish, and I think in this position, though...
That's because I'm a very strong player. I understand bishops are stronger than knights. In this position, though, you have to pay attention to white's potential plan of sidelining this bishop.
Exactly.
I think can't be done yet. Let's say g4, bishop g6, pawn to f4, with the idea of trapping it with f5. But black can fight back with the move e5 creating some much needed space. And after, let's say, queen somewhere, pawn takes, queen takes.
No, this has gone wrong for white.
I think black is all right, yeah.
I think once black gets the bishop unharmed on g6, this is fine. So if we go to the current position after queen c7, no, I think white should just play a bit more pragmatically, castle, perhaps think about preparing with these pawns. But don't be fooled by the two bishops. The two bishops work well when they're not passive and in open positions. Here, the bishop on h5, okay, it even goes to g6. It's always got to be a bit careful about f4, f5. I think white's got a good clamp in the center. I think things are balanced here, if I'm honest.
No, I'll give you that, of course.
Let's go to board 2, because it looks like fireworks on the board there.
Right.
We've got the game. Valentina Gunina, who is definitely one of the top stars in women's chess.
The reigning European champion.
Reigning European champion, grandmaster, rated 25-24, up there with the best of them in the women's game, playing against the French international master. Again, this is international master, not women's international master. Sophie Millier is somebody I know very well, and lovely girl, and she's playing white. But
and I gotta tell you, I think
is she
things
doing the
went
business?
badly wrong for Gunina.
Let's have a look.
Let's retreat some moves. Knight a3. This is a main line of the Karjakin, but I think Gunina was not all that well prepared for it, because she ran into a typical idea of white pushing her f-pawn up the board, opening the position, which can be very dangerous. f4, intending to play f5, queen c7, king h1, preparing f5 once again. And here it goes, f5. And just like in the last game, this bishop on g6, not such a happy camper this time around. She had to play e takes f5, queen e2 check. And the black king has to lose his castling privileges, because covering the check in a different way wouldn't really work. So she went to d8, might have been a mistake, maybe she should have gone to f8. After knight takes f5, bishop h2, looks very, very dangerous for black.
Looks exceedingly dangerous. Let's just take stock of the position here. She's grabbed the pawn, but a king's not safe on d8 here. How can white punish this? The move knight g5 came to mind when I first looked at the position. Maybe...
There is the even more brutal tactic, which our little helper points out, bishop takes f7. This looks like a very, very strong blow.
The point is, after bishop takes bishop, queen down to e7 check.
Now the queen comes in,
King
to
c8,
c8, take
queen
it.
takes f7, threatening the g7 pawn. Yeah, this looks
White
serious.
is just a lot more coordinated. And
this is winning, isn't it?
Winning is strong, but yeah,
I
I really like white's position.
Well, you can't ever disconnect. You can always develop with white. Bishop f4 in the air, followed by knight takes f4. The knight's landing on e6. Oh my goodness, this is huge
serious
news. Is she going to see bishop takes f7? Looks like a great move, Jan.
Could very well be. We'll stay tuned and find out. But yeah, certainly it looks like Gunina ran into some nasty opening surprise here and is in trouble. Bishop h2. She's a very strong tactician, Gunina, very fearless. But bishop takes f7 really looks like a knockout blow here.
Doesn't look like such a difficult move to see. Sophie is also a very strong tactician, so we'll see what happens there. Let's go to board 3. And former women's world champion Alexandra Kostenyuk with the white pieces. Grandmaster rated 25-31. How strong are these Russian women? I mean, they are just
pretty
unbelievably strong team. Playing against Pauline Guichard from France, rated 23-75. This is the position at the moment. And we've got a typical Spanish mainline position where white has managed to get a knight on f5. Garry Kasparov always said a knight on f5 is worth a pawn. And in a lot of positions, it's such an attacking piece in these structures. And Pauline Guichard very logically just played knight d6, try and exchange one of those knights, very powerful knights.
The other knight is there to replace it, though. Still, I think nothing too bad has happened. Black also has a very typical defensive setup with his bishop on f8, covering the sensitive g7 spot, played h6 to stop bishop g5. I think it's a normal, more or less balanced position.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the final board of that game then, that match, I should say. And we have Mathilde I actually know Mathilde. I know Mathilde, I can't pronounce her name. Konju playing against Olga Giria. This is the position at the moment. But it looks as though Mathilde is doing just all right here.
Looks fine for white, yeah. Could jump active with g4 now, bring this rook into play. And once again, a theoretical discussion out of the opening. They reached this ending, which has been seen before in high-profile games. So looks like the French women very well prepared for this matchup.
Very
we
well
see them,
prepared, yeah.
Sophie Millier putting pressure on board 2. Here, the other white game, I also can't really pronounce the name, apologies, Konju, is doing pretty well with white. It's not going to be a walk in the park for the Russian women, who of course are the favorites in this matchup, high rated on every single board.
Wouldn't that be an upset if they didn't beat the French today? Let's go back to the open section. Let's have a look at how our top board guys are doing, because we like to see them squirm in their seats as well.
We haven't checked in with Aronian Vachier for quite a while. Can we go there? This looks like it's an exciting position.
Oh wow, look at the position we've got. Let's just backtrack a few moves to rook c1. That Maxime did play bishop d7, preparing b5.
Absolutely.
d5 was then played by Aronian. Knight to e5, attacking this pawn. Knight to g3 and rook e8, preparing to blast open the e-file with e6, e takes d5, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Black has to be very careful here. After Aronian's next move, h3, we can see this knight is very seriously short on squares. So if white gets in the move f4, could be trapped in the center of the board. Normally we're told to place our knights in the center and not on the rim, but here this knight in the center could run into some trouble. On camera we see Anish Giri checking in with that game, looks very interested as well.
We're going to see why, because I think Jan Gustafsson, just going through the moves in my head here, that black has actually sacrificed a whole piece.
Let's try to get there. He played b5.
Yep, so he gives a square for the knight.
Trying to create a square there. b3, Aronian not having any of it. And he went h5, allowing that f4 move.
Yeah, h5, unbelievable, allowing f4. And here, he took on c4 with the knight. That's an unbelievable idea. It's an idea borrowed, I think, from none other than Alexander Grishchuk, who unleashed a very similar move.
Right, in his game against Svidler in the same-ish King's Indian as well.
Right.
And we can see Vachier staring at the ceiling, which is another typical calculating position you see from a lot of super grandmasters. They don't really need to look at the board all the time. They have the position in their head. He's about to make a move, but let's go through the moves first.
So he took on c4, b takes c4, and h4, kicking away this knight. That's important.
After knight retreats to e2, he will kick away the other knight with b4. And if that were to move, he would take on e4 with tremendous compensation for the piece. That's his idea, but Aronian, not a spring chicken, not his first rodeo. He saw through that, of course, and after h4, he went e5.
That's a good move.
Counter-attacking instead of retreating.
So we had an exchange, and then he took on g3, allowing takes, and he took with the pawn to open up this file for the rook.
So at the moment, white is a pawn up for a piece up for 2 pawns, and black has to make something happen. There on top of the screen we can see none other than Magnus Carlsen.
Maybe
also
we can just,
very curious.
If we can take away the board for a second there, just to see Magnus, he's lurking. Oh, no, he's gone.
But we can see Levon Aronian, and in the background we see the French team captain in the purple shirt, Sébastien Mazet, very strong grandmaster in his own right, looking pretty nervous. Well, stakes is high.
Stakes are high. I'd be nervous as well if your board one is sacrificing a piece against Levon Aronian. But let's take a look at the position. Bishop e2 was played.
Logical move, stopping all kinds of tricks on the e-file, like bishop h6 might have been a threat. So he blocks off the black rook looking at his king.
And now queen e7.
e7. Continuing the fight on that file. And
So the point is, let's just look. The natural move to me here would be to play a move like bishop d4, but
right,
I think
that runs into some tactics.
it does run into some tactics.
b4,
Bishop d4, you then kick this knight away. Let's say it then goes to
distracting it from defending the e2 bishop. That's the key point. And now bishop to h6.
Beautiful distraction again. White can't take this bishop because of mate, and if not, you're just going to win this rook, and well, it's just game over, isn't it? Here?
Right, white can't allow any of that. So bishop d4 is not going to happen, and Aronian contemplating his options. He could go knight to d1 immediately. I think that might be the best move. Planning to castle, and at the moment bishop h6 doesn't work, you just take it off. e2 is still defended. And the onus is still on black to make something happen for his extra piece.
In fact, Aronian has just played knight to d1, so this is on the board. I like this move a lot. I think that's a good move, and he is now protecting this bishop. No more b4 ideas. And well, Maxime, you've got to prove something, because if not, White's just going to castle, get organised, and be a piece up.
Right, and we see all kinds of world-class players walking by, taking an interest in that game. There we just saw Boris Gelfand, who won a great game yesterday, representing Israel. Gelfand also a training partner of Levon Aronian. A lot of these top guys, they work together. You don't always hear or read about it. They have secret training camps where they exchange ideas, and Aronian has been associated with Gelfand. They've been good friends for a long time. So these inner circle of super grandmasters, they certainly know what's going on and follow each other.
Yeah, so knight d1. So what can black do? Let's just take a quick look at this position.
Push his pawns, I think.
Gotta get
f5 threatening maybe to open the position with f4. So and if white castles,
you can't go f4 because of rook takes f4. So maybe here you have to go g5 now that the bishop is unguarded, threatening f4, and who knows, some sort of pawn avalanche. Well, it still looks as though black has some form of compensation. Is it enough, though?
I don't know. I like my pieces. If white can consolidate here, rook to e1, just shoring up things on the e-file, and then after f4, bishop to d4, I think white has to be better.
Wow, interesting. Let's go to board 2, Etienne back row against Sargsyan. Well, this has got a bit more exciting since the last time we saw it, certainly. We're now on move 18. A3, bishop f8 played by Sargsyan.
I think it looks more exciting than it actually is. Black looks very passive, having to retreat his bishop here and with the rook here. But the white pieces, even though they look menacing, they can't really do anything because black's structure is very compact, and he has the option of kicking away this knight from f5 with bishop e6 at will. He's changing a pair of rooks. I actually think that black is doing fine here, even though the position looks menacing. Knight to g3 could be a tricky little move, trying to pick up this pawn. And if g6, you could run into some trouble because of the weakness of the f6 square. Nothing too serious either, and maybe black just keeps playing what looks terrible, but might not be, the move rook h8, defending the weaknesses one move at a time. He slowly wants to unravel with bishop e6, exchange these rooks, and get the pieces out at a later stage.
Right.
I think Sargsyan is okay. That's once again the problem with the Berlin Wall. Even if white gets a threatening looking position like this, black is still quite solid.
Let's go to board 3, because this one is rather imbalanced. We've got Laurent Fressinet. We saw after move 5, we like the move e5. We'll shoot to the current position though, e5 just gaining space in the centre. Felt like black was absolutely fine here. Knight c2 though, and I have to say, I hate white's position here. Hate is a very strong word, but I'm going to use it on this occasion. Let me explain why. This pawn on e3 is extremely weak. Black has got the 2 bishops. He's got a solid structure with f6 and e5. And I think he can just take on b3 here, play knight c5, attacking this guy. And
b4 most likely.
Yeah, maybe we can just even come back this way. Is that so?
No, black is fine, no question about it.
I think black must be for preference here, no?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Not even sure you have to play a move like knight to c5, even takes, and any developing move.
Bishop f5?
Bishop f5, for example, yeah. I think black is slightly better.
No, absolutely. No, black must be better here, absolutely.
Maybe seriously better. If you have to go e4, you block in your own bishop, your pawns lose their flexibility. Now this pawn is weak, this is a bit weak. Black has easy development, the two bishops did not go well for Movsesian. It's the third game in a row we see him in trouble. He doesn't seem in great shape.
He's not in great shape, and you know...
He looks concerned too. There we see him on the camera against Fressinet. And we see Vachier-Lagrave walking by nodding, which means he's probably quite happy with his teammate's position. Also means he made a move. Shall we briefly check back what he actually did?
Yeah,
what's going on there?
We'll get those moves back in.
We'll get there. Here we are.
He took on c4.
Took on c4 instead. But now, if white just castles, what does he want to do? Because white is a piece up. He just wants to take on c4, go bishop d4, and enjoy his extra piece. I don't understand what he's doing. I think Vachier might have overdone it this time.
I think so as well. I think it's getting serious now for Vachier. I can't see clear compensation at all. What does he want to do? He can still go f5 and tried this. And is he trying to bluff here? He's playing very quickly. We've got his hands hovering over the board, but I think this is more of a bluff than anything, Jan. I'm not convinced at all. And we've got Arshak Petrosian there.
The Armenian team captain sitting in the background, closely studying the position, of course. This is a key game for both sides. We see Levon Aronian having a look around. He did castle, naturally enough. The onus really is on Vachier here to make something happen. I can't see it. I think he's in trouble. I
think so too. Well, Fressinet in his board did take the queen against Movsesian. I think, given the current state of Vachier's position, he's going to say, please do me a favour here.
Laurent, we need you.
We need you. What about the fourth board, though? We can't count these guys out. Roman Edouard against Vladimir Akopian. And Edouard has just taken the pawn on f5. Let's have a quick assessment of this position.
It's equal. Black will go for an ending with queen takes e3. That's what's going to happen. Queen takes, rook takes, pawn takes g6, knight takes g6, or pawn takes. Probably knight takes. It's an equal position. Equal pawns, opposite color bishops. This is going to end in a draw very, very likely.
In fact, he didn't take on e3 straight away. He took on f5.
Oh, okay, similar idea.
Similar idea.
Yeah, leading to the same type of position.
Bishop
I slightly
takes.
prefer taking on e3. Looked a bit more active, but yeah, now he's going to take on e3. There we see he just did. Queen takes, rook takes. Move like king f2, most likely. Rook retreats to e7, e8.
This is going to end in a draw.
This is a draw for sure.
This is going to end in a draw.
Akopian, rocky solid in team matches with a black piece against a strong opponent. You can't really hurt him. Look at him there.
This is a mini victory for Armenia, isn't it? Akopian holding Edouard with black.
Yeah, it's what you want in a team match. You want the players with white to put pressure on their opponents and the players with black to not run into any trouble. And Levon Aronian certainly is putting pressure. The problem Armenia has is Movsesian ran into trouble with white, which you really want to avoid.
Yeah. Well, two very interesting games still there. We'll keep an eye on Aronian, Vachier-Lagrave.
They're on the screen. In the background, we see them all. We see Movsesian looking a little concerned. He doesn't have a good position. Sergey on board 2, looking focused. I think he's doing all right. And Aronian on the top board with the extra piece. Very close match. And I gotta tell you, my prediction of France winning it doesn't seem to hold a lot of water at this point.
All right, let's move on to the next big one in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, top board of the USA versus Netherlands match. And Jan, this is the position as it is at the moment. I think we're out of the theory books, but I also think that Anish Giri is doing absolutely fine here against Hikaru Nakamura. I think Hikaru tried to mix things up, knows Anish is very, very strong theoretically. This is the position after 12 knight b3, and you know, either castles or maybe playing d5 in one go here. If you can get d5 in Sicilian positions without too many concessions, normally it's a good idea, right?
It looks like a good move, yeah. I'm not sure. It's a bit double-edged because you're weakening this c5 square, which white just aimed at with the move knight b3. But I'm with you. I don't see any way to punish it. And if white had to take on d5, knight takes d5, I think black has a very nice position already.
This is a dream position, isn't
something
it?
like this. This is all you want out of this opening. So d5 looks like a good move. I prefer it to castle because I think Nakamura's idea is after castle he has the very sneaky tactic, which is very much in his style, to play knight to a5. Trying to chop off this bishop, and black can't really take this knight because of bishop to b6, trapping the queen. Doesn't have anywhere to go. So I think d5 is a better move.
Right?
And after knight a5 now, black could just take on e4 and be a pawn up at least.
Yeah.
We'll see what Giri does, and as we've mentioned, Nakamura just arrived, might still be settling in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's not forget there's 24-hour daylight in Tromsø, Norway at this time of the year, so sleeping the first night can even be a bit of a struggle. And if you also factor in the jet lag, he's from the US, which is a very different time zone, I wouldn't be that surprised if he was still adjusting, but he's a professional, they're always ready to play a game of chess. Anish Giri played rook to c8 instead, covering that c5 square.
That's also a very
logical move, just
move.
stopping any bishop c5, knight c5 ideas. White could go bishop b6, and after queen b8 he could even test the waters with bishop a7 if black is happy with the move repetition, which I'm not expecting to happen, but it could be possible course of action for sure, or the objectively correct way to play even. Bishop a7, black could play queen a8, but that looks a little... Queen is kind of far away from the action there.
Well, you've got knight a5 again, winning that bishop if you so choose. So maybe the best way would be to repeat. I don't think Anish would be too unhappy with the draw with black, a kind of day off in inverted commas.
Yeah, but as we just mentioned, you want your white games to keep putting some pressure, or at least keep the game going in a team competition. We have 2 white games and 2 black games. So normally, as I know from experience, I've been guilty of this quite a bit, your teammates aren't going to be all that happy if you make a quick draw with white. So I wouldn't expect Hikaru to do this, who of course is a big fighter.
Let's go to board 2, Lamy, Kamsky, and this is the position as it stands. And it looks as though Gada has improved his position somewhat. The last time we saw it was h6, and he did play knight f4, Jan, threatening this cheeky knight e6 move, intermediate move. You had to defend that with knight b6. He did take on f6, rook takes f6, but he didn't play this h4 clamping move here. He just put his knight in on e5, which was met by bishop d6. But after knight h4, I think
he missed a chance here with knight h5. I think the move c4 looks very, very good.
Yeah.
Trying to open a second front, threatening to play c5 and putting more pressure on the black center. I think white would have a very pleasant advantage here. Black probably has to take on c4. And now, even after bishop takes, I know everything I've been preaching about the 2 bishops, but there's exceptions to everything. Knight c4, knight c4. Here the white knight's a very strong outpost on f4 and e5. The black bishop on c8 is very passive. So I really like white's position here, I gotta tell you.
In the current position, though, it all went a bit downhill, it seems, for Erwin. Hardly game over or anything like that. Bishop e8 just played by Kamsky, threatening the very easy tactic. Bishop takes h5, winning a piece. So you expect, I think the logical move here is either knight g3 or king h1. That's clear. I like king h1 if I'm honest, but that's because that's my style of play.
I'm not sure. King h1, isn't that giving up some material? Bishop, oh no, maybe it's not.
No, if you take, I just take.
Takes, and yeah.
And then I'm
cling on to anything? Everything.
Getting ready. But then again, you can always just play rook f7. I don't believe that white is doing that great here.
No, and his bishop on d3, it's good on paper because let me explain this briefly. It's surrounded by pawns on the dark squares, which means the bishop has a lot of breathing space and squares to cover between these pawns. But actually, with the black pawns on f5 and d5, they do a pretty good job of restricting that bishop, especially if white loses the pressure he was putting on the f5 pawn. And in a position like this, this bishop, even though it looks nice, it's not really doing all that much. It's being very effectively controlled by the black pawns. So I think black is totally fine here. C takes d, c takes d, put a rook on c8, plan to go rook to c7, double rooks on the c file. I think Kamsky can be quite pleased with the way this turned out.
He's doing absolutely fine. Let's go to board 3.
And
oh, he played knight g3.
Just played knight g3. Doesn't want to allow that. Bishop takes h5. I think that might be a better move, actually, keeping some pressure on the f5 pawn. Kamsky can just take on g4 if he so pleases, when white would have to take back with the queen. And more or less equal, I think, is a fair assessment.
Yeah. No, I think black's absolutely fine here.
Right.
Let's go to Onishchuk Van Veli. This is the current position after 15 moves. And Onishchuk maybe with a bit of a nibble here, because
Van Veli's in trouble, yeah. I don't like this at all.
this pawn on c5, big weakness. This bishop pinning. Actually, this already
Looks pretty bad. The d6 square is weak, the d7 pawn is weak. And with those two bishops on g2 and b7, almost always this favors the bishop on g2. The reason is that this bishop is always protected directly by his king, while the bishop on b7 can be loose in many lines. So white has assembled quite a few pluses here, and he's already very directly threatening the move knight to e4. And black would lose a pawn because of the double attack against c5 and d7. So I don't like the way this went for Van Veli one bit. I think this is serious. Could try a move like knight to a5 to solve this bishop problem. But here, white has many pleasant options. The most forcing one probably the move knight to b3. Even if everything is exchanged, takes, takes, bishop takes, king takes, black has to fight quite hard for a draw here because his pawns are just weaker. Rook f to d8, let's say. Move like rook to a5. Quite some targets out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure playing knight b3 is...
It's not forced, it's just...
is the best there.
Just one way to go, which I still think is difficult for black.
But it's white who's really playing for 2 results, isn't it, in this position? This is a risk-free position. What about Van Kampen? He's playing white against Jacobian. Well, we got an exchange of rooks, and we've got this position after move 21. And again, I think Varuzhin, yes, we can talk about the 2 bishops, but the knight has found a nice little square on h4, just eyeing up these pawns on g2 and f3. This bishop as well, raking down. You always got to be careful. For example, were white to play a move like a3 here, which wouldn't be, I beg your pardon.
Wouldn't be legal because it's black to move.
It's black to move. So let me try and make this work. Black plays king g7 and white plays a3. That would run into the neat tactic. Bishop takes f3. And that would win a pawn because you cannot recapture because of this fork. You can't do it straight away though because there's a check.
No, the check is not the problem. The problem is queen f2 pinning you. After the check you could... Or am I wrong? I might be wrong.
I think you're wrong.
After the check, just king g7, you still can't take.
No, you still can't take, but maybe you can take here.
Right, you can do that.
And it's not clear that this has benefited black at all.
No.
But anyway, that's not going to happen. So...
Well, if bishop takes f3, doesn't work. Once again, I'm team bishops. I think white has a small but lasting advantage here. If you can't make anything concrete happen, you don't need the bishops to be active just yet. You just need them to be on the board, and they will make their presence felt later on. I like how Van Kampen handled this, especially for a team match. He's slightly better, doesn't really run any risk unless he blunders some tricks with bishop f3. and he can keep playing forever. So I quite like White's chances here, even though, of course, Black should not be in serious trouble.
Let's go and see the world champion in action. Oh, we've got a tweet first. Ying Wang, Jan and Laurent. Laurent.
Is that the French version of your name,
yeah,
Laurent?
I think so.
Laurent Fressinet.
Could we check into the Hungary-China match? Strong players from... I'll tell you what we'll do, Ying Wang. We will have a look at Carlsen and then we'll go to Hungary-China. How about that? Because he is right, that is a massive match.
Definitely.
But we'll go to the world champion first, playing White against Nikola Djukic from Montenegro. And here we have...
There he is, looking focused.
Close-up. And what's going on here? Well, I have to say, I think Djukic has done well to get this position. He did break with e5, yeah, and we were talking about this. He did manage to centralise his rooks. And I know you're a big fan of the two bishops and so on, but it's not going to be two bishops for long if Black can exchange his e5.
No, that's kind of the key factor. If Black can go c5 here, exchanging bishops, nothing too bad happens to him, then he's going to be all right. While if White manages to consolidate, get in moves like b4 and c5, for example, keeping these bishops on the board, he's going to be seriously better. So c5, I think, is critical. Knight to f5.
Yes.
Not much going on, but enough for Magnus Carlsen to work with. The bishop on g2 is now pretty strong. After bishop takes b2, queen takes b2.
But you can kick this knight away again, can't you? And if the knight comes to e3, for example, then does that run into a cheeky little tactic? Bishop takes g3.
I don't know. You're playing with fire here with my two bishops. F takes g. Look at this monster on b2 now, queen to f2.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
I fear for Black actually here. I don't think that would work. I think after knight e3 then, well...
White is a little better. Still some nagging pressure.
He did play c5.
Yes, he should. And I expect Carlsen to play knight to f5. Black still has some problems to solve.
What happens if you take this bishop off and then occupy the center with your rook, preparing a rook double?
You can do that, but I always have this idea of knight e3, clamping down on the d5 square. And rook e8, let's say rook d3, preparing to double rooks on the d file. It's not much, but there is some nagging pressure here.
Yeah. But wouldn't Black love to get a knight to d4 here?
He would, but I don't think he's going to be in time. White's not going to allow that to happen.
All right, so some work for the world champion there, it seems.
Absolutely.
We'll come back to that one in a short while. Let's go to China versus Hungary. That is taking place today. Some big matches in that match. Some big head-to-heads. We've got on board one. Peter Leko, super solid Peter Leko, playing White against Wang Yue.
Another super solid guy.
Yep, rated 27-18.
Recently lost the limelight as a leading Chinese player a little bit to the likes of Ding Liren and Wang Hao. But Wang Yue was really, or for me at least, the first to burst into the scene. Had an amazing streak a couple of years back where he went unbeaten for something like 80 games. And everybody was freaking out. How can you defeat this guy? Very, very solid player. e4, e5, he likes the Petrov defense. Leko's played him more than once, also in the Petrov defense. They've had some battles, and normally Wang Yue has been holding his own. So let's just have a look at the position they have on the board right now. Once again, this is kind of the theme of the day. White has the two bishops against Black's bishop and knight. This bishop at the moment is a bit restricted though by the black pawn on d5. And the black bishop looks very pretty on f6. Can be helped with a queen to g7, attacking this pawn on c3. I don't know. White maybe has to try something like c4, using the fact that at the moment Black cannot take because the queen would be on prise. And the game could get quite sharp after a move like queen to g7. I'm not sure if you can take on d5.
It's getting very tricky. Bishop c3.
Heating up, bishop c3. All of a sudden black could win material, but that's not necessarily the end of the story. Some nice tricks for white, for example. Queen e3, bishop takes, rook takes. And checkmate.
Nice. Very nice.
So, very key moment now. I think Leko has to strike here with c4, and he's probably calculating the lines at this very moment before black gets in queen g7, creating enough counterplay for himself. And yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
On board 2, we have Csaba Balog, who we had Judith Polgar in the studio yesterday and said, you know, there was some thought behind their board order placement. Csaba Balog, a theoretician,
Very solid player.
Very solid player. If he can hold a lot of his games, he's a great board 2. And he's playing here black against Ding Liren. And we've got a very interesting position where white, I think the key feature here is the pawn structure difference. White has got 3 pawn islands, A2, B3, D4, E4, G3, H2. It's actually a symmetrical, cute pawn islands there. But the point is the key pawns, these pawns in the center on E4 and D4, they are restricting the black knights, the black pieces. But they are also susceptible to attack because the rooks are on E8 and D8, which are, of course, pressurizing those pawns, albeit indirectly at the moment. And black structure is more solid. 2 pawn islands. We're always taught the less pawn islands you have, the better your structure. But his pieces can't move, so...
No, I love white's position here because if you have these pawns in the center, they control a lot of squares. And black has not managed to exchange any of the minor pieces, especially any of his knights. So he is quite short for space, and the white pawns can advance at will, pushing e5. Black has the additional worry that the white rook is on the half-open f-file. I think Ding Liren, world-class player, with a rating of 2740 something, really.
42, yeah.
42. Really been playing great recently. He's putting some very serious pressure on Csaba Balog here, whom he does outrate by 100 points. We have some moves, knight h5, knight to d3, once again avoiding exchanges. I like that move. And I think black's in trouble. Knight e5 is in the air, also the positional move e5, cutting off the knight. It doesn't look good for black.
All right. Let's go to board 3, and we have Zoltan Almashi, the experienced grandmaster, playing Yu Yangyi, another Chinese superstar who is rated currently 2668, but very young indeed. And this is a position after move 17. Looks as though Yu Yangyi is doing all right to me. White has got a typical situation in a Sicilian where black has got the backward pawn, black has got the 2 bishops, and white isn't quite able to fix something on d5 just yet.
Question is always in this structure if the bishop on f6, the dark squared bishop, which is impeded by his own pawns, can find an active role. And I think it can do it here by going bishop g5. Could exchange itself if there is a white knight coming to e3, for example. And yeah, I agree. Black is doing pretty much all right here. Here probably black is even winning. A pawn with knight takes a4, a small tactic.
And if rook takes knight, queen takes knight. And if queen takes queen, just simply knight takes queen, right. Knight into c7, and just the simple rook ac8. And then this guy is falling. So that looks good for black, you're right. So bishop g5, yeah, that's a typical Sveshnikov-y kind of move here. I'd expect...
Not the end of the story, it never is, but I think black is doing fine here. White will probably play g3, intending h4 to kick that bishop off the diagonal, and then proceed with his own plans of knight to e3. But I believe black should be doing more or less all right.
in the last game. No Judith Polgar today. Instead, they've put Richard Rapport, the young superstar from Hungary, rated, I believe, over 2,700, 2,704 at the moment, playing probably the eldest player on the Chinese team.
I think so, yeah.
Ni Hua, been around for ages, Ni Hua, rated 2666 at the moment, but obviously still a very strong player. And this is the position. Wow.
Once again, we have bishop pair against bishop and knight. It's really the story of the day. Where is the bishop pair? Where's something? Where isn't it? We have that imbalance in pretty much every game we've seen. White is slightly better here, but the pawn structure is so symmetrical and there's a lack of central pawns that I think it's not that serious. It's a bit like this Robin van Kampen against, whom was he playing again? Barushan Akobian, I believe.
Right.
Situation. White is a tiny bit better, but black should hold this position normally. Not sure it's really Rapport's cup of tea. Normally he's a very dynamic, inventive player, and here it's more technical, setting up his pieces, exchanging and holding. But objectively, I don't think he should be in too much trouble in this one. Just playing rook d8, his knights are quite active in the center.
Let's go back to the first board. There is action in Aronian Vasiligrav. Things are
Absolutely.
happening.
Things are happening outside. I'm not sure if you heard. Something
as well.
fell.
Hopefully everybody's all right. Let's go back to the game, though, for the moment. This is the position, and it looks as though Levon has maybe misplayed things over the past few moves. Let's go back to where we last saw it after knight d1, b takes c4, castles.
Bishop a4 was played.
Bishop a4.
That's his idea. He wants to chip away at the bishop on e3 by exchanging his bishop for that knight and then taking on e3.
And I think Levon made his first mistake of the game here.
Possibly.
I think you should just protect this bishop with rook f3. Just holding on to things. But instead, he played bishop f4, which gives the piece back. He's voluntarily giving that piece back.
Well, he does have a point. After queen takes e2, queen takes e2, rook takes e2, he wants to go knight c3 with a double attack.
Right.
So he would once again recapture some material. This might not be the end of the story, though. Black has rook b to b2, and you can't take the knight, the bishop on a4 because you're being checkmated.
Cute little checkmate there.
So instead, after rook b b2, White would have to settle for taking on e2, still an exchange up. And hard to evaluate that one if Black has enough compensation or play here for the exchange. Could be that he does.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced. You can take on c4, take on c7, and then you've got a d pawn. Not convinced. That's simply not going to happen. So what is he going to do? Well, he's just done it as well. He's just played the move g5. This is the move I really like, and I'll explain why. Is that now, after bishop takes g3, the same variation as before, but now after knight c3, you've got the move rook e3, attacking this bishop on f2. Knight takes a4, rook takes g3 is absolutely fine for black. He's got how many pawns?
Well, here black has
two
just
extra
a couple pawns up, so you can't do that. But you want to play bishop f2 here. I think that's what's going to happen.
But now you can take on c3, exchange up, and play maybe even f5 here, was my original idea.
Well, f5 runs into rook takes c4.
Yeah,
I don't
bishop
think you can
b5.
Do that. Rook b1.
Ah, rook b1. And yeah, I need to keep my rook on, don't I? Let's go back a few moves then. So bishop f2, you have to pretty much take on c3. Maybe you have to go rook d8 here, attacking this pawn.
Yeah, that looks like a good move. No, I think still only white can be better, but certainly Vachier's situation has improved. He's only in exchange down, has a couple pawns for it, will probably win the d5 pawn with very decent drawing chances.
Absolutely. What an interesting game. Let's look at board 2 as well.
It also looks quite interesting, at least for being a burden.
It does, but I think it's more, again, an optical illusion. Yeah.
Just bishop f2,
This is
extinguishing the flames.
bishop f2 here, and yeah.
There
Yeah.
we got the players, Sergey looking very relaxed.
Something like this.
Just looks equal.
Even an ending like this would be, despite the 3 versus 2, black can always play h4. You're never
And
going to...
the main thing is his rook is very active.
And his
After
rook is
c3, he goes rook d5 back and puts it on d2. No
Actually,
trouble at
yeah.
all here for black.
No, and back row did play bishop f2.
Well, this is
and
going to end in a draw.
Yeah, I don't think...
And Sergey, he's watching the other game, maybe contemplating if he should simplify into a drawing position.
They're both,
There's
well,
the
look
one
at
we
that, it's
were
quite
just seeing.
interesting. Look at that, yeah, and they're not even looking at their game. They're both looking at their compatriots' game because they need to know whether to risk it or not.
Exactly.
And this is a team game, this is a team competition, so look at the attention round board 1 there. Everybody's round. Vladimir Tukmarkov, we can see the bald-headed chap with the moustache, legend of the game.
Coaching the Dutch team here. He's coached many teams in the past, I believe. Ukraine, he coached them in 2004 when they won the Olympiad, if I'm not mistaken. He's coached the Azerbaijan team, and now he's coaching the Dutch, so one of the most sought coaches in the business.
He really is, absolutely. So, looks very equal in that one. Let's go to board 3, Movsesian. I mentioned before, I didn't like his position personally. Have things improved for him?
Maybe a little bit. He got in
Tiny
d4.
bit.
I still don't like his position all that much, but I would have liked it better if black had gone. He did go for this bishop f5 move.
Yeah.
Black had provoked e4, but he answered with knight to h4. Missed that one. Bishop g4, bishop f3, bishop h3. Movsesian slightly worse, so he wouldn't have minded a repetition of moves. But of course, Fressinet kept playing with bishop e6. Now he got in d4, rook f to d8. Black still better here, the one who can hope for an advantage. The white pieces, they're just a bit all over the place as well. The knight on c2 looks a bit unhappy, the knight on h4, they're a little uncoordinated. The white pawn structure is alright, but once again, black has the bishops and the better coordinated pieces. So Movsesian is going to have to suffer a bit here. Board 4, I believe, not much to report about. It's going to end in a draw, even though some tension could arise after bishop e4. Black could take a pawn. Not sure it would be such a good idea, though. White would probably just win it back, and actually, yeah, this will peter out into a draw.
Yeah.
Rook b8, let's say b5 takes, pawn takes, rook takes b5. This is just equal. a4, put the pawn on a3.
Yeah.
No one's gonna win this game. He just played bishop to c5 instead. Let's have a look at that move very briefly. Here we are. White will sidestep with king g2.
Might even get a repetition.
He might go back or play a move like g6. Yeah, this is going to end in a draw, pretty sure about that. Sergey has decided to take on e3, also perfectly solid. I like the move you suggested a little bit better, looked more active, the rook to d8 or rook to e8 even. But taking on e3, opposite color bishops, bishop takes. Now he's going to bring one of the rooks, let's say rook e8.
He played rook e7 actually.
Rook e7, same idea. He's in no trouble.
Yeah.
We see the French team captain checking the situation there. I think it really comes down to the battle on board 1. Everything else, Movsesian is a little worse. The other games likely to end in draws. So the key matchup is the one between Aronian and Vachier at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Movsesian Fressinet.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, Movsesian Fressinet still playing that one. All right, let's keep on going.
And we have a draw in Nakamura against Giri.
Wow. Let's go straight there. He did repeat, Jan.
This line we were not expecting, but we had on the board Kind of logical, the opening didn't go that well for Nakamura, so he decided to bail out and settle in Tromsø. But decent result for the Dutch for sure. They neutralized the US superstar with the black pieces. Kind of, yeah, without any trouble, and now they're left with 2 white games and 1 black game. So this has been going well for Holland. The question is if the other games are going so well.
Well, let's have a look at Luc van Velde. His game against Alexander Oniszczyk certainly isn't going very well at all. That said, I talked about rook endings, yeah, and even if you're a pawn down, sometimes doesn't matter because so many of them are drawn. And I think we're reaching one where it's
I think this actually went well for Van Velde. I'm not sure how he reached this position, but it looks like he has good drawing chances here.
Right.
Let's say take on e2. I think you can even do that. White takes on a7.
You've got to be careful that he doesn't come behind the pawn.
Right, that could be.
That could be a problem, actually.
A problem.
Let's just stop and think for a second. No, I think that well, some technical problems still for Van Velde.
Well, one thing is for sure, Van Velde can never win this, but he could very well lose this. He's the one under pressure, and he has a decision to make here. Rook takes e2. Maybe you're right about this move. Rook c1. Other moves that come to mind don't solve that problem after rook to c8, for example. White could also probably just go rook c1, or he could take on a7 because the c4 pawn is not yet hanging. What you want with black is a position like rook takes a7, let's say g6, white goes e3, rook takes c4. This, in spite of being a pawn down, normally peters out to draw a4, rook to a2, and rook to c2, I'm sorry. And black will hold this without big problems.
Yeah, tend to agree there, but Oniszczyk playing for 2 results, which is always good. Gadakamski, again, Erwin, very solid player. Here I expect rook takes f8 check, king takes, and then e takes d4.
I agree, keeping the c file closed.
Yes. Erwin's never
Equal
losing.
position.
Yeah, Erwin's not going to lose this one, barring a disaster.
You never know. Kamsky, he's a grinder as
He is
well.
a grinder,
He's endings. He's a very, very strong endgame tactician. I'd be afraid of Geta Kamsky in an ending like that, but I do agree. I think the position is equal.
Yeah. And Van Kampen, Akobian, this is the current position. Again, we're talking about the 2 bishops, Jan. They've got to get working, though. Yeah, I think he'd love the queens off. That's what I think Van Kampen would like. If the queens are off here, he can work a bit more. But, yeah, maybe just...
No, it's a slow thing. White will keep maneuvering. And black is in no immediate danger, but it's not that easy for black to hold this. Because, yeah, as you said, once the queens come off, white manages to improve his bishops a little bit. For example, something like queen d1, bishop e1.
Excuse me, I've misclicked there. Apologies. Let's go back. Yeah, queen d1, bishop e1.
Not the most exciting of positions, but Robin can certainly keep playing here for a while, trying to make something happen.
All right, should we take... I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a glance at Germany versus England, Jan, as we both have vested interest in it. Let's go to board 1. Neidich versus Adams. What's going on here? Super solid Mickey.
Good old Berlin, always the same story to report. Black is going to hold.
You think Mickey's going to draw this?
Yeah. You don't?
Well, he's got rid of his double pawns as well, so now there's just an equal pawn structure, symmetrical pawn structure. Yeah, I think so. You can take on d7, but the knight does a good job of blocking everything, and if you try and get too fruity, let's say c4.
Well, white is a little better. His knight on h5 kind of keeps the rook tied to the defense of the g7 pawn. And the black pieces aren't that coordinated, but I think black should manage to untangle here slowly but surely. Something like rook c5 to chase that knight away from h5. Shouldn't be in too much trouble, but white is a little better.
All right. And Gawain Jones versus Georg Meyer.
Ooh, black is a little better.
Black is better here.
Really, Gawain Jones opening,
Didn't go
not
well,
a huge
no.
success at all.
No.
This bishop takes f6 move. I don't understand what his point was. And here, yeah, he's likely to hold this, but only black can be better because of the isolated d pawn, which is a target that can be attacked.
I think Gawain's now got to think about how he can simplify this. I think he's got to think, I'm never going to win this. I'm a bit worse. It's a team competition. Let's just make sure I don't lose this position.
No, I think he's quite aware that he can never win this, and he should try to simplify. But it's not that simple to simplify, actually.
No. No, it's not. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. In Nisipianu, David Howe, again, a typical Berlin. Black gets his configuration on the queen side, the king on b7, the bishop on c6, and this beautiful pawn mass here, just holding everything together. And yeah, I think I've actually seen maybe even this position before. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, something very similar. We've seen a 1,000 move game between Nakamura and Rajabov in this very structure, where Nakamura never really got anywhere. So this is a known setup that is supposed to be very, very solid for black.
Yeah. And in the final game, perhaps the most unbalanced game of the lot, Sadler-Baramitse. And I said, Matthew in these positions, I like him in these positions. I think he does great. F takes g4 just played. He's going to recapture back with the pawn, I'm sure. And this knight on g7, being dominated by this pawn, can't really come to e6 because of this queen and rook combo. So what's going on here, Jan Gustafsson?
White is better. His pieces are better coordinated. His pawn structure is not so nice, but opposed to the game we just saw with an isolated pawn on d4, here white has a lot of things going for him that compensate for it. Black's king is a little weak on b8 because of the nail in the coffin on a6. There's always potential mates on b7.
I think bishop e4 is in the air as well, just pressurizing this pawn. How do you ever defend that pawn? It sometimes gets a bit critical, right? You've got bishop. Yeah, that's a threat.
Yeah, I agree. It's a dangerous position. I have a lot of faith in Baramitse as a defender, and there's nothing concrete yet. He can play a move like h5, simplifying a bit further, creating a passed pawn if possible. He is worse, but the battle is only just beginning. And against Baramitse, as I know from experience, often it's not about getting a good position out of the opening, but actually making something out of that good position. And he is very, very resilient, I can tell you that much.
Wow. Very interesting match going on there. All right, well, look, why don't we do this? We're getting to a very critical stage in the matches today. Most of the top games still going on. We've only had one real result, Nakamura draw against Giri, but lots of action still to see. We'll be right back. In the meantime, this game here, Sadler-Baramitse, looks quite tricky. A lot of tactics going on. Why don't you guys at home practice some puzzles yourself? We have a tactics trainer on the website. All you need to do is hover your mouse over Learn. That's the Learn button at the top of your, I'll use my right hand, something like that. The Learn button. Click on Tactics Trainer and off you go. You can solve a number of exercises. Sharpen yourself up before the next break. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round number 3 of the 41st Chess Olympiad. We're in Tromsø, Norway. I'm Laurent Fressinet, he's Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. A lot of the key games are still going on, a lot of action, and we've got just a quick video there.
What's that, cars?
Those are cars.
What's the speed limit in Norway, like 200?
I thought only Germany had a very fast speed limit. My goodness, they are going very quickly.
It doesn't look like they're headed to the Chess Olympiad. They're all driving by.
Right.
Still, we should head back to the Chess Olympiad because we have the big match on board 1 between Armenia and France. And we've been following the game Armenia and Vachier, where it looks like a lot happened during our little break.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there we see the guys both lost in thought. I think that Vachier survived the onslaught and is doing all right now. Let's check from where we left it off.
G5.
We've seen, I believe,
rook
this
E3
line,
actually,
rook to E3. And instead of playing the move bishop F2, winning an exchange, Aronian probably wasn't convinced of his winning chances there. He took on C7, but that allowed black to not be any material down. After rook B7, knight takes A4, rook takes C7. Material is equal. Actually, let me count the pawns. I think at the moment black might even be a pawn up. Yeah, he is. But that's probably not sustainable. D6 was played, rook to D7. And little trick by Aronian here, knight to B6. His point is after rook takes D6, here's knight takes C4. Forking the rooks. Tricky pieces, these knights, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
Jumping all over the place, but of course Vachier avoided that, went rook to D8. And after rook takes C4, he played the move rook E6. Very accurate move. Trying to finally eat that pawn. I think he can't get it yet because Aronian just played the move D7.
Wow.
His point is after rook takes B6, he has the move rook B8, and if black were to defend against this with rook C8, with rook B8, he can get himself a new queen with rook takes B8, and rook to C1. And once again we see, don't let pawns reach the 8th rank. They will convert into a much more powerful piece. But I believe Vachier has the situation under control after D7. Of course, he's not going to take. He's going to play a move like F5, liberating his bishop, then intent to bring the king closer. And I think he's doing fine.
Yeah, F5, rook B1 just played.
Oh, this happened already.
Yeah, because now I'm wondering if you can start to think about taking this knight on B6. So you played rook B1 just to protect the knight. And now a move like bishop F6 or king F8, bringing the king closer. And yeah, I tend to agree with you, Jan. I think black's just got enough to hold on.
Black is fine here.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if he were in trouble. Of course, you have to watch out for tricks connected with rook C8 and this pawn queening. But with some care, just bishop F6, king G7, for example, I think nothing too bad can happen to him.
Right.
No, this is big news for France. If they survive this board 1 matchup, then they're the ones in charge of this match, because 2 games are likely to end in draws. Bacro against Sargsyan, and we see it there on the screen, opposite colored bishops, equal position. And Edouard against Akopian on board 4, both fairly equal. So the French got absolutely nothing out of their white games, but they might be doing well in the black games now. Vachier doing all right, and Laurent Fressinet had a little advantage last time we checked against... this on the board. It's not Edouard against Akopian, it's Movsesian against Fressinet. Sorry for the confusion there. This is actually Fressinet's game. Here we go. And black is still better. He can keep attacking this vulnerable knight on C2. Bishop F5. Not a pleasant assignment for Movsesian at all. Here we see him on the screen. He just... Fressinet is contemplating his next move. I like bishop F5, putting more pressure.
Well, you make a knight go passive as well, which I...
Yeah, he has to go knight Fe1 back.
Yeah.
And black has all kinds of options. The most radical one is to part with my beloved 2 bishops, go bishop C2, knight C2, E takes D4, E takes D4, and F5.
Well, this looks great for black.
All of a sudden, the other bishop becomes really strong on
What's
this long
that
diagonal.
rook doing on A5? It looks like it's just aiming at nothing over there.
Right, and we can see Fressinet looks very confident there, shaking his leg, calculating the lines. Didn't play bishop F5, went for rook to F8, if I can see it correctly from here. Let's confirm what he did. I believe rook F8.
Let's have a look.
What kind of move is that?
Might still be absolutely fine. The point is, if you take on E5,
anticipating D takes
you can
E.
just take back. And there's some tactical problems. If you take on e5,
Yeah, this looks like
You
you're
can take-
asking for trouble.
and put your rook on d2, and thank you very much. I'm going to start mopping up a few pawns, and
Yeah, this
you're
just
threatening
doesn't work.
b6, and yeah, it doesn't work.
No, so Fressinet not cashing in, just keeping the tension. Rook f8, probably a very good move as well.
It's probably a very
Asking
good
White,
move, actually.
what are you actually planning to do? And
No, Movsesian's
Movsesian-
really off the... He's had 2 games where he's not looked convincing at all. Today he's looked very shoddy so far. Wouldn't that be great for France if they were to beat Armenia, one of the favourites, something like 2.5, 1.5? That would be party time in the French camp. Wouldn't be going too crazy though. A long way to go in this competition.
Yeah, it's always tomorrow's match in these Olympiads. And as Lenny Kravitz used to say, it ain't over till it's over. Movsesian's position is not losing and things could still happen, especially on board 1. But it certainly looks good for France at the moment. Speaking of France, we got a tweet a while back pointing out that Sophie Millier in the women's match, France against Gunina, where the French faced the Russian favorites, has a winning position now according to the computers. So shall we check if that's still true?
Let's have a look. We've got
Thank
the
you,
position.
Boris Smolik, for alerting us. The evaluation in Millier Gunina has jumped to +4 on move 15, is what he's saying.
Ah, move 15. Let's just go back to here then.
Bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, g6.
And now we've got it as plus 2.5. She took on f6.
No retreats. Rook f3 looked like a very strong move as well. But she took on f6 immediately, and knight takes f6, queen e6 also looks extremely scary.
Just threatening also the bishop to...
What is black gonna do? Queen e7 looks normal, but then white just takes on h2, I believe, with
Yeah,
a
you can't
material advantage. Looks very, very bad for black.
Well, hold on. Knight d7, bishop g5 check, king 8, king c8.
Yeah, there's no immediate knockout blow, but your pieces are so passive. Like,
Maybe you just go here because the knight is pinned, rook f8, you hit it again, the rook comes back, now you bring your other boy into the game, maybe come around here like so. I don't know, maybe Sophia's analysed this, assessed this correctly.
it certainly looks scary. Not game over yet, but
No.
this smells like upset. Even though Sophia, of course,
No,
is a
that's
pretty
just-
strong player in her
That's
own
just
right.
my deodorant.
Sorry?
That's just my deodorant.
Ah, okay. Your deodorant is called Upset?
Smells like upset.
Smells like Upset, okay. That's an interesting brand.
Hasn't sold much.
Surprisingly, smells like Upset. You're normally wearing it as the favorite, right?
You're right. What have we got? Well, we've got...
Let's
the
check in with the top board briefly as well. Well, we're here, Lachno against Millier, 2 very accomplished grandmasters. And, I'm sorry, Lachno against Sebak, of course. Millier we just saw. Complicated. Sebak gave up a pawn, but White's king is a little loosey. I like Black's position.
Yeah, I do now. It feels like White is overextended in the centre. His king, her king, I should say, is going to be weak.
And there is
permanently.
the typical tactic, if I just make a sample move, rook e8. You really want to castle, but it wouldn't be a very good idea here, because if queen takes g3, and recapturing is not quite legal, so not so easy to evacuate that king. I think it's quite hard to play with white.
I agree. I think Lano... Wow, the French on the verge here of a massive upset, beating the Russian women's team. My goodness. And look at Pauline Gauchard's game. She's playing Alexandra Kostyniuk. Looks dangerous.
Might not be, though.
Might not be, but I tell you what, when I first looked at the... Well, Queen g4, it looks like the only move here.
But here it looks like white is doing all right. The e4 pawn is weak. At the moment, black has a situation on the queen side to solve. I don't really see a follow-up here. On the fourth board,
Wow. Well,
it's most likely going to end in a draw, but at the moment the French player is 2 pawns up. The problem here is that with the opposite colored bishops and the white pawns being doubled, there is a lot of drawing potential. I can't really imagine black losing this. But still, if anybody can win this, is of course white.
Very difficult to win this, though. Very difficult to win this.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. But clearly, the France are putting a lot of pressure on the Russian team.
Let's look at Hou Yifan's game. She is playing black against Irina Krish. Krish? Did I just say Krish?
I think it's Crush.
I know it's Crush.
Maybe it's Krish.
Maybe it's Krish. Irina Krish playing white against Hou Yifan. This is the position after move 28. Things have spiced up somewhat.
Looks like Hou Yifan has overtaken the initiative a little bit, doesn't it? Queen h3 check in the air.
Wow. No, this is getting a bit serious for Irina. Has she... I don't like her position.
No. We thought the black king was in trouble earlier, but now it's safely tucked up in h8 and black has overtaken the open files, the g file and especially the h file, and the white king seems to be the one that's in some muddy waters now.
No, I think this is a bit of bad news for white. I think she has to take this rook off and pray that she's not getting checkmated, but rook g6 followed by queen h3. No.
Pretty unpleasant.
Pretty unpleasant. No, Hou Yifan in the driving seat there, absolutely.
Hou Yifan has been in stellar form, and of course she does outrate Irina Krish by almost 200 points, so she is the favorite in this matchup, and it looks like she might very well live up to that role here.
In the other game on board 3, Tatev Abrahamian is looking for a miracle in her game against Tan Zhongji.
Went for checkmate, but looks like she didn't quite get there.
Looks like an attack gone wrong, material down, past a pawn. I think objectively this has to be close to lost. She just has to be able to neutralize any white pressure. I would like to bring the queen back if necessary via g7.
Right.
And yeah, I think the Chinese player is going to win this.
Still some funky moves here, like rook to f5, hoping that white takes the bait, but of course no real reason to.
Doesn't actually threaten anything, that's the problem.
Rook threatens rook h5 maybe, but there's always d4, queen d4.
Yeah. Even king g7 here could be played. But I'm very familiar with these structures, positions with white, and I just know that this is losing. This is just totally gone. There's also queen f.
You're very familiar with lost positions with white?
Yes, I am familiar with lost positions with white. Especially these kinds where the attack's gone wrong. No, I think she's going to lose. In the other game, Kui Go, you liked her position.
Still do.
Still like her position. Knight d5 looks good.
Solid positional advantage. Two bishops, more space, good squares for the knight. Potential on the queen side. Not a pleasant position to defend if you're black.
Absolutely not.
Now, it looks like the Chinese will live up to their role as top favorites and win that one, but their rivals from Russia might have a bit of a harder time.
Absolutely. We've got a picture there of Irina Krish, no less, with Sabina Foyser, one of the other team members, with our Don Hugo mask.
Wonder who's hiding behind that mask.
Who does it look like, Jan?
I have no idea. Is it you?
It's not me.
No, there's too much hair in that picture. It can't be you.
Can't be me.
We'll never find out. What we can find out is what's happening in the other top matches. There's a few we haven't visited for quite a while. For example, the US against Netherlands matchup. Can we have a brief peek there? Gatukamsky.
Yeah. Nice.
This is still an equal position. Lamy took with a c-pawn on d4, not with the e-pawn as we expected him to a little earlier. Here he went c takes d4, opening this c-file up for the black rooks. But there's no real entry points because his bishop is doing a good job. So I think it's still the assessment stance, this is equal. Rook f7, b3. Some moves played. Kamsky maneuvering, bringing both his rooks here, but they're not doing that much damage on the c-file. White can maybe try to use his own rook actively with rook g1, when it might be advisable for Kamsky at some point to exchange it with rook c1.
Yeah, I think that would be wise.
Yeah, more or less equal. Mr. Van Vele is still fighting for his life. Pawn down, but not hopeless, these positions. If Black ever manages to activate his rook, he'd be in decent shape. His problem is, at the moment, he's kind of forced to remain passive defending the f7 pawn. So probably Onyshuk can keep pushing his own pawns. In a position like rook c8, rook takes f7, rook takes c5, looks very unpleasant for Black, if not straight out lost.
No, this has got to be gone. Rook
The
g7.
pawn down is his weaknesses.
No, this is gone. Rook g7. King somewhere f5, rook a f7, king e5, a7. You protect f2. You protect a7 with two rooks. And no, this is completely gone. You just have to find a way now with white to say rook ca5. Let's just say we put that on the board. How do you actually win this with white? That's the good question.
No, Black has too many weaknesses. This is not particularly difficult. Just keep targeting them and something will give sooner or later. Play a move like this and it's just too many problems for Black.
Yeah, well, again, dream position for Onyshuk, isn't it?
Right.
And being the technician he is.
Just played c5 as well.
Yeah,
this looks like Van Vele is probably losing it, which means the Netherlands would need a win on another board. Lamy, equal position, can of course keep playing. And they have Robin van Kampen, who's been playing very, very solidly. I liked his position earlier, as I said, but it's still quite far from winning chances. It's some small pressure, and I believe they would need him to play for a win now with the current match situation.
I think he's going to have to play for a long time, and I think he's aware of that as well, looking at Luke's position. No.
So this is bound to heat up. Shall we briefly check in with the world champion?
Why not?
I have a suspicion world champion is not getting quite enough attention in this tournament. Wow. No, I'm kind of kidding. I think he gets plenty of attention playing at home. In Norway, of course, he is the superstar of this Olympiad. We do have a camera on him playing against Nikola Djukic over there. And he did make some progress. He's a pawn up.
He won a pawn, but, and there is a but here, you've got to be a bit careful. Black's got control over the dark squares on the king's side. Is there any legitimate threat? What did he do?
Just sprung into action. I like this move, c5, and if Black takes it, he can either go b5, which looks very natural. Black took it off immediately. And I think Magnus is going to play b5, looking to push that pawn. You see the mark of a world champion, world-class player. He's converted his advantage of being a pawn up into equal pawns, but a very strong b-pawn.
And so knight ed7 played, looking to establish a blockade.
Yeah, but b6 is going to come, queen f4, some counterplay, but I'm not sure it's sufficient. Just rook f1 holds everything together. And this pawn on b7 is going to be so strong.
Yeah. No,
I think it's not a stretch to predict Magnus Carlsen is going to win this game. Of course, he is the overwhelming favorite, outrates his opponent by almost 300 points, I believe. Maybe more than 300 points, maybe close to 400.
No, he's
What's Djukic rating?
He's 25-12, so it's about 300.
Okay, 350, 360.
25-21, I should say.
Right.
So b5, knight ed7, b6,
played,
queen f4, and now he will play.
He's just going to go rook f1.
He might even play queen f1. It's not even just to keep the rook behind the pawn.
Then again, if you need to put one piece passive to defend f2.
Oh no, hold on, I lose the pawn.
The weaker piece, right? The rook, not the queen.
What is it? No, he's going to play rook f1.
Yeah, why not? You could also think about queen a8, queen f3 to exchange queens and go into an ending, which would also be favorable. But I like rook f1, just follow up with b7, and then he will find a way to make life very, very difficult for Nikola Djukic.
Rook does come behind the pawn, though, doesn't it? I mean,
Still, the bishop on on g2 covers it.
no.
No, this position, I believe, is hopeless. The pawn on b7 is just too powerful. It always binds some of black's pieces, and white will find a way to build an initiative somewhere else on the board, and you will miss these pieces checking the b pawn.
All right, so Magnus Carlsen there. Lord, look how many people are watching his game. We've got a tweet from Atulia V. Matt Sadler missed his chance. No, Matty Sadler. Please tell me you haven't blown it. Let's get straight there against David Baramitsa. 27 Queen G8 was winning, apparently. Let's go straight there and see what Atulia is talking about. Where are we? 26.
We've seen a position like this, rook f4.
Oh, Queen
Quite
G8.
optimistic.
That's an incredibly difficult move to see, though.
Why is that difficult? I don't think it's that difficult. It attacks the knight on g7 and the pawn on h7.
Yeah,
quite a
but
natural
after
move.
Queen C7 or Rook C7?
Okay, this is where it gets tricky.
Yeah.
d5 is probably good.
D5 is very good.
Yeah, this looks pretty dangerous for black, if not to say maybe one stage past dangerous, which is winning, right?
No, this is gone. Queen
Because
G8.
let's just keep going there after d5. Threat is not only knight c6, but also d6. If black played c5, d6 looks pretty much crushing. The queen can't maintain the 7th rank. Yeah, this is just a piece. So, from a German perspective, fortunately, Matthew Sadler did not play this play, bishop e4, natural enough move. But now Baramitsa is in time to bring his knight back into the game. Knight to e6. Rook d2, knight g5. Not sure I like knight g5. It looked fine on e6, but this also...
This is the position, so he's won a pawn, but hold on a second. What's going on here? What happens after Queen G3?
Still some tricks to worry about.
Holy moly.
Rook f6 is the first move that would come to mind, but then queen takes g4 looks quite strong. Does it?
Not sure. But you've got to take white in these positions, right? He's played Queen G3, Matthew Sadler.
Yeah, natural enough.
And
Rook f6 is on the board.
what we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is you can do
can
it.
we do?
I'm struggling to do it at the moment, but if you click on the board.
I'm curious to get a checkup on the time situation.
Well, that's what I'm about to say, Jan. If you actually click on, for example, the Sadler Baramitsa game, you can do that using the drop-down menu at the top. You can see exactly how long they've both got, how long they've spent on each move, or spending on each move. It's Baramitsa to play. Oh, Queen G3, this was played, by the way.
Rook f6 and queen takes g4.
Rook f6, queen takes g4.
White is still calling the shots because the black king is weak and Baramitsa has some defending to do. I'm not so sure about his knight expedition earlier, this knight g5, because it looked like he had consolidated, and then this happened.
No, Matthew.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, this looks unpleasant for you guys, and for our guys, looks good for your guys. And Sadler, still 19 minutes, Baramitsa 12, so not really a lot of time pressure for either, but less for the German player, David Baramitsa.
We did have a draw in Nisipianu Howell as well, actually pretty much in the same position we saw, probably a repetition.
Not much to do in this
Solid,
structure.
David, solid. That's what we like. Nice Berlin, take out Nisipianu, bring home half a point. We've got Matthew Sadler there, we've got a bio of him. 40 years old, from Gillingham in Kent.
Where's Gillingham? Is that
Kent.
London?
Just outside of London, below London on the right side. And his peak rating was back in 1999, where he reached 2667, which at that time, 2667 must have been top 20 in the world easily, actually.
Right. There is a bit of rating inflation, or maybe there's just more strong players. But nowadays, a rating like 2667 would mean you're number 80, somewhere in that neighborhood in the world. While back then there were hardly any players with 2700, so right. 2667 in those days is really something. And Matthew Sadler was one of the very top players in the world, of course. You know, another very top player in the world might be in some trouble, Michael Adams. I'm not sure things have gone so well for him against Arkady Neidich. He's a pawn down, his rook is still passive. This could be some problems, I wouldn't be surprised.
You could be right, and in fact, talking about England, Matthew Sadler and so on, if you look on the sidebar, just on my left, I'll go like that, maybe point down, you should see a series called Secrets of Top Level Chess, fantastic series recorded by none other than Matthew Sadler for Chess24, and he is a fantastic
he's a good
orator,
teacher, right? I read some of his books in the old days on the Queen's Gambit, the Slav. I really enjoyed those.
No, he's amazing.
He knows how to explain chess.
He really knows a lot about chess. Really kind, nice guy. It's funny because at the board he looks like he's serious, tough man. Right? Looks mean, but out off the board he's one of the nicest guys you'll meet. So please check that out. Click on the watch now button.
So he's kind of the opposite of you in a way.
What nice? So the opposite of me? Oh yeah.
Never mind.
I got you. Thanks, Jan. All right. So what have we got going on in this game in Neidich Adams? I think you're right. Although, you know, Mickey, I just have faith in Mickey.
What are we commenting? Positions or players? We all have faith in Mickey, but he's still a pawn down, and Neidich is a pretty good endgame player as well. No, I'm not saying it must be winning, but this certainly has gone a little bit wrong.
It has gone a bit wrong for Mickey, you're right. Oh, we need Matthew to come through there, because Gawain also against Georg Meyer...
Slightly worse.
It's slightly worse, but...
It's holdable, but it's no fun, and you can really... You have to suffer for a long time here with no more hope than half a point. I really think Gawain's opening choice was not very inspired, especially after e4, c takes d4, the move bishop takes f6. Just didn't work. Queen takes f6, c takes d, d takes e, and ever since he's been trying to equalize.
Yeah.
So what we got? We got one draw, we got two slightly better positions for Germany and one better position for England. Anything could happen.
I went for 2-all, didn't I? But
you did?
Did I? I said
I have no idea.
I think I said we'd hope we'd win, but we need Mickey to pull a draw out there. I think Matthew's going to win. And especially now, 96 just played, and look at this for a move. Holy moly. D5.
He's not going to play that.
Why? It's totally logical to play d5. You just open
kind of
it.
is logical, yeah.
It's the most obvious move on the board, in fact. He is going to play d5. And the point is, if you take, rook takes d5, might already be end of game. You just can't defend everything. Queen c7, and now you
long diagonal is a bit of a problem for black.
We just need to defend against any cheap tricks. Maybe just retreat the rook back, calm and collected, and then put your queen on g2 and say thank you very much. No, he's going to win if he plays d5.
Looks dangerous, I'll give you that.
Black would have to play a move like knight c5. But then you come back with the queen and there's all kinds of tricks. No, this is horrible for black.
We'll see what happens.
Come on, Matty. Play d5. One time. All right. As you can see, I'm totally unbiased here and impartial. So,
you're a big fan of Germans and the German team, right? You live in Germany.
I do live in Germany, yeah. I'm a huge fan of the Germans. I love them. They're funny people like you.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
They are hilarious. What's gone on in the Aronian Vashir game? Holy...
Wow, another transformation. Aronian now has a rook ending with an extra pawn. Let's have a look at their faces. I think it should be a draw. All rook endings should be draws. But certainly things can happen and have happened many times in these types of endings. It's never that easy. But objectively this is a draw. I am pretty certain about that. Move like rook to d2, a4, rook to a2. He just played rook d2. And yeah, I believe Vachier will hold this without too many problems. Not sure he had to go for this, but maybe he didn't want to defend an unclear position with equal pawns and said, you know what, the guy can have a pawn, I know how to draw this, no problems. I'm fine with the draw, match looks good, let's go here. Aronian, of course, taking his time.
Whoa! Tweet from Jose. Topolov crushing attack against Paco. That's Paco Vallejo.
That's our boy. Let's check. We haven't been there at all.
We haven't.
Quite a high-profile match as well. Bulgaria against Spain.
That's all the way.
Bulgaria is always there, if only for Topalov and Cheparinov occupying the top boards. While Spain recently got some enforcements. They lost Shirov, who went back to his native Latvia, but their younger generation is stepping up with Ivan Salgado and especially David Anton, the vice-European champion. So they're a tough team. And Paco Vallejo, of course, the long-standing, strongest player of the country, is in serious trouble against the former world champion, Veselin Topalov. Serious trouble might be an understatement. He's just lost.
Wow, he's material down. But look, this is an amazing position, Jan. The pawn is on the 7th. Ready to queen. The bishop can't get back. And I think his idea is he's just going to move the f-pawn, f4, f5, f6, and f7.
Yeah, that's certainly... No, I think there's just too many problems. Me, materialistic as I am, I thought he was just going to go something like... I don't even see a move is another problem. But some tricks like this, you know. King f7, rook to c6. And
no, it's gone, isn't it?
This pawn will queen. So yeah, Paco Vallejo is going to lose the game. Never an easy assignment, black against Veselin Topalov. A lot less active recently, the former world champion, but still in the top 10 in the world, number 8, somewhere around there, and still a super grandmaster.
And look at this, Anton Guijarro, the vice-European champion, the wonder kid from Spain, playing against Ivan Cheparinov.
And he has a little pressure. This might look completely equal at first sight, opposite colored bishops, equal pawns, but this bishop is very strong on d5 and it has a base with a pawn on c4, attacking the weakened black king. It's not that weak, but it puts pressure on the f7 pawn, and black should hold this, but it's by no means easy or fun to play a position like that. If white ever managed to activate one of his rooks, or the other one of his rooks, one is already quite active on f3, magically get it here, this could spell some serious trouble. So Cheparinov in no deep trouble, but he's a very active player, and he doesn't like defending positions like this one. So I think Anton has a very decent chance here.
And Iescas also looks like he's in deep trouble against Yotov here.
Once again, that c7 pawn. Maybe the Bulgarians trained how to queen their c-pawn.
Yeah, but in this position, if you queen your pawn, you don't win a piece, because takes king d7 is a cute little move, forcing the loss of one of these pawns.
But you don't have to do that.
No.
You can go b5 for starters.
Yes. You can even go knight d5, which looks quite serious, threatening knight b6. And then you would just have to move your bishop, and then you could queen the pawn. So, I don't know, bishop c5, for example, winning, that would win. And if king d7 here, just bishop g3, and now knight b6 is a threat. No, I think this is winning for white.
Looks like it.
And
bad news for Spain.
In the other game, Vasquez Igarza, but is Renier, the Cuban naturalized Spaniard, is he coming through well, he's an exchange up. Does he just need to move the king here? King h1, isn't he an exchange up? And black's got a weak king.
He is.
Looks
totally winning for white.
So that looks like that match is going to go in. Well, David Anton's going to have to play forever, basically, to save the match, it looks like.
Right, it looks like they might be down 2-1, and David Anton is going to have to try to grind out a win. Won't be easy. So Spain, maximum they can hope for a 2-2.
Absolute maximum. Let's go back to board one. We were interested in this game, Movsesian, I beg your pardon, match one, board three. Right. Movsesian, Fressinet. Things haven't got better for white, have they?
No.
Movsesian in deep trouble here. Look at this.
Even a pawn up at the moment, but that's not going to last. And his center is crumbling. Both f4 and d4 likely to fall. There we see Fressinet still looking very confident. We see the respective team captains, Arshak Petrosyan on the left, Sébastien Moisset on the right side. You can tell by their faces that they also like the black position here. And
look at this, we've had some
can
moves.
Movsesian actually play? I think he made some moves.
I think some moves have been made. I think, we'll just get confirmation, I think he went c5, rook d8 and d5.
Trying to mix
it
up, but bishop takes knight takes f4, I'm sorry?
No, that can't be right. Let's just wait for the moves to come in here so we're not misleading.
Why can't that be right?
It can be right. It might be right, but, you know.
No, I think that's what happened.
It is what happened. c5, rook d8, d5. And now if you take on f4...
Yeah, he wants to go d6, which looks nice positionally, but his construction is very, very shaky at the moment with the knight on e5.
And this rook on a5, it's just sitting...
Bit of a spectator.
Yeah, sitting at home. No, this is terrible for white. Everything's going to fall, the two bishops. Is he bluffing? Let's get a time check on Laurent Fressinet. It looks as though he's... Is this a bit of a bluff from Movsesian? This is move 33.
I'm not sure it's necessarily a bluff, but you've got to make moves, and he has a bad position, right? So, I think he's just in a desperate situation. He's sitting there looking quite confident, but I don't think Fressinet will be fooled by that. He's just taking his time to calculate the moves. And
remember, you get 30 seconds bonus per move you make.
You do.
So let's get a time check there. In the other games, just a quick update out of the corner of my eye, I can see that there was a draw in Edouard versus Akopiang. So
no surprise there.
No surprises there.
And the other three games are very likely to be drawn as well. Vachier, I believe, will hold his rook ending. Sargsyan against Bacro has looked equal for quite a while. So this really is the key game.
Let's go back to it then. Can we get a time check, please?
I'm working on it. d5. White has 11 minutes 15 seconds and black has 7 minutes 40 seconds. But he just has made a move and there's only 7 moves to play. Let's not forget, in this Olympiad, the players play with increment, which means once they made a move, they get an extra 30 seconds added to their clock. So if we say he has 7 minutes left to reach move 40, it really means he has 7 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. So it's not very serious shortage of time. And what has he played? I believe he took on d5, did not take on f4, which was quite tempting, but c takes d5, which is also a good move. Movsesian played c6 in full-blown gamble mode. And
it's a bluff.
Knight takes
Knight
f4.
takes f4, played by Fressinet. I think he knows he's very close to winning this one.
He looks very confident, and of course Movsesian, he just doesn't have good moves. His position was too loose. It went wrong kind of from the start. He's been playing a bad ending, and he hasn't had a great tournament so far. He was lost in both of his first 2 games, managed to win them somehow, but today, of course, playing Laurent Fressinet, a 2700 player, is a very different animal, and I don't think Fressinet will let this chance slip.
And it's interesting looking, because a lot of the time we just see the games from where we are, but looking at actually how the team works together during play. Etienne Bacrot has been looking at this game more than his own game, because if we quickly go to his board there, this is a no-risk position for Bacrot. Only he can win, but he doesn't have to sit at the board. He can take the draw whenever he wants here, and he's going to see how things develop with Fressinet before deciding on his course of action.
Right. It's not like he has a lot of winning chances as well, but of course he made the time control already, and he can take a little time out and wait to see how the other games play out before he decides if he wants to take any risks, if he wants to spice it up.
Arshak Petrosian there on the left-hand side of Movsesian, you can see he doesn't look happy.
Does not look happy, does not see a trick for white, neither do we. C7 is the first move that comes to mind.
Rook
but
D6
both
is
Rook
obvious.
D6 or Rook DE8 look very good for black.
Yeah, Rook D8 is fine as well.
Bishop D5, Knight D5, Rook D5 and Rook to E7, threatening to collect this pawn or to just double on the E5.
It's just game over, isn't it?
I think it's kind of, objectively it's hopeless, but of course they still have to make it through the time trouble, and also there's a lot of nerves already. It's a top match, round 3 of the Olympiad. The French not that used to these, to being one of the favorites in these tournaments, really. Armenia has been there for a long time. The French are kind of like the new kid on the block, the up-and-comers, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, if Maxime manages to hold his ending against Aronian, I really feel like this is a massive result for the whole tournament, actually. Armenia losing, they've won so many in the last few years, but a loss at such an early stage without having played Russia, without having played Ukraine, without having played China and so on. It's a huge loss for them and a massive win for the French.
Yeah, and with the power of hindsight, which we possess, we can, of course, say, we told you so. They didn't look very good in their first 2 matches already. They had to survive a serious scare against Japan in round 1, and they, what happened yesterday? Against Australia, they barely won as well. Levon Aronian drew against David Smurden. Movsesian was lost. Sargsyan didn't have anything, so they haven't been looking all that convincing. Movsesian just played C7, now Rook D6 on the board. Fressinet played that one instantly. Of course, he could expect his opponent to play C7. Doesn't even want to leave the D5 pawn on prise. White will try something like Knight to B4, at least activating his pieces. And black still has to be a little precise, but I think...
No, but there's an easy reply. Knight BD4, Rook E6. We've got this knight protecting D5. That puts you in a pin. He's played Knight B4. I'm 100% certain that Laurent is going to find Rook E6. It's a very obvious move, actually, in the position. Because you see the pin, and what do you do here? You have to actually come back. But now we can get, thank you very much, we'll take it all off, and we'll win C7 somehow, maybe check Bishop B6 and get to the time control and say, well, that is a dream position to play after the time control, isn't it?
No, of course, this is game over once you made the time control. I agree with the line. I'm not sure if Rook E6 is such an obvious move to play. After you just played Rook D6, trying to keep your D pawn covered in the time trouble, if Rook E6, yeah.
It is.
He should be able to find it, but I wouldn't be 100% sure.
No, you're never 100% sure. There's the pressure, there's the nerves.
Well, and there's also Bishop takes D5. It's not like this is winning material immediately.
No, but it does, doesn't it? Oh, no, Rook F8.
Well, Rook E8.
Rook
Rook D8. There's quite a bit of stuff to calculate. So, or Knight BD3 here. I don't think it's that simple a move, and we can see Fressinet. No, of course, black is better. No doubt about it. Let's see what Fressinet does.
Let's stay here. Yeah, this is interesting. Hey, he's got about 7 minutes left, but it is a crucial position. So Rook E6, Bishop takes D5.
Well, it's also not like Rook E6 is the only good move. Rook E8.
Rook E8 is the same idea.
Much more natural than Rook E6.
Right.
Keep the Rook on D6.
No, Rook E8 with the same idea.
Yeah,
absolutely.
after Knight D3, now you just swap down.
No, this swap down is beautiful for black. No, this swap down is great.
can even take on b2,
Yeah.
but the most natural is to go for the
Just win
bishop
this
d4,
c7,
bishop
yeah.
b6, and be done with it.
No, this is...
Because...
No, any ending, even, yeah. Rook c5, rook... rook
Yeah,
f6.
rook d7 or...
Careful,
Looks a bit clumsy, I'm not sure
Yeah.
I've done this ideally.
careful, but yeah.
Well, let's say in this position might be easy.
You can just take and go king g7.
Go somewhere,
Yeah.
and next move you take here.
No, this is...
With the two bishops and an extra pawn, this is a matter of pretty simple technique.
And Fressinet would love that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think whenever he makes it to the time control with an ending like that, it's gonna be game over. He's still contemplating his
How
move
long's he
here.
got? He's looking a bit nervous.
Got 6 minutes. It's not like he's
He
in
played
serious
rook
trouble.
e8.
He played rook e8,
Yeah, it's a good
which
move.
is a very good move. And I think Movsesian might be out of tricks here. He could try something like knight takes d5,
But knight takes g2.
but then knight takes g2 is not very tough. King takes g2, and bishop takes e5 probably.
Nah,
That's
there's not even a
Tricks
discovered.
expire.
There's no discovered there.
Right.
Sebastian Marze waiting in the wings there, looking at his man. He's calculating the position as well. Saw Igor Efimov walk past there, Grandmaster now resident in Monaco. And we got Peter Svidler. He's very interested.
Stopping by, looking skeptical.
You can
Probably
see-
figured out by now that Movsesian is in very serious trouble. Movsesian, a teammate of Peter Svidler and myself, playing for the German team of Baden-Baden, while Fressinet plays for the long-term rival from Bremen. So you see these matchups in the German league and in quite some other European leagues all the time. In chess, players can't only play for one club team, but they can play for one club team per country. So all of these guys are active in more than one league. And Movsesian, longtime team member of our Baden-Baden club, doesn't look like he's going to have a good day at the office today.
No. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. In the America, or I'd say United States, I should say, versus Netherlands game, Luc van Velde did, in fact, succumb to the Onistruk rook onslaught. Great win for Alexander Onistruk, massive win for the US in this game, and it means that poor old Robin van Kampen is going to have to grind away for a few hours there against Varuzhin Akobian, because I can't see Lamy winning against Gadakamsky, if I'm honest. I think this one has got the most potential.
No, it looks like extra hours for Robin van Kampen. But I read an interview of his on the chess24 website recently where he said he's toned it down a bit. He's not working 8 to 10 hours a day anymore. Now he only works 5 to 6. So he's kind of used to putting in the hours. And he's only 19 years old, so I don't think he's going to get tired anytime soon. And his problem is his position might not be enough to grind out a win. I still think with his two bishops that he has chances and he can certainly keep playing, but Black, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, should be able to maintain it more or less.
I think his idea is that he wants to, in an ideal world, play bishop b2, c4 and d5 and open up this diagonal.
Right. If he could get in all three of those moves,
He'd be doing okay.
He'd be picking up the queen.
Remember to tweet us, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're getting
check what's going on
tons
Twitter.
of tweets. Hashtag C24 Live. We love to hear from you. We love to hear your input. We're getting lots of different languages come in.
Sadler missed the d5 move, but has the edge, as pointed out by
Oh,
Davey.
no.
As I told you, he would not go there.
D5's reasonably easy to see, but okay. Let's have a look at Sadler Baramidze.
I'll just read you the news feed briefly.
Yeah.
We don't have to go everywhere. Boris Smolik is saying now it's just 2.5 for Russia. Absolutely incredible. We haven't seen the Russia match much, mainly because they're overwhelming favorites against the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll certainly find the time to check in there. France with good chances against Armenia. That one we're quite aware of.
Is Mickey
Piotr is also rooting for France. Van Vele falls. US Netherlands is heating up. If Akobian holds, the US should win the match. Very true. That is the key question.
Is Mickey in big trouble here? Can he hold this? I like his reorganization. Mickey here is going to put his knight on e6 and allow his rook to
Finally freeing the rook.
But there are passed a-pawns.
Still has the problem with the a-pawn. If white puts his rook on b2 and starts pushing them, they could be more than a nuisance even. I'll keep reading out Twitter. That's what I do best. Amazing knight sack in MVL. That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Armenia. MVL's talent is amazing. If he continues to improve, he might challenge Carlsen for the crown. Who knows? He's only 23 years old, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Feels like he's been around for a long time, but he is still very young and certainly has been improving this year.
Absolutely.
What else is happening? Hu Yifan pushing against Arena Crush. We've seen that. The Leko Peter against Wang Yue match is very exciting. We haven't been there for a while. So many games to follow. We'll try to keep track of them once we determine that Germany has safely won the match against England.
Well, this is the position at the moment. Bishop takes c6 on the board, move 39. Baramidze will play...
Typical Baramidze game, actually. Struggling a bit, suffering under pressure, but at the end of the day, he's going to hold. He's going to play rook takes d4, only move.
Yeah.
And he's going to survive.
And if bishop b7, if you
He's
take...
spot the mating threat.
That's
Play
checkmate.
queen d7.
So he's not going to do that. Queen d7, he's going to hold, isn't he? Oh,
Still under some
rook
pressure,
C2,
but I believe he's going to hold. He's seen a lot worse in this game than this position. Now black is kind of coordinated. Still has to be a little careful because of the a6 pawn, which is really restricting his king.
Yeah.
But no, I think he's going to hold this. This d5, yeah, would have been a good move for Matthew Sadler, of course. What else is going on? Poland against Cuba, another strong match we haven't seen much of. 1.5, 1.5 with the remaining Soichko and Ortiz Suarez to decide the match.
Wow, let's have a look at that.
Kamsky's position has turned for the
That's
worse.
a draw. That's 4 draws in Poland versus Cuba. 2-2. Poland versus Cuba there.
Right. 2-2. Two very solid teams right there.
Kamsky, did you say his position has got worse?
That's what Jason Shearer told us 1 minute ago. There we are.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah. This h5 pawn is cramping him a little bit now.
Yeah, maybe a bit of pressure for white. Rook g1, maybe even rook to a1 to threaten a5 and come through on the queen side. I agree, actually.
Typical position where now black has to be passive for a long time. White also has the option of getting rid of his own double pawns with the move e4. And after d takes e, bishop takes e4, it could end up being quite serious.
No, this is a bit serious, isn't it? Well done, Erwin. Maybe Robin van Kampen's thinking, goodness, if Erwin gets a decent position, maybe I don't have to struggle for 100 moves.
Absolutely.
But then again, this would win the match if they were to win too. So who knows what's happening there. In the top game, Aronian Vachier-Lagrave, we'll just have a look. Is this a theoretically drawn endgame? Must be. You put
This is going to be a draw.
Put your king on f5.
Not much white can do. He would have to take his king over to the queen side, but if he ever starts that march, he will lose his g2 pawn, and black will have enough counterplay with the f-pawn. So this is kind of a draw. What I would suggest is that we take one very short break, because you can hear my voice disappearing. We bring in our friend and third crew member, Grandmaster Einar Gausel, to give us the inside scoop, what's going on in the playing hall, and I will do some vocal gymnastics.
Sounds like a good plan, Jan.
All right, see you guys soon.
See you soon.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 3 coverage of the 41st Chess Olympiad here in Tromsø, Norway. Had a very short break there because I'm delighted to be joined by 2 people. Firstly, Einar Gausel, Grandmaster, and he's going to be helping me out in the next section of the show. But we're also delighted to have one of the best players in the world with us, Grandmaster Sergey Karjakin. Hello Sergey, how are you?
Good.
It went well today, I see, the game. You won and your team won.
Yes, we won 4-0 and of course we are happy.
You're happy with that one, all right.
Yeah.
So perhaps for our fans out there, we've got thousands and thousands watching, you could take us through the key moments of the game.
Okay, I went to the Sicilian because I tried to get some playable position and actually it was my game against Chiparinov when I was playing white. So I was a little bit following Chiparinov. He also plays c4, and I think a4 is more principal move, and which I played. And today he played b4. Okay, it's also playable, and I think it was more or less equal. Around here it's equal, and here I decided to take on d4 just to open up position a little bit. And okay, I think it's still more or less equal. And at this moment maybe I should have played d5, but I thought the position is very solid for white. And okay, normally it should be a draw, and that's why I played knight e5 to keep the tension in position. But of course it was a little bit provoking moves, but maybe I'm still fine. I thought white is slightly better here, but he was actually very down on time.
On time, yeah.
Yes, he had like already maybe 2 minutes or something. And yes, I think until here he played all right, and here I was expecting knight d4, knight e6. I thought maybe knight e2, not to exchange.
Too many pieces, yeah.
Yes, and white is slightly better. That's what I thought. But black's position is also playable. But here he was obviously getting down on time, and already at this moment it's not so easy to find a move, because if he goes back, then I have queen b2 and I want to take on e4.
Yeah.
And he played rook d1, but here it's very important. I have queen a8 attacking pawn e4, and now what is in trouble, I think. And after knight d5, I mean, maybe it's still possible to play, but I think it's very easy for black to play this position because of the bad bishop on b1, and
Yes.
and black should be much better already. And okay, so I managed to win it somehow. It was funny at the end because first I thought I cannot play this because of bishop g6, but then I realized that after rook d1,
It's pinned.
yes, yes, but cannot take on f7 with a queen, and yes, I mean,
It's game over. Okay, so pretty smooth win there. Tell us a bit more about general things here in Tromsø. How are you finding it here? This is your second time in Tromsø, right?
yes. I mean, last time I played World Cup, not very much successfully, but still I managed to win 3 rounds, so it wasn't that bad. Okay, here we are hoping to show our best and to try to fight for the first place.
You're actually playing on board 3, which is surprising to a lot. We get a lot of people say, well, hold on, he's rated 2,786.
No, sorry, I'm playing board 4.
Board 4,
Yes.
sorry. You're playing board 4 because Alexander Grishchuk is not playing
yes,
today.
yes.
I beg your pardon. You were board 3 today, but you're board 4. What was the strategy behind that? Or
Okay, I mean, the strategy is simple. I mean, it's clearly that Kramnik has a lot of experience to play on the first board against strong opponents, and he should show his best and maybe sometimes solid chess on the first board, and on the fourth board it's more important to try to win as many games as you can. So at the moment I'm doing this, and I hope I will continue. But of course, I mean, it's also difficult to play in all the boards.
absolutely, and we've got a small biography there of you, Sergey. You're only 24. You're ranked 6th at the moment, but you were rated 2788, so you're only 2 points off your
Yes.
of your top rating. There's your website as well. So
Maybe my current rating is a bit higher.
maybe your current rating, yes, your live rating may already be a bit higher indeed. And Russia has won all their matches very easily. You're almost leading the tournament, so tomorrow will be a really
Yes,
big game. I
yes,
think.
tomorrow for sure. I mean, the tournament is just starting, and
Yes.
of course it's too little to say anything at the moment.
All right, brilliant. And just a couple more questions, I suppose. I don't know if Mr. Gausel.
I have one question. The Russian team has not won an Olympiad since 2002.
Yeah.
It was a narrow margin last time, but do you think Kasparov's departure is the main reason?
Oh, okay. I mean, I agree that Kasparov was very strong when he was playing chess. Maybe the strongest player in the world. But I think also the reason is that there are many strong other teams at the moment, like Ukraine, Armenia, Azerbaijan, United States, and many others. So it wasn't so many strong teams in 2002.
Okay, so it's more crowded at the top now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot more tough teams. And tell us something that I'm interested in. Is the preparation? Different teams have different preparations. Do you have a coach here who is working with you specifically, or does he just give you an idea about, what he thinks you should play, or how does it work with the Russian team?
Okay, we actually have a few coaches here. For example, we have Dokhoyan,
Yes,
who was working before with Kasparov. Actually.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We have some other coaches. Okay, I mean we are working, and maybe it's a little bit secret.
It's a bit of a secret.
Yes, what we are doing, but
Okay.
but of course we are working hard.
You're working hard every day. Okay.
Mhm.
Brilliant. Well, look, thank you for coming by, showing us your game and answering those few questions. Good luck tomorrow. We're going to be watching your game very intently tomorrow. It's going to be a big match tomorrow. So good luck and have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sergey. Sergey Karjakin, one of the best players in the world, joining us there. Very good result for him, very good result for the team, Einar. And, you know, you'd be mad to count out Russia in this race, wouldn't you?
You certainly would. They were so close last time, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if they actually took it home this time.
Absolutely. All right, we've still got games going on, but before we go there, have we got any huge, big breaking news stories, Einar, as you've been scouring the floor?
Oh, well, there was this one, but it's a bit old. You've done this mate in 8, which was...
The mate in 8 we saw, yeah.
One of the cutest. I was wondering, have you been down in the women's section on board 5 to have a look? It was a very exciting game played there.
We haven't gone that far. What I think we'll do, we'll go there in a second, Einar, but because the other games are in, the top boards are in time trouble, in the men's section as well, actually we have had some results, so we should go there. In the Etienne Bacrot Sargissian game, that was actually a draw. And this is the position in Aronian Vachier-Lagrave. Well, this is great news for the French, isn't it? Because...
Well, he was in trouble early on, Mr. Lagrave.
He was in trouble.
He was worse on the board and worse on the clock. So
yeah, and
he's getting away with a half a point here.
Yeah, this should be trivial to draw this as well.
Indeed.
So we expect a draw. And in the Movsesian Fressinet game, we actually had this position on the board, Einar. This is a dream, isn't it, for black?
Oh, Fressinet has been better for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, well, this is just a nightmare for white, isn't it?
Yeah.
Black's going to be a pawn up with 2 bishops. I don't see white saving this.
King G7, Knight D3, and now a cute move actually. No rush to take this pawn on C5 and allow Knight on C7 and allow Knight C5. Just King F6, like that a lot.
That's very calm and collected.
Yeah. No, this is complete.
It should be a technical win, I think.
Should be. Also because you can win one of these pawns as well quite easily, and then you've got another pass pawn on the queen side. You can create your A and B pawns can come down. Yeah. No, Sébastien Mazet in the picture there, the French captain. I know he's very, very happy with the way things are going. This is almost a free roll for the French now. What a big result that would be if they managed to win.
Wait a minute.
In the other games, the United States versus the Netherlands.
It was a result on the top board very early.
Result on the board, top board very early, and then very good news for the Dutch. It seems as though Erwin Lamy, the second board, is pressurizing here against Garakamsky. This looks a bit unpleasant for black.
Yes, it does. White has complete control of the position.
It's complete control.
He's holding down black's majority, and he can decide if and when the center should open up.
With E4.
Yes, indeed. So all Gata can do here is sit and wait and hope for the best.
Yeah, he's literally got no counterplay at all here, has he? Erwin, and I don't count Erwin out, he's a very good technical player as well, so that's huge for the Dutch. And it also means that, were Erwin to win, it would even the match up because Onischuk already won. And Van Kampen, he's made a lot of progress in the past few moves. This is excellent news for the Dutch. Bishop F5 just played by Van Kampen. 2 bishops. There's also weaknesses now on the queen side. You've got a centralized queen. No, this is very bad, isn't it, for black?
I was just looking at the king's positions, and white's king seems surprisingly safe here.
It does now that the bishop's on F5, right?
Yeah.
Covering this diagonal.
Yes. And you can't sneak in the back door with queen g1 because the queen on d4 is protecting
Right.
that. So everything's protected.
Looks great for white, right? And this pawn on f6 is weak.
It might be hard to gang up on. Well, you may be able to gang up on that. I was just wondering, what are we going to do with the queenside pawns to improve our position?
Right, with the queenside pawns, that's a good question. You've got ideas of going b4 or c4 or a4, haven't
So I
you?
was wondering if he plays c4, can he keep it closed with b4?
So, for example, bishop f5, let's say he plays a move like king e7, you want to go c4, and then b4. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because it's not easy to break that up without giving him squares. You don't want to pull that bishop back from f5. So.
Yeah, but maybe you can just drop the king back to cover all of these. I'll highlight these squares to stop the queen coming in. And now you've got cheeky little ideas like bishop g5 in the air.
Does that threaten anything?
I think it threatens Zugzwang.
Threaten Zugzwang.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before, but
Yeah.
it's a nice term.
No, because I think black is close to being out of moves here.
Yeah, he's just basically... he's
Let me
stuck.
put it on the board. Bishop a6.
You want to go bishop g5?
Bishop g5.
Okay. And he probably goes back because that's the only piece he can move.
Yeah. And now, yeah, maybe we have to come round this way. Actually, we've also got the idea of going bishop e3. And then followed by something like queen f4.
And then get rid of that knight, yeah.
And get rid of that knight.
Yeah.
And then this pawn is weak, so even if you come back here like this, queen f4. No, this starts to get... And you can reorganize with bishop d4. No, this is just very unpleasant.
Well, White's
for black,
only
isn't it?
problem is there's so many plans to choose from that
Right.
it's going to cost him some time to find the best one, or the one he's most satisfied
Yeah.
with, yeah.
But it's a free roll, isn't it? You're never losing this with white, barring a...
No, it's hard to see White going wrong here. There's no weaknesses, no threats against him.
Right. Magnus Carlsen did win his game. We saw a position a while ago that looked totally winning, so good news for the world champion.
He won that with surprising ease from a position where he was comfortably better, but then suddenly it just bang bang, and he was just winning.
Right. In the game, John Ludwig Hammer versus Kosic, well, this is not easy to win at all, is it, for white? But...
Yeah, I was curious. Simon Agdestein said that he checked the other boards before he accepted a draw.
Right.
Or he went into this repetition.
Right.
And I was wondering if he since we were worse on board 4, Johannesson was worse on board 4. And
Looks
now
like,
he's...
looks like he's doing great.
Okay, so this has turned around.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if he thought that Hammer had any winning chances.
Well, I think definitely he has winning chances.
Because Norway definitely wants to win this match. Because he knew that Magnus was winning.
No, he's definitely got... I mean, already he can probably win a pawn with rook to g7, threatening check here, and then take this one. It's never easy.
Well, how fast is that a-pawn?
Well, that's the point. A5, check, check, take. But even though you're a pawn up, and these positions are not easy. They're not easy.
Do we care about that e-pawn? Should we just run?
A4? Maybe we have to care about it. But it just requires some accuracy, doesn't it, really? But black, unfortunately, his rooks are not ideally placed.
It's not
to
easy
queen.
for black to promote that thing, and
No.
White can swing his rooks over to the defensive on the queen side and then maybe just run his own pawns.
Right,
He's got 2 passed pawns on the king side.
right, exactly.
Okay, so this is looking good, and Johannesson, you said, was...
Yeah, Johannesson looks like he's doing absolutely fine to me.
Just take a quick peek at that. His king seemed to be in trouble for a while, but now it's fairly safe.
Yeah,
Is it safe?
Yeah. Well, you can never play g takes f4, so... Yeah. No, this is not easy for white to play.
I mean, no matter how much heavy material you put in the f file, there's no place to put the king that's safe, so that you can threaten to take that f pawn.
No, black's definitely better here. Just
okay, good news for Norway then.
Good
huh?
news,
Yeah.
great news for Norway. Quick update in the other games then in the top board, well, Movsesian, Fressinet. Movsesian just needs a miracle. It's just not happening, I'm afraid. I think Fressinet, barring just a complete disaster, will win. In the match between England and Germany, Adams playing black against Najdic. Mickey...
He's better, but his...
No, Mickey's worse. Mickey's black here.
Oh, sorry.
But...
2 A-pawns. Okay.
He's got 2 A-pawns. It's never easy though. G5 just played. Knight D5 threatening C7. Knight E6 countering. And now, let's say... he's got a potential repetition here. If Rook B5, you've got Knight D4 and there's nothing to do except return.
Really?
Yeah, because where else do you go? If you come this way, I don't know, Rook B1 for example, there's check.
Yes, and we move
Then-
the king.
Oh no, this is...
What's this?
well, this ends up being almost losing for white. Not losing, but only black can win. He wins A5 as well.
What?
Pawn up.
Oh, it's check, sorry.
Check, yeah.
My next move was going to be Rook B5, but it's check, yes.
It's
Indeed,
check.
Yes.
So this is a nice little idea by Adams, just threatening to come back with the knight. So if Knight D5, Knight E6, Knight E7 check, you could play. The point is, if you move king here, I got Rook D5, and then that gets serious because the knight ending is much better than the rook ending.
They're like pawn endings. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So you'd have to go king B7, but then here the king's coming to A6. I think Mickey's going to hold this, and then he's got checks galore with the rook. I think this is a draw, isn't it?
Okay.
I think this is very close to being equal. I think
Equal, but there's still play.
right. And he did play Knight D5, so we need Mickey to draw it. What about Gawain Jones? Wow, Gawain has turned his position around. He was doing not so well. He had an isolated D pawn.
Okay,
Now
now
he's-
it's all straightened out.
It's all straightened out.
Yeah.
No, Gawain can't. I mean, it's still tough because,
Black's idea is F5, huh?
right,
Yeah.
F5 and put the king on D5. Maybe it's not easy. Maybe D5 is a strong move here. Just to activate, because after ED5, Rook D5, King E6, Rook D2, you might have an isolated pawn, but how do you
It's
ever...
hard to activate that king.
Right.
Or get it more active.
Right.
Yeah.
I like D5. And if you go E5, well, you leave a protected pass pawn here. And this pawn is weak as well.
Well, unless we get to break everything up with F5, but
Right.
That's on a good day. I was just wondering about that last position. When you play D5, takes,
Yes,
check, King E6, back.
yes.
If we start just claiming squares on the queen side, advancing, is that progress?
Well, now I can...
I was thinking maybe B5.
You want to go B5?
B5
Okay.
first, yeah.
Same kind of idea, isn't
Okay,
it?
I protect with A6,
An A4.
or you're just liquidating?
Just liquidate, as we do in pawn endgames so much.
Yes, this is heading for a draw.
Yeah, I like D5. I think that's key, because if you allow F5 and King D5, let's just make a move.
Yeah, then
King
you lose control.
F5. Then you're...
Okay, black doesn't want to take on E4 probably yet.
Right,
But he's threatening check, right?
right. You have to do something about this pawn. No, I think Gawain has to play D5, otherwise this is...
Yeah,
Suffering.
he can't just sit.
No,
yeah,
he
yeah,
can't sit
yeah.
here. That's suffering, and that's crucial for the match. Let's have a look at Matthew Sadler. This is the position he has against David Baramidze. And I think Jan was right. I think Jan Baramidze is going to hold here. But Sadler had a few winning positions throughout this game. Didn't manage to convert.
Okay, he had some clear wins.
Clear wins,
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
And unfortunately, he's never going to lose this, but you know, he's going to have to press for a long time. So that looks like that match, all things going well, will end in a draw 2-2.
Sadler, he's playing again actively, or is he still?
Yeah, he is. He's playing
Okay.
again semi-actively at least, and form is temporary, class is permanent. Yeah, he's one of the best players we've ever produced.
Yeah, because he was playing all the big tournaments in the 90s.
Right.
And he was way up there.
He was.
Yeah.
He was doing very well, and we can see there an overview of the results.
He hasn't lost
all
his touch at
exciting.
all.
No,
No.
he hasn't lost his touch. In the game, very interesting game. We haven't really covered that much, but
Italy match.
the Italy match, and specifically board one, Fabiano Caruana is currently on the live rating list, the number 2 in the world, since Aronian has been losing points here.
Okay, he's 28 and change.
He's 28 and change.
Okay. And
He's already 28.01.
okay, yeah.
I had dinner with him. I had lunch with him today rather than I was talking. He looks super confident to me. He's in great shape, and look at the position he's got against Nagy. Beautiful. Look at this position.
Big pawn on e6.
Look at this guy here. Wow. Caruana's he's gonna find a way here. He's so good in these positions. And also, if you go king d8, you've got to contend with bishop f8.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Normally, in opposite-colored bishop endings, getting rooks off is often a good idea for the weaker side. But in this position, g7 would just drop if the rooks were traded.
No, I don't think you can hold this with black. I think white finds a way here. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm.
Black just sits. He just moves his rook along the 8th rank. Let's just say he does that.
Mm-hmm.
Are there some possibilities of invading via the b file, maybe?
Yes.
Because
because you can't go rook b8.
yeah, there's
because of
bishop d6 check, so maybe.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's very
yeah.
nice. So rook b8, bishop
Yeah.
d6 check would win the house.
So if white gets his rook in, I think
And that's
then it must be very tough for black because the rook is going to a6 and a7.
no, that's game. No, he's going to win this.
Yeah.
No, he's going to do it, and that means he's going to increase his.
What does
live
that
rating.
mean in rating points? 3 point something rating
Against
points?
Nagy, who is
Nagy is 26,
45.
45. Yeah.
So 150 point difference. Yeah, that's about 3 points, isn't it?
Okay,
So
so
that's great news. David Alberto actually lost his game, but we've got a tweet from KTU 1985. Our dear friend Arna. Hey, Hou Yifan is winning today. May you have a quick look at it and share your opinion. Let's go and see the women's
open
section.
up the women's section.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Hou Yifan is playing Irina Krush. We've looked at this a few times. She looked like she was doing the business. What's going on here?
This match was looking like 3-1 last time I checked. But,
Oh, Nimchkova drew her game. That's very good news for her. Set up a fortress.
this looks terrible for white.
Well, let's do a pawn count. She's a pawn down. Yeah. And she's in a bit of a bind, isn't she, Irina?
Yeah, the
here?
queen's on a visit on the queen side. This is white is just curled into a ball defending.
Yeah, and you can even bring your king in before you start.
Yeah, this is not.
Oh, she
not-
played
not
bishop
nice.
c3.
And there's only one check.
There's only one check. She could go to a d6 though.
Threatening mate.
Threatening mate. And if you go king g7, that's a draw because of queen g3 and repetition. So queen d6 might be a good practical chance. The point is, if you go check, you know, do you run away? Oh no, queen e1. Who knows? No, black must be.
Yeah, that's one possibility. I thought if all else failed, you could go queen g1 in some position as well, and then to be able to play queen g8. But yeah, this is a pawn, but I mean, white's not dead, is she?
No, not at all, but
No.
she's got to play accurately.
Yeah.
Ju Wenjun did win her game against Anna Zutinsky. So at the moment, the Chinese are winning 1.5-1/2, with Hou Yifan doing well, and Tan Zhongji against Abrahamian doing very well as well. So, no, I fear for the Americans today. I think they're going to lose the match. In general, Russia-France. Wow, Sophie Millier only managed to draw her game against Gunina.
What's the score in Russia-France? Because Russia was in trouble.
Russia was in trouble,
Yeah.
especially this game. Oh my goodness! And Sophie has agreed a draw in a position where she's doing extremely well. Maybe at that moment in the match, she saw that Pauline Guichard was doing okay, but she's doing very well here.
And this is Russia's strongest lineup, right? They're resting their 5th board player today.
Right.
Yeah.
But here, very difficult for Black to even move a piece. I'm not sure why Sophie accepted the draw there. Maybe nerves. Maybe she was.
Can the team captain order a player to draw? Is that a possibility?
I'm almost certain that's how it works, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, order a player, I don't know, but.
Well, I was speaking to the Norwegian men's captain, and he said that they didn't have a clear routine. That he said it's up to the players, and if they want to ask me, I'll give my opinion. But
yeah, I think so. But then again, the captain might whisper in your ear and say, "Look, we're winning on boards 2 and 3. Just let's not have any."
Well, how much conversation is allowed when you have that discussion?
I'm not sure, but I think you're allowed to ask.
Do you have to ask it as a yes/no question?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think they're monitoring the conversation. It's not quite Big Brother.
I need to learn the chess rules, apparently.
It's not quite the. No, I always thought that the player could ask the captain what he thinks.
Yeah, I assume that's.
You can't talk about the position, of course, but I think if you can ask.
Well, I was just thinking, this day and age, I mean, the captain can walk around. He might have seen some screen somewhere with some evaluation. So you might have information that the player didn't have. I'm not sure.
We'll double check on
Yeah.
that. Maybe they can't talk to the captain. I always thought you could, but all right. Let's quickly shoot back to the open section then. And indeed, Aronian Vachier-Lagrave was a draw. So all eyes are on Laurent Fressinet, who's enjoying himself here. He won another. It's now
2 pawns and
pawns.
2 bishops.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And the beauty is you can make 2 outside pass pawns. This isn't even really worthy of so much analysis. There's no hope for white.
This is a one-sided battle.
This is a one-sided battle. I wonder if Sergey is actually just going to resign, because, I mean, this is so clear. You play A5, B5, A4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost no technique required here.
Yeah.
But how did that drop off? Last time we left it, it was...
It was King F6 the last time we left it. Where was that? All the way here. Let's whiz through
It's not surprising that it dropped, because it was blocked double pawn on B2.
He won the pawn, centralised the bishop,
Yeah.
allowed his own bishop on C8 to move. Just dropped the king back and put the bishop on the long diagonal. There you go.
And if you
Attack the
protect it,
knight.
yeah.
You can't go here because of B5. So, won the pawn.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, we're not going to focus too much on that. But yeah, Sergey's just going to try and sit there and pray. There's nothing else you can do here. Pray for a miracle. The whole match rests on
If you're
this.
into that, yes.
If you're into that, yeah. And what have we got? King F3. Oh, he's managed to move his 8th pawn up the board. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get an update on those moves. Some action.
His body language looks a bit resigned, though, huh?
Yeah, his body language tells the tale, doesn't it? He's in big trouble. Vladimir Tukmakov there watching over the game. Experienced grandmaster.
We used to call him the Major.
The Major.
Yeah, we played, back in the 80s, we played the CSKA Moscow, which is a military chess team, and he was in charge of that.
Right. Yeah, the games are finishing up, aren't they, all over the place. Erwin Lamy still pressing hard against Gausel.
No desperate time scrambles of any sort?
No, it looks like everybody's reached move 40. They must have by now.
But are there less time scramble these days because of this increment? I mean, desperate.
No, I don't think so. I think there are still time
Yeah,
scrambles.
because the few tournaments I've played with this increment, you could have people that were not in desperate time trouble, but almost in perpetual time trouble.
Right.
It was very hard to play yourself,
Right.
gate enough minutes to actually have time to think.
Right. Okay. What have we got going on here? We've still got a picture there that's got Varuzhin Agobian watching there. He looking at his countryman play. And we've got a pawn.
Another pawn exited the board in
This is the game of Sergey and
Fressinet,
Fressinet, as we can see.
yeah.
Knight f8. Ah, he just took that off. No, this is...
What's going on?
It's 3 pawns now. The bishop protects the h pawn. He played bishop e4 and bishop
Okay,
g4
Fressinet
check.
is just playing very fast now.
Yeah, I don't see Sergey Movsesian carrying on here for too long.
Oh, is he going to resign?
I mean, it's 3 pawns. It's hopeless. King e3. You can even keep this h6. The knight's trapped. Actually, the knight's trapped. Yeah, it's gone. What a result for the French.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And Laurent Fressinet brings home the bacon. Merci beaucoup, Sébastien Mazet is saying. Great result for the French. Just wonderful for them because not only have they won their game, but they've not eliminated from the tournament, still a long way to go. A shake of the hands there by the 2 captains. Mazet is going to be called a genius for his selection, I'm sure. But to beat Armenia, who of course have won so many Olympiads
Defending
recently,
champions, so that's no mean feat.
just a huge result for the French. Fressinet is delighted. Movsesian, you can see, despondent. But Movsesian has really, honestly speaking, played some really bad chess so far. In every game, he's been losing, or at least worse at some point.
Well, this is the thing. In every Olympiad I've played, there's always at least one player who's out of form. And
Right.
in the old days, we had 6 players. Now it's only 5.
Right.
So if one player is off form, you basically no one gets to rest unless
Right.
you want to stick him in there. So the cruel realities.
The cruel realities of sport, ladies and gentlemen, and great to have the video feed to see that. In other news, Akobian against Van Kampen. No, this is a grind. This is a grinder's dream. Robin's only 19 though, so maybe has he got the patience to just play this slowly and do what he should do? We will soon see.
Have we had any moves since we left that game?
No, we had King E7. Actually, we had this position. on the
Okay,
board.
so he does have the patience then, huh?
Well, I think he should just drop his king to H2.
That's a very mature move, yes.
That's a mature move.
Safe-proofing the position.
Yeah. Safe-proofing the king, and then decide how we're going to expand via the queen side. So
Yes, indeed.
keep an eye on that one. In the Norway 1 game, Jon Ludvig Hammer. Ooh.
Is this table-based material?
Yes, it is. Oh no, there's 7 pieces.
7 pieces. Oh.
That's a shame. But I think it's clear that
Doesn't white just usually
White.
pack his king in with pawns and just
Right.
start traveling up the board?
So, you know,
Yeah.
A3, G4, something like this. Yeah, and if
You just make sure that your king's
you just...
protect. Yeah, it's got cover from a pawn, and you just advance.
But you say that. Is it that easy? Is it that easy?
When it's like this, you can never go king f5, rook f1, check.
Right.
His
because-
king's going to be on the right square, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, no, this a bit of care is required here. I'm pretty sure this is winning. Oh, I think I have an idea.
How to set up? How to get set up?
I think the way you set this one up is you wait for black to march his pawn to a2, but you leave your pawn on f2. You just go with your g pawn, for example.
Bring it all the way to g5?
Yeah, something like this.
Okay.
Um, I've misplayed this, but you know.
Your idea is G5, Rook A1.
Yeah, Rook A1, and then put your king on F.
Well, you can have it on G2 as well, and then run the F pawn, can't you? He's not going to get one of these rook lifts and picks where he picks off the pawn then. If you put your king on G2 and just bring all those pawns forward.
Here, put it on G2. Oh, we've got a clip here. Magnus Carlsen in the shot. It's just a live feed there. He's obviously happier than yesterday, having won his game. It looks as though the Norwegians are going to win their match, almost certainly going to win their match, especially if Jon Ludvig wins. And that will mean that you're going to be back playing a very big team tomorrow.
I would think so, but there have been some strange pairings.
They have, yeah. But that will be a good result for you. I think this should be winning.
But we were on board 14 today, huh?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Is Matthew Sadler making any progress at all? Looks as though with the rooks off. Well, you never know. Matthew Sadler is a grinder, but the king's a bit awkward still. Queen E6, is that a good move? He just wants to... He's giving up
Trade
the pawn.
and can go after the C pawn.
He can win a pawn, Matthew Sadler, but is it enough? You know, something like something like this.
Well, it's not going to be easy.
I think it's almost impossible, isn't it? Black gets a lot of darks. How do you ever make use of the extra pawn?
Well, you have to attack this G pawn, I guess, with your king. And the question is, if white then brings his king to F6 or something, I mean, his knight could control the queen side. White can't force a passed pawn on the queen side here. You can't establish a passed pawn.
I mean, Matthew's going to have to play forever, of course, but you know, something like this is it's difficult to win this position.
Yes, black must be.
But you have to just ready to launch this. Well, only white can win.
But do the queens have to come off?
Well, that's a good question. Do the queens have to come off?
Check, queen E8.
Check, queen E8.
And then now.
And now queen D4, maybe. Is that your idea?
Okay, queen E1 is
I
not.
quite like that, the centralizing. Yeah, but if the queen comes to E1, I'm
we're going to run our king. Yeah.
We're going to run round.
Okay, so if we can force black to defend passively, then maybe there's hope. And this C pawn, if we can get that for free.
Can you go knight E8?
That looks so. Isn't that risky? Oh no, you're just going to
No,
go
but
king
now I can
C7.
go king
Yes,
C7.
yes. Okay.
I'm not sure. I think David's got a real chance to hold this. And Gawain, oh no. Gawain has allowed
this happened, huh?
5.
Okay, maybe it's not so terrible, but the position is if black gets his king to D5, it definitely will be tough for white.
I'm not sure. I'd be worried with white here. Passive rook.
Yeah, and if we end up with the passive king as well. So what should he do?
Ooh.
If he takes on F5, the king's going to go to D5.
This one. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at this first.
Yeah.
Takes.
Okay, G takes, I guess. Here. And the king just arrives on.
Well, it's never easy, is it?
So king D5 is not so dangerous at this point.
Yeah. So if king D5, you can come to C7 and start.
Yeah, harassing the king and the pawns.
Oh, maybe it's okay. Maybe Gawain can survive this, actually. Maybe it's not too bad. The Adams game is going to be a draw. Mickey's won a pawn on H3, and there's nothing going on here.
And there's a forced repetition.
And there's a forced repetition.
Because if he goes to A8...
If he goes to A8...
Bang.
Checkmate. No, that's going to be a draw. So Mickey holds. Matthew, going to need a miracle to win this. No, I think it's going to be a 2-all draw.
Yeah, it's looking like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to play, but... I think you need to be a magician to win this.
Right. Okay. So board 1, make that clear for everybody who's just joined us. Armenia have lost to France. Board 2, we have the USA versus Netherlands game still going on. Karjakin is going to be...
Is he still suffering?
He's still suffering.
Okay.
He's still suffering here. But he's a great defender, so you never know. And Robin van Kampen is pushing against Varuzhin Agobian. Still a few hours left in that one, I think. In the other games, we had a result in the Cuba-Poland match 2-2. In India versus Italy, Caruana, what's he done?
This happened, huh?
He's done something. This happened. I liked your B-file ploy, but
this looks like he's going to win how many pawns?
Yeah. No, I still think this is good for black. For white, rather.
Yeah.
Good for white. But I didn't like advancing the e-pawn.
Yeah, it looks like...
Okay, but he's just going to munch
He's going to be 2 up on that wing, yeah?
Right, exactly. He's going to just munch these pawns and, yeah, he's going to...
But is there some business with A3 and Rook B2 sometimes?
No.
Okay, then.
No, because as soon as you play A3 Rook B2, I say, thank you very much, I'll ignore that.
Yeah,
I'll just
keep eating.
I'll just keep eating. And in fact, I can come around to D6 with my bishop and...
Yeah, we might regret this A3 move later.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
yes.
No, I think Fabiano's going to win that. But in the meantime, I believe we have a very special guest. Very special guest joining us. He is special. He's special for the French team, and he's special for probably all the other teams looking to win a medal, because you've helped them. The Russians, I think, yeah, thank you, Laurent, today. Laurent Fressinet, the man of the moment.
Okay, I won 1 game, so this is...
But you won a very important game today.
Yes, indeed.
Well, who knows? I mean, it's still a long tournament, you know, so
but
we'll see.
To beat the champions, or rather the reigning holders, serious threat to the title, to beat them is a huge result for France, no?
No, of course, but, you know, as I said, there is 8 rounds remaining, so okay. We had already some good starts in previous Olympiads, and end of the tournament was quite difficult, so okay, I don't know. We will see. Of course, it's a very good start because we won first 2 matches 4-0, and today we beat Armenia. I think Maxime played, I mean, I don't know, maybe he was lost, but okay, he defended very well. I think he played a very good game today.
I think Maxime, he'll excuse me for this, but I think Maxime bluffed to a certain extent in his game. There were some moments I think Aronian had a good chance to, for example, if we quickly look at that.
Yeah, let's have a look, because I didn't know what to... I mean, at some point I was repeating moves, but I mean, okay, his position didn't look too good.
If we go to castles, bishop a4, I think in this position, rook f3, it's quite a natural move, just covering e3. Not sure if
nothing happens, yeah?
Yeah, well, a piece is a piece, right?
Okay. But I thought it was a nice trick, this bishop f4, but it doesn't work.
Well, for white, you mean?
Yeah.
Bishop f4?
No, yeah, I mean, the idea just, if queen takes e2, then you just take a nice e3. I thought it was very nice. You are losing a piece, not exchange, because you cannot... I saw that and I thought, okay, now he's lost.
Yeah, probably. No, but g5 is an excellent practical try. And things improve for him after this, so a good draw. Let's talk about your game though, Laurent. Now, I was with Jan Gustafsson looking at the game. Already around here, after e5, I said, this is great for black, isn't it? What is this queen b3 move all about?
I don't know. Okay, if after queen b3 I play knight f6, then we'll just play d4. Right. This is some small trick, because if he plays d4 immediately, I can take on c4. So okay, he has to.
So if he goes,
I mean, instead of queen b6. So that was his main.
you can take on c4.
Okay, I can. I don't know if I would do it, but.
Okay, we won't
I
reveal.
mean,
We won't talk too
yeah.
much about
Okay,
it.
so queen b3, e5, and now
Yeah.
I was expecting. Okay, d3 is completely normal. Castle, castle.
d3, knight e7, castle,
Okay.
castle.
And here I was expecting knight c3, of course,
Mhm.
but I was planning h6 probably. But okay, it's a different game. I mean, it's a very normal game. I cannot develop my bishop on c8 so easily, so
Right.
this is a point. And if I play b6 here, for instance, I think this is just losing. C takes d5, c takes d5, knight takes c5. Is it e5, e5?
Oh, knight takes
Knight
e5.
takes e5. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my
bishop e5, knight d5.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, yeah? It doesn't work, of course. Knight e6, I missed that. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, bishop e6 also.
Bishop
really-
e6
okay.
is also good.
So I could play b6 maybe. But b6, bishop g5 maybe. And now I have to play f6. Okay, whatever. Let's see the game maybe.
It's a different game.
Yeah, of course, it's a different game. He played bishop g5,
Yes.
f6, bishop d2.
Yes.
And now I think if I just play b6 now it will be tricky for me. b6,
Yes.
just cd5, cd5, knight c3, bishop e6, e4. I was a bit, I didn't
yeah,
like it.
yeah.
Even d4, yes, possible.
Yeah.
With a small trick.
Oh, yeah.
If I play e4, knight takes e4. But
In
okay.
which position?
after bishop
Oh,
e6,
Bishop
Yeah.
e6, d4,
d4,
e4, knight
and I
takes
cannot
e4.
play e4,
Yeah.
e4, knight take e4.
Yes.
And
Yes.
okay, so I thought d4, and now the point that is knight on b1. It's difficult to find a square.
Right. This looks great for you now. This looks fantastic for black.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I was expecting, in fact, some queen move. I don't know, queen a3, or because my next is c5, knight e6, and I'm doing very well. But
you've
e3, I didn't. I thought I was doing very well. Takes,
Yes.
and if you take with the pawn, okay, I just play knight a6, and I think it's very good for black.
And something similar happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was knight a3.
Yeah, but
knight
he has to.
a6.
Yeah,
Rook
okay, d1 takes queen b6, and
You're
I
better
get-
here, no?
yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
You're happy here.
yeah.
Did you think-
with black when you play? I mean, for the team, I mean, it's very important to be safe
Right.
first of all with black. And okay, I'm even slightly better. I mean, I didn't know how much. I thought very little, but maybe more,
But you were
maybe.
optimistic in this position.
Well, I knew I probably wouldn't lose, which is already
A plus.
a plus. I mean, and then I can play almost without any risk. I mean,
That's
okay.
nice, yeah.
Yeah. So it,
And then, I mean, I watched the game
Okay.
very closely. When was the next critical moment?
okay, during the timetable. Okay, let's
Yes,
say after move 23, let's say, or 24, bishop g2.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it was this. Now he wants to come back to knight f3. So okay, rook d7. I think it's pretty normal.
Yes.
I don't want to take on d4, but knight f3.
Yes.
I played rook f8. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But we looked at bishop f5. That's also looks very strong.
Yeah, knight b4.
Knight b4.
Bishop h6.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
okay. And if bishop f5, knight fe1, yeah.
Yeah, knight fe1. But then I think you can do something nice like this. I think you can take. Oh,
Okay, 96. But what, 96, d5? Takes and f5.
and f5, and I think you win a pawn by force.
Okay, I didn't see that.
No, but it's not clear that what you did is worse. But this was a variation we looked at. But this looks great for black.
Yeah. I wanted to keep my bishops.
Yeah.
But of course, if I win a pawn, then...
Sure, absolutely. No, rook f8 looks perfect. You keep the tension. And
Yeah,
you-
knight fe1, which I missed, to be
Okay.
honest. And now he wants knight d3, knight c5, so I have to...
Be careful.
Yeah, so I took
Took
play
to
f5.
F5.
At least now he has to have a tempo.
Now he came back.
Yeah, here I was not sure about f4, if it was enough or not. f4,
Yes.
I was calculating, knight e5,
Yes.
e5, I thought.
And knight e5.
Knight g5, I just take on d4. Take on g3. Bishop takes. Okay. I was calculating this long line. Bishop takes, rook
Yes.
takes,
Yes.
bishop f5,
Yes.
bishop e4.
Yes.
I take on e4,
Yes.
take on g3, take on f8, blah blah. Take on g3, king f7, knight e6, and I have this pass pawn outside pass pawn. He has weakness on d4, but I thought it was not enough. because not enough pieces. I mean,
Right.
but I don't know. Maybe.
I think you did a good thing. I think you kept the
Yeah.
tension with rook d6.
Yeah, I won now bishop c8, 96.
Right.
I was quite happy about that.
Right.
So now he started to, I think, to drift a little bit. 95 and bishop c8, rook
Yeah.
e1, and
Yeah.
now I was very happy f4
Yeah.
because suddenly I'm.
You're activating.
Yeah, it takes and 96, and now
Yeah,
I'm.
that was
just,
nice. 96.
I thought I was just winning here.
Yeah, I think you are actually, and this is just a
Okay, and let's see after the time control. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
d5.
d5.
Okay. But
So-
anyway, I didn't see.
so
I
takes.
took. Yeah.
Yeah,
To be honest, because he looked very confident during the game.
I think he does that a lot. Yeah.
And okay, I couldn't. I saw two options. I'm completely winning, or
Or
I'm missing something
yeah, okay.
big, and but
Sounds like a poker player.
yeah.
He's a bluffer, I think. Sergey.
I was thinking. I mean, I couldn't understand what
No,
was
it's-
going on. But
but
okay,
this
knight
is-
d3. Okay,
This is
just
yeah.
the last. Maybe knight d3 was a bit.
well. What else?
Okay.
What else can you?
No, no, of course, of course. Ah, me?
No, white.
white.
What-
Yeah,
what
okay,
else?
but with black I can maybe take on g2. Okay, take, bishop d4.
But this is
On move, instead of rook takes d5, rook c1 I thought was not. Move 41. 91, bishop b6, rook c1, rook a1, sorry.
rook a1.
So this was the last. I mean, if bishop c7, rook c1 is the idea.
Right.
Rook d7, bishop h3, and maybe I'm...
No, you're losing.
maybe.
We could can't you just go bishop e6?
I think I can attack. I was maybe king g7 I thought.
King g7.
Just rook c1, rook c6 now.
Right. So knight d3 or something.
And now I can take.
No, you can take.
Yeah, okay. So
Rook
it was move 40, so
rook
I didn't
c6.
have time. He played very quickly rook takes d5, so I didn't have time to check it.
But that's a fantastic win, especially with black. So tomorrow, France, we don't know who you will play, but you could play Russia, you could play...
Thank you.
you could play... well, the Netherlands match is still ongoing, but you're going to get one of the top guys tomorrow, so...
Okay, we will see. I mean, it's very long tournament, and okay, we hope for... I mean, we're on seed number 3, so okay, we hope for podium, at least.
We've got a video here of you.
Ah,
Laurent.
yes, really, yeah?
Yeah.
This is the too fast, too slow video?
No, this is
another one.
This is a draw.
Playing
Yeah.
against Magnus Carlsen. Did you draw this game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
no.
this one ends in a
I
draw.
made a
yeah.
draw.
You made a draw in that
I was
one.
completely lost, but I made a draw.
And was this 1 minute each, or...?
Yeah.
It's 1 minute each, okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
stopped to play.
Do you
I've-
play these games just to kill time, or is there actual some training value to this?
No, we both enjoy it a lot.
You just-
so-
Hey,
I mean, I'm not sure.
Why not? Why
he
not?
likes to, but he likes to win and then to tease me. So
we saw that. That's a very famous video now.
Yeah.
This video that when you lost to him, but it's not. So you're still working with? Are you going to be working with Magnus for November?
Okay, I don't know.
We won't talk. No comments. Tell us.
Secret.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but
That's
you should
okay.
ask these kind of questions to Magnus.
He doesn't come in here, Laurent.
Ah,
you know,
okay.
we're not good enough for him. Tell us very quickly. Tell us about how the team is here in Tromsø. You have Sebastian Maze as your
Yeah.
team captain. You're all good friends.
Yeah, we know each other for a very long time with Bacro, Vachier, and we are playing for a very long time, almost 10 years altogether. So there is a very good team spirit. We know each other quite well. So
And Sebastian must be a great captain.
yeah,
as well,
of
right?
course, he's very enthusiastic and very optimistic always. And so, I mean, the atmosphere is very good. The start is very good. So let's hope that we will continue like that.
All right, thank you very much, Laurent,
Thank
for
you.
joining us. Fantastic. Congratulations again
Thank you
for
very
a
much.
great win, and hopefully we'll see you again in here.
Yeah.
And good luck for tomorrow.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Laurent. Wow. Great guy, huh?
Great guy,
Great
great
guy,
player,
Great
and
player,
apparently a great team.
great team as well. Who would have said that about the French? No. Okay. So, there is Laurent. Off he goes. We'll see what happens tomorrow with France. I said at the start of the tournament, the French, they're my pick for this tournament. I think they've got a great team, great spirit, and they beat the Armenians today. Got a great chance. There's the playing hall, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there a shot of the remaining games. We're going into our, what is it now? I'm losing track of time, Einar. It's 4.5 hours into the game, so we're in our fifth hour, slowly approaching our sixth hour. We will keep going because there are some crucial matches on the top boards. Certainly, if we look at the second match, Lamy, Kamsky, Van Kampen, Akobian. These games are still crucial for the standings. We've also got England, Germany. So we're going to take a quick breather, and we'll be right back in a few minutes. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is round 3 coverage of the 41st Chess Olympiad. We're live in Tromsø in the Arctic Circle in Norway, and I'm delighted, overjoyed, overwhelmed, not really, to be to have Jan Gustafsson back with me. Jan, how are you?
Well, the reason for your sudden happiness is obviously that you're very strongly rooting against the country you happen to live in and rooting for your home country. And Matthew Sadler won his game against Baramitse. Bad news for us Germans, good news for the English. Baramitse got his knight trapped at the edge of the board on f2. We'll get there in a second. Right here we're having a peek into what I believe is the entrance area for the players. What's going on there? Some guy's having coffee. Is that Bardo Jobava standing there with a coffee? Looks a bit like him. Might not be him.
It's not him, but it looks like him.
Plenty action in that tent. Not that much action on the boards anymore, it looks like. Most of them are over. No huge upsets I've seen so far. What about you?
No, not any huge upsets. I think Fressinet beating Movsesian with Blay is a great result. It's not an upset per se. But certainly if we look at the Germany-England match, amazing result for Matthew Sadler to have won that. And
well, let's not overstate it. He's white, he's 50 points higher rated. It's not a miracle that he won that game.
But if you look at the position...
This is not going to end well, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of tension building up, and we need the other Germans to bail out David Baramitse.
This position here is reasonably difficult, reasonably easy, I think, to hold. You put your king on e5 and you put your knight on b6, and it's very difficult for white to make any progress.
Well, I disagree about the easy part, but certainly that was a better chance. Anyway, it did not end well for Baramitse, and I think we've just had a draw in Knightage against Adams on the top board as well. So that means 2-1 for England, and Germany can only hope for a 2-2 if Georg Meyer manages to win his game. Which, you never know with these rook endings. Looks like he has chances. He has 2 passed pawns.
Looks like he's winning to me.
So a move like king to e4. I don't think white can go for the pawn ending, can he?
No, this is...
King f3 and the pawn just queens before the white pawns get anywhere.
Yeah. No, I think Gawain is losing.
Looks like he's in serious trouble at the very least, so 2-2 still in play for Germany. No more than that. Normally we would have overtime and penalties to settle it against the English, but not in chess, obviously. Well, actually, we haven't played you guys for a while, but that's mainly because you tend to not make it out of the group stage.
That's also true. And when we do, you beat us on penalties.
Enough pleasantries between England and Germany. What else is going on? Which are the big matches? There we have some results. Norway won a match against Montenegro. Magnus Carlsen won a while back. Then solid result. Hammer also just won his rook ending. And 2 draws with the black pieces. So Norway looks like they're getting into it.
Yeah.
Can we check in with Fabiano Caruana?
We
the
can.
New number 2 in the world, or at least in the live rating list yesterday, after Levon Aronian drew against David Smurden and Caruana won his game against Kenny Solomon. He is now only behind Magnus Carlsen in the live rating list. So
All right.
let's go there for 1 second. He's playing the very strong Indian, I wish I knew how to pronounce that, Parimayan Negi. And
Yeah.
he's winning. Keeps winning. He can't be stopped, this
Can't
Corona
be
guy.
stopped. Unbelievable. Yeah, he's winning quite easily as well.
Rook g7 check, king h8, rook to g6. And he
And-
just has too many passes over there.
And he wins this guy as well, to boot.
Yeah. No real hope for Parimayan Negi. So with Aronian drawing, Caruana looks like picking up another full point, keeps extending his lead in the live rankings.
Unbelievable.
Of course,
yeah.
all this can change, but he's established himself above 2800 at 2805 maybe after this game. Should he win it, which it looks like, really going very strong, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, he's an extremely strong player.
What's happening in that match? His fellow Italians, Caruana, originally from Miami, raised in New York, but represents Italy. But Italy
Looks like
lacks
Italy.
some other top players. So what's
Well,
happening today?
they lost one game. Caruana's going to win. It's all going to come down to Vocaturo, and he is. That's a very against Krishna and Sasikiran. Oof, that's a very unclear game in my opinion.
Yeah, anything can happen. And it looks like, to add insult to injury, as if you haven't done enough trash talking about the Germany-England match, we have one of the English players in the studio.
Yes, our top player, Grandmaster Mickey Adams. Come and take a seat, Mickey. Thanks for joining.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah.
Nice to have you here. We'll get you on camera. So we just saw that you drew your game. Berlin. It's more reliable than.
First of all, we've mentioned
Wait a
it earlier on the show, I do consider you a traitor. You've abandoned the ranks of the Marshall players who played A6 against the Spanish, started playing the Berlin, which we're getting a little sick of on this program. It's so dull.
Yeah, I got so sick of seeing it with white, I thought I'd try it with black for a change, basically.
We'll talk about your game at the moment, then we'll talk about the team and various other things, but it looked like for a moment you might have been in a tiny bit of trouble today. It looked like he was unravelling, no?
I think the whole game I just played incredibly badly and
Really?
thought my position was awful most of the game, actually.
Where do you think, can we go to, we saw...
I mean,
know
actually, I thought it was a pretty awful game, in fact. But,
from both players?
From both sides, but...
can we just hop to the critical moments rather than going through each move? Where you thought it got really bad?
I mean, I think around the time control, I was in sort of dire straits when I went like knight d8.
On move...
and he gave me check and I had to go king back to c8.
Oh, 32.
Yeah, I mean, around there, looks like... yeah, I went knight d8, okay, I don't know, trying to put it on e6. He gave me check, and it turns out there aren't really any good squares for the kings. If I come forward, he can just take on g7. So I had to go back to c8. And I have the impression that I'm very, very close to lost it. It looks really, really bad. It's very hard to get anything out. But somehow I managed to sort of escape from this. I didn't really have much time either, and he had quite a lot of time.
Right.
But somehow I managed to sort of extricate myself. And by the time we got to move 40, the position looked semi-respectable again.
Around here, so when you...
Yeah, well, around here I got kind of a... Well, my rook position improved a little from the
Yeah,
previous
just a bit, right?
position we were looking at, to say the least. And, you know, I started to attack a few of his pawns and got knight d4. I think in the opening he had quite a nice... I think he got reasonable control and he was getting his pawns rolling. So I think he had a reasonable advantage, actually, in the opening.
Right, okay.
That's what we would like to see more, the Berlin under pressure, so people stop playing it again and we can have exciting games with queens on the board. Especially Lawrence, he's a strong supporter of the queens.
I am. I think it should be illegal to exchange queens before move 20, actually. I think it should be just defaulted. What do you think, Mickey? No, maybe not.
Well, it wasn't me who exchanged queens. So.
That's true, that's true. Amazingly, though, I have to admit, we had Laurent Fressinet here, who had an amazing result today, beating Mossesi and winning the match for the French. And I thought, well, this Barometer game is going to be a draw. He's going to just blockade, put a knight on d7, put a knight on b6, put the king on e5. How are you ever going to win that with white? And amazingly, he went on this, I don't know, suicide mission with the knight, playing g3. Don't understand anything. Got his knight trapped. Did you see this at all?
Yeah, I don't know, but was it so easy for Black anyway? Wasn't it
Well,
a difficult position for him anyway?
For example, I don't know, let's just, if I can, you can play b4 at any moment.
Yeah.
Okay, something. I'm just going to play knight d7. I mean, felt like this gave a lot more resistance to me.
No, okay, well, I think it's fair to say he didn't find the path of maximum resistance. In
No,
the game,
I think that's fair to say.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's holding, but obviously White has some chances still.
Yeah.
It's not exactly a dead draw.
No, not a dead draw, but some chances, I suppose.
Let's have a brief look at the Jones-Meyer game,
Yeah.
the last German hope to secure a 2-2, at least in this match.
Oh, Gawain. I
Looks
think
very
there was
difficult for
a
White.
key moment in this ending. Around here, I think he had a way to draw, or at least hold. I think here you should play d5 with White. It might even be the move after, hold on, or even here, d5.
Could be. Black goes e5, f5, and here you might start worrying about the
Yeah,
d5 pawn.
but I think you can just go here. f5, king.
Doesn't have to be lost, but Jones has been fighting for a draw for quite a while.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
just didn't go well.
the game didn't look very promising once White got this isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah.
There was never really any play, and it looked like it was going to be a lot of suffering.
But here, what's going on, Mick? Is this gone? This looks gone to me.
Well, yeah, it's not promising.
Looks
Yeah.
like a 2-2,
Looks
which
gone, doesn't it?
we can live with.
Yeah, I said 2-2 before the match, but I didn't want it to be like this. I thought Gawain, because he beat Georg, a week ago, was it? Something like that, in Polish Indian Cup, with the same opening.
Yeah, you don't normally catch him twice with the same thing.
Yeah, you've played Georg quite a lot, haven't you, actually?
Yeah, not an easy guy to catch out.
Oh, Rook H6 was just played by Jones. And that's, the computer doesn't like that one at all. At all.
Yeah, but I think it's more or less hopeless anyway. You can probably prolong resistance. Like
Well,
e5
yeah, I mean, his
here,
pawns
and
are not-
H3, Rook F3.
Pawns are not
suppose.
really playing either. That's the
No.
problem with.
No,
And his king is sort of cut off as well
Yeah.
somehow. So probably.
it's just
Yeah, I think we can agree on a peaceful 2-2, which, as mentioned before, is a lot better than you guys normally get in football, so nothing to be all that upset about.
It's a great result. No, it's unfortunate for Gawain, but, you know, Matty Sadler on 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, we've got
What's that about, Mickey?
We've got our plan. We always have this plan where Matthew plays that he just wins, and we try and draw
We
the
try
other
and draw
three
the others,
games.
right,
But
yeah.
sometimes it goes wrong, and
Yeah. We might have to try and win on the other boards. We can't just leave it up to Matty. Tell us a bit more about, we ask this to everybody who comes in, about preparations for this, how's it going with the team, just general comments about Tromsø.
Yeah, it's going okay. I mean, obviously it's the first day I've played today, so
Yeah.
everything's a bit different for me. But no, I mean it's quite well organised here. Actually, the hotel is pretty good, the food is pretty good, and everything is very nearby, which is nice. So we've been pretty pleasantly surprised by that when we've shown up. Yeah, I mean obviously the team's going okay. You know, we played not too tough teams in the first 2 rounds, and we won quite easily, and today was a tough match.
Yeah.
If we get 2-2, okay, that's, you know, probably roughly what you'd expect in
Right.
this kind of match. I think we might be slightly low favourites, but I think some of their guys are perhaps a bit lower than they normally are. So
Right.
I think normally 2-2 is pretty standard if that's how it finishes.
No, of course, Germany is seriously weak, and some of their strongest players aren't even playing in the
Well,
event,
I mean,
but they still
yeah.
have a very decent squad. Okay.
Well, but we haven't got Lawrence either. So,
That's right. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, mate. Mickey. Well, I'm always here. If you ever need me and we're on break, let me know. I'm available to play. You know, I'd happily get in that team.
Are you
I would have
Scottish?
played the same opening as Gawain. Probably would have done. No, I wouldn't have done better. Who knows?
Probably end up in the same position.
Same position as well, right? All right, and just generally for people out there, what do you do to relax after a game today or in the evening? Do you have any set routines or rituals? Or
No, I don't know. Nothing.
Just-
nothing.
do you go for
particular.
walks? Because the walks here are nice.
Well, we went for a walk yesterday, but I don't know. Too many walks can't be good for you, can they?
Too many walks.
Especially all this daylight. Like a nice night walk is fine, but
Right.
when it's bright outside, you can never sleep after the walk. So
Yeah,
it is tough.
Jan being the big walking expert that he is.
I did walk
You walked to the
from the hotel
supermarket
to
buy
the studio the other day,
cigarettes.
which
Oh, you
was
did
like...
walk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, so Gawain looks like he's in trouble. Oh goodness, what's happened here? I think. That's,
Shall we briefly check in with the United States
Yeah.
of America, what they're up to?
Can you give us your expert opinion? Gada Kamsky, hold on.
He lost.
Breaking news. Gada lost to Erwin Lamy. What a result for Erwin. Saw him at lunch. He was feeling very confident, full of optimism. I don't think he thought he could probably do as like this in this fashion at least. Just seemed to outplay him.
Probably at lunch he hadn't pictured this position yet, but
If he had
lose all that
if he
much.
had this on his laptop, I'd be
It's
surprised.
very possible. He's a hard worker, this Aaron man.
Yeah. So what actually happened? So Gada lost. Luke lost. It's all point. That means it's
All tight and the
Van Kampen. What? Let's see. Well, this position,
it's
I
not
think
the current position when you
No.
update.
it's not the current position.
I was
Unless they
sitting
played
next
really
to
slowly.
this game, and I can tell you they've played a few more moves than that.
They've played just a
Seen
couple
that.
more moves, right? We'll try and get an update on that. That's just.
I thought maybe White was a little bit better. He still has the bishop pair.
There was a moment in this. We'll try and get this. I think exchange queens, and I have no idea why exchange queens in that position. It looked as though he was doing very well. Can we get that? No, we're going to try and get that back in a moment. In other games, there was another. Well, it looks like they're all finishing up, doesn't
What
it?
happened in that Hungary against China match? That was another one of the big ones.
That was another one. We do have a position here. Leko versus. Well,
Looks pretty good for White.
this is winning, isn't it?
Yeah, this is winning.
Well,
Oh, even I can.
probably already resigned, no?
You
I
probably
mean,
already
Yeah,
resigned.
looks like this should be over. Balog lost to Dingley Ran. He was under pressure
Yeah.
all the way.
So that means Almashi, Yang.
Mickey, have you ever played Dingley Ran or Wang Yue or those guys? What's your take on the Chinese?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I played Dingley Ren. I played Wang Yu a few times. Yeah, just, good players. That's
They
my
are,
general impression.
they are decent. Can they win it? Do you think they've got enough in their team to win it?
Well, they have a chance, but they probably need things to go well in the last 2-3 rounds with the pairings a bit. I think, outside of maybe, the top 2 or 3 teams, probably other teams can win it, but they need a little bit of luck at the end of the competition, one way or another.
Sounds about right.
All right, Mickey. Well, look, it's been a long day. It's been a.
No, I'm just making signs while I'm off camera. Don't get confused. I do a
I'm
lot of
getting
stretching
confused.
here.
You're doing your stretching. You are a tall, long guy. Mickey, you're not so tall, but you're great, and that's why we love you. So, good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you a bit later.
Okay,
Yeah?
thank you.
All right, cheers, Mickey.
Thanks a lot.
All right, we're trying to get the moves back here, but we'll work on that. We've got David Poshin tweeting, absolutely love the Chess Olympiad site. That's how a chess tournament site should be. Absolutely, David. What you can also
Thank
do,
you.
why don't you sign up to Chess24 while you're at it? Become a
Absolutely.
premium member, enjoy all of the content on the site, including videos from the likes of Matthew Sadler, who won today, Jan Gustafsson alongside me, and so on and so forth. Become a premium member. It's good for your health. We can't get this Van Kampen game back.
No, it seems like a slow moment, so I'll take the chance
Yes.
to check in with our friends on Twitter. Let's see if we have some other tweets. John London is not happy with the US team. He says, pathetic play by Kamsky. Looks
Bit
like
harsh.
Kamsky got outplayed, but pathetic sounds a bit harsh. Carl Portman says, and Lawrence, do stand up for the English a bit more. Give him some back. What is
just
he
did.
talking about? He's been
Oh,
needling me non-stop with the English. What else is going on? Sagar Sriramagiri, probably not related to Anish Giri, thinks so far France and Russia have looked the best teams And I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah.
Who else has been good? France has been looking very, very solid. Ukraine, a little shaky. Norway won, of course, still struggling a bit with the burden of playing at home, even though they're arguably not one of the top favorites. China and Hungary, the guys facing off today, they've been looking pretty solid to me as well.
Leko's been looking like he's on a bit of a hot streak as well at the moment.
He's always doing very well, very solid board one in these team competitions. Richard Rapport has been the guy who's been struggling a bit, losing his game yesterday. In general, there's so many solid teams. I do agree, the Armenians haven't looked that great yet, and Ukraine hasn't looked that great, so there you got two of the top favorites struggling a little bit. Let's see what else people have to say. Mark Crowder is saying he knows Armenia are defending champions, but France are third seeds and Armenia fourth, so hardly a major shock France won today. Very true as well. Somehow, we're so used to Armenia doing well, you kind of expect them to overperform every time around. So even though they're rating underdogs, you always think they're the favorites. But yeah, France certainly did look good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goran Krustulovic is pointing out, hey guys, Leko Wang Yu deserves some commentary. That bishop takes d5 was a very non-Leko move and he's winning now. Give it some attention. We can go there in a minute. It certainly did look like he was totally winning now.
Yeah, in fact he has won. Let's look at that bishop takes d5 moment.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit and see what went on there.
Well, bishop takes d5, what moves?
I think that's quite a while back.
It's here, move 21.
They're good.
It was this position. Do you remember? Yes, he played g5.
Yeah, we were discussing c4 here.
c4. He played queen e3 instead, allowing queen g7, and bang! Bishop takes d5.
Well, if it works, it's a Leko move. Whatever works. So let's see what happened after e takes d5, which obviously is the only test. Queen takes, rook takes, bishop d8, and rook takes d5. At the moment, black is a piece up, or he has a queen, a knight, and a bishop against white's two rooks and bishop, but he is in a very nasty pin, and of course Leko saw this coming and saw that probably black is nothing better than the move king c8 played in the game, when he has the very pretty move bishop to e7.
What about b6?
Maybe. Worst case scenario, white can just take on d8.
Take on d8?
But can you go bishop e7 here as
I was
well?
looking
Just
at
curious,
queen
queen
f7.
f7, yeah? Yeah, I'm not sure.
What's going on with b6?
Very possible as well. Well, even if white just takes, take on d8, takes. White can never lose this position after bishop d4. I'm not so sure if he can win it though, I gotta tell you.
Doesn't feel like he should. I think he would love to set up bishop e5, f4, so he can pressurize this pawn forever, but does this really look so winning for white? I mean, I find this difficult to believe.
I don't know, if you manage to pick up the g5 pawn, you're gonna be in good shape. Something like king b2, bishop to e3, but certainly looks like a better option than what happened in the game. King c8 is the move played, and bishop to e7,
Queen
which
takes
he
e7.
took. Now rook takes e7, bishop e7. We see a typical ending of those where the rook is battling two minor pieces, and very often rook, and especially with two pawns like here, is superior to a knight and a bishop. They can build a passed pawn, distracting the knight. These endings very often tend to be winning, or at least very good for the side with the rook, and I think this is one of these cases as well. Wang Yu facing a very unpleasant defense. I'm not surprised he lost that one. Slightly strange judgment why he wouldn't go for that position with a queen against rook and bishop.
Really strange. Maybe we can get Peter in here at some point and ask him about that. So a good win for Peter Leko, winning that ending, and we can see here in the other matches still going on, France obviously winning.
And we have complaints on Twitter. Miranda Evelyn is getting frustrated with the commentators ignoring the women's games.
That's
We can fix
true.
that frustration by moving over there. We're on our way in the
Wow,
top
let's
match.
go to Ho Yifan, black against Irina Krush.
That has heated up quite a bit. It
My
looked
goodness.
earlier like Ho Yifan was winning, or at least at a very good position. And now still looks good for black, but it is messy, isn't it? Krush has her own trump with the A-passed pawn. What should Ho Yifan do? Probably play H2, just getting closer to coronation. And
Well, knight g4 is an interesting idea, just to threaten knight takes h2 and a7.
yeah, and also to stop black from going queen f2, queen g1.
Yeah,
No, could be that Krush is very much in the game here.
or more.
Well, I don't think she can be better, but who knows?
Wow.
So this is certainly a game to keep an eye on. Zatonsky, in the meantime, lost against Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah.
So Krush would have to win this game. The
Yeah.
other two boards were drawn in order to tie the match 2-2, which of course would be an upset against the favorites from China. And it doesn't look totally out of this world anymore. With the A-passer, there are some tricks, I'll admit that.
Certainly doesn't. Russia, we saw, did beat the French by 2.5, 1.5. Alexander Kostenyuk.
Gunina survived quite a scare there
Yeah.
from a lost position under a horrible attack. Came back to hold the game.
In the Armenia versus
This looks like
Vietnam
right?
game, it looks as though the Armenians won 3-1. Solid
They
win
did.
there. Other ongoing games on board 5, Bosnia-Herzegovina against Iran. We can see that, I believe, my goodness, I think Iran have won against Bosnia and
They did?
Herzegovina. Yeah.
That sounds like a bit of an upset. Iran has some very strong
No, they've got-
women's players.
They're a very strong team. They've got Paul Kashian, board 1. She's 23.50. Board 2, 23.24. No, they heavily outrate the Bosnians.
okay.
So they're the favourites there. So no big surprise. I've been told that... Oh, look at that.
Speaking of
Speaking of the devil, he's not quite the devil. He's more of a
He's
genius.
close to it.
He's close to it. No, we're
And we were just looking at the game, wondering, we had some unanswered questions in the game, Peter Leko against Wang Yue, and who better to explain it than Peter Leko himself, who will join us at this very moment in the studio. Welcome, Peter.
hello,
Yes,
Peter.
hi.
Welcome. How are you?
Well, fine. Tired, but
Tired.
it was a great game, yeah.
It was a very interesting game, actually. There were.
Let's go back to that one.
Let's go back to it. A couple of key moments.
Yeah, there were quite a lot, yeah.
Tell us the key moments. Certainly around.
Well, actually, already at the beginning, h4, h6, b3 was a key moment. That's why
Move
my
10.
opponent...
Okay.
Yeah, because there had been already so many games for this solid position, but h4, h6, b3 is a novelty. And I think I'm not saying much if I just tell Jan will probably understand it, born 2008. I mean, okay, we had been working, you know, we had been
Wow.
working. Ever since I already used so many different move orders against Smiths, I think 2010 Vaikanze, I played some A3, but now B3. And then even in some annotation, people were saying, well, it's quite a mysterious move. It is, but quite interesting. There are so many subtleties in the position, but okay, B3.
Yes.
Bond 2008, by the way, Peter is referring, or I would assume he is, to the World Championship match between Kramnik and Anand, where Peter was working for none other than Vladimir Kramnik. Is that correct? I always mix up if you're working for
Yeah,
Anand
no,
or Kramnik
that
at the
was-
moment.
no,
I keep
that was
getting
correct.
confused.
Yeah, actually, both of them are not only great colleagues of mine, but also very good friends. We have been also rivals for quite a lot of time, but yeah, there were also some occasions when I was helping them. So B3, my opponent spent a lot of time because it's very difficult to understand where to go. Once H4, H6 is included, black cannot cancel short anymore because of bishop takes H6.
Just on immediately,
So he has to find kind of a waiting move. Okay, bishop F6 is the most natural, now knight D4. And it's quite interesting. I have analyzed back then a lot of options, but A6 was clearly not one of them.
Right.
But in fact, it's a very interesting move, A6. Because in this variation, I think it's very rare that black gives the E6 bishop. Usually they take bishop takes D4.
Right.
But now that the pawn is on B3, giving up the E6 bishop is absolutely justified.
That makes sense.
Because the pawn on C3 is a target, and this is what actually happened. So from here on, we were kind of both on our own. Fe6, G3, a long castle, bishop H3. It all looks very nice for white, but in few more moves we will see that actually black is probably perfectly fine. Exactly because of this long diagonal problem. So just put the pawn back on B2, and I would say that it's a technical win for white. And like this, it's a very, very difficult position. So rook E1, rook D8, excellent move, because black actually keeps this G5 move in reserve.
Yeah.
The rook on H8 can join the battle on the H file, and now it was a huge question, what should I do? Because if I play F4, then he can kind of go G6. This was also very important, because with F4 I can stop G5 once forever, but then black gets the chance to play G6, and Queen G7 is coming anyway. So it's not only G5, Queen G7, it's also G6, Queen G7. So I was actually hesitating a lot. So I did not play F4, I did not want to weaken the structure. However, bishop G2 is also slightly committing. I just moved the bishop to H3 and now I'm coming back, but I could not see anything else. So I thought that knight G5 I'm taking out of the position. So black has to play D5. This is actually what happened.
Yes.
Now after D5, already Queen D6 is threatened. And then black might take over the initiative, because then Queen A3 check and knight before mates. In fact,
that's
so
nice.
it can very quickly end up with a checkmate in this structure. So after D5, white plays bishop C5.
Yes.
But this already requires extremely deep calculation, because now G5 is coming.
We were discussing the move C4 here. Did you consider
Yes,
that?
well, I actually spent like 20 minutes because I had this emergency solution what I did in the game, and I was not sure if I'm better, but certainly I cannot be worse.
Yes.
And I assume that I'm better after these beautiful complications. But after C4, what I did not like, that Queen G7 is coming, and after CD5, Bishop A1 is an incredible toss.
Wow.
Because if Bishop C takes D5, and now if black would play bishop C3, then Queen E3, bishop takes E1, simply rook takes E1 is good for white.
That's what we saw. Black can't take.
Yeah, exactly. But exactly for this reason, black includes bishop A1 here. Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, Queen B2 checkmate is threatened, and now I have only C4 or bishop A3. If C4, then bishop C3, it's already not so much fun, because when he takes on E1, then Queen A1.
C3
yeah,
or Queen
it's,
A1.
it's I can then Queen A1 check is coming, and black
just eats everything.
simply picks up everything. So this is not an alternative. So bishop A3.
Yes.
And after bishop A3, now there is knight D4. I could not find the move after knight D4, because after C4, bishop C3 is also coming. I mean, things were completely out of control. I was calculating a lot this position already when playing bishop G2 quite long ago, but and it's a team event.
Yeah.
I mean, you just you don't have engine. I have no clue what it says, but it certainly looks now knight B5 is a threat.
Yes.
You can just get
You can get mated quite easily. Yeah.
So okay, I just eliminated this option and pulled the emergency break, which was spectacular enough. Yeah, H takes G5, H takes G5, Queen E3. And now it's very interesting because if black does not play queen g7, he doesn't have a move, because that's the logical follow-up. Now rook h2 is not possible because of bishop takes d5. The e8 rook is hanging, and kind of I have all the options to strengthen my position with king b1 or king b2 whatsoever. Even a4 might be useful, just so that when I'm coming back with the bishop to a3 later, my bishop is much more secure with the pawn on a4.
Yeah.
So basically queen g7 was clearly the move I was expecting, but before making queen g7 my opponent had 32 minutes, and when he played queen g7 he went down to 4 minutes. So clearly he was not happy with this bishop takes d5 position, but he also did not see anything else, and now bishop takes d5. Yeah, it's I mean, chess is incredible, yeah, that such moves are possible, and everything seems to work in style. e d5, there was also g4, was a very funny move here, g4 actually, with the idea of bishop g5, but I even thought that, okay, king b2 is probably, but bishop takes c6 is also simply better for white. No, bishop takes c6.
Oh, sorry. Let's not blunder the queen.
Yes, blunder it in another way. Yeah? Just take some material. Yeah. Bishop c6, bishop g5, simply bishop takes e8. Bishop e3 is check, unfortunately. So I take back with the rook, or with the bishop, doesn't matter, takes, and then rook ed3, and I thought that this is huge, because my bishop is, if black would be able to exchange a pair of rooks, then he would hold. But with the two rooks, I think this is probably just lost, because I'm gonna go a4, king b2, bishop on e3, b4, king b3, c4, and just expand on the queen side, and sooner or later black will run out of moves. I have this fantastic structure. So probably after g4 there were also some other moves, but in some lines it was very important that the pawn is on g5, like in the game, so that I can take it. It was a key moment. So of course g4 was not played.
Well, we were wondering here, after e d5, queen e8, rook e8, rook e8, bishop d8, rook d5.
Let's just show this beautiful line, because while you look with computer, probably knight d8 is not a move, but it's just beautiful why it loses. Knight d8, rook takes d5, king c8 is the logical, bishop d4, and now queen f7 doubles the rook, but bishop takes f6. And it doesn't matter how black takes or which rook, it's the same, rook takes d8 and
nice.
over, yeah. So kind of black is completely stuck with all this tactics. So bishop d8 had to be played, rook takes d5, king c8.
Here the question we had was b6. Then you just take on d8 and put the bishop on
No, actually
d4,
I thought
e3?
that I first play bishop d4, but okay, probably it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and I thought this I'm gonna win. Yeah, this I'm gonna win. Yeah, just takes, and
this is just completely winning.
no, not completely, but unpleasant, because I will force the black pawn to go to g4, and then I will on f4 and combine pressure. I mean, okay, it's just very ugly to play like this with black. Actually, my concern was king c8. What happened in the game? Bishop e7, of course it's very pleasing to play this move. When I played bishop g2 and I have seen this motive bishop e7, I calculated till here and I saw this line, but I even was not sure if I'm dreaming or is it true that everything works out. But then, okay, during the game I double, triple checked, and yeah, it seems to work. So, but here I was expecting b6. Actually, I was expecting b6 with the beautiful point that bishop takes d8, queen f7 is now it's a fork. But I'm taking first bishop takes g5. That's what I meant, that it would be nice to get the black pawn to g4, because I would not be able to take this. Because I want to get now the rook bishop versus queen without this g pawn.
Without the g pawn.
Yeah, however, here king b7 was annoying me. Because here if I would take bishop d8, then suddenly queen takes c3 is serious counterplay. This was the only line I was not sure during the whole game. And then knight b4 is coming, and this queen and knight
very dangerous,
can be very dangerous. Yeah, so king b1 would lose to knight b4. So in fact I was not sure if I can take with the bishop. I thought that okay, I can always take with the rook on d8 and just force a draw. But this case then it's a draw. I don't know what engine is showing.
It says bishop d8, and after queen c3 you have rook d7, and you're there first because you can't go knight
yes.
b4 when
Yeah.
the rook takes c7.
Yeah, this is, I mean, okay, if it would have happened, I would have calculated it,
Sure.
but just from a distance, I saw that I can take with the rook, so I'm definitely not risking anything, and let him decide first. And it was his turn to decide, so he took on e7. It was basically logical. It was logical, but not only that I have 2 pawns, but the king is still cut. And I was very pleased with this very precise maneuver, because at that point suddenly I understood that I have really great winning chances, but at the same time already Csaba Balog had a clearly lost position against Dingliren, so the responsibility was very high not to blow it.
Yes.
And so I wanted to very precise in the beginning, so that I find the right plan, and I think I managed. So king d2. The king has to be activated, bishop f6, and now this king e3 was very important, because I cannot enter through e4 square, but I'm heading toward h5 and to g6, because once the king gets to g6, then white takes control and black is paralyzed, because suddenly the g5 pawn is still on. So that's why I did not want to exchange prematurely with f4, gf, because then black might be able to set up a blockade on the f5 square, which is a completely different story. Yeah. So king e3, now knight is basically, I think it was practically force. And following the plan. And my king got to g6. And now it's the right time to start pushing the f pawn. And basically the rest is
a matter of technique.
Rest is method of technique, but strange enough, I was expecting that it will win automatically, but it wasn't that easy, because somehow black managed to set up a fortress on f7, which is clearly not a fortress forever, but it makes white's task a little bit difficult. Yeah, king g8 also, I mean, it's this is the kind of the Zugzwang position, that after king g8 I cannot go rook h7 because of knight e5 check. So that's why I kind of started wasting some time just to pass the move. Yeah, because here rook h7 would be met by knight e5. So yeah, that's even a way to lose it. Yeah, so I'm losing the tempo because black is in Zugzwang. So once he moves with the king, yeah, rook h7. Now if king f8, then already rook g7. Actually, finally we reach this few moves later, and then the king enters from e6. So he switched defense. I was a little bit surprised, because I thought that he has no other defense, but when he did it with quite some confidence, then I decided to let's bring back the same position as before. So now rook h4 and now rook h1. Yeah, because now if black goes king d7 as before after rook h4, then there is a huge difference that with the rook on h1 I can play rook e1. With the rook on h4, rook e4 was impossible because of knight d6 check. Yeah. Anyway, it's a general rule that against the knight you should place your rooks or the bishops as far as possible, because then the knights cannot target it, and then the king comes through. So this is it. Then we get back to this knight f7 and rook g7, and now I'm starting with king e6. It was a little bit difficult decision to push c4, because you don't really want to change there something, but there was no other way, and now the c pawn joins the battle and c5 is a threat. So black has no other move than to play knight b7, which clearly is not in time, because now it's the right time to enter again king g6. Yeah, there was still one fantastic moment. Yeah, let's just play through the game, because now it's basically over. Yeah, here, because if I go f8 queen, bishop takes f8, rook takes f8, king c6. Suddenly the knight comes to d6 and starts bothering my c4 pawn. It was kind of annoying. I did not want to give this chance, so I played first rook a8, Now if black would go knight c5, then I'm pushing f8 and the knight on c5 is misplaced for the counterplay. It's a nice blockading piece, but not for counterplay. So now after rook e8, yeah, knight d8, it's a beautiful move, yeah, because if I take rook a6, then suddenly king e7 is possible, and my f7 pawn is lost. Suddenly, there are always, but okay, now I'm moving my king to g8, just to be there, knight e6, this, and now comes the, yeah, now okay, I queened, takes, king c6, king e7, and king b6, a beautiful move, because it's very natural from the white side to play here king d8, to come from behind, but king d8, king b7 traps the rook. And it's a draw. Rook c8, knight e6 check, and it's perpetual.
Wow.
I mean, because, okay, you keep on playing with this time control, you think that already game is over, you play king d8, and all the work is...
in fairness, king e7 looks quite good for you here still.
Ah, okay, yeah, but still I did not want to...
Yeah, but even, yeah.
I think our captain would hand also my teammates and myself, a doctor would have been needed. Yeah, and okay, after king f6, I just, yeah, that's it. So.
Good job. How's the match looking?
Well, it looks like 2-2. Almashi has to...
Let's briefly have a look.
Almashi is...
Shababalog lost a while back. Rapport drew, and Almashi
should draw.
Should.
It's a dead draw, yeah, basically. So
totally
actually, that's the reason why I accepted the invitation. Not that I would have not come anyway, but usually the problem is after you play a lot of long game, you should be there for your team.
Sure.
Yeah. But somehow I had the feeling that this game, Almashi Yuyangji, I should be standing there, but it might make even more nervous Zoltan, for example, because okay, this is now his job. He has to do it, and just it's a dead draw. So then the match is 2-2, which is not bad, not bad, but also not entirely good for any of our teams. So kind of both teams are a little bit disappointed, I think. But somehow I never understand these pairings in the Olympiad. I mean, why the seeds, the top seeds are not getting some better pairings at the beginning? I mean, there was simply no reason to play Hungary versus China, and we both had a color issue already. Right. So we repeated colors as if there were not enough teams. There was also France, Armenia, and at the same time some weak teams against weak teams. Normally
we're happy on this show because we were getting a bit bored with the first and second round, but today we're getting some top matches. But I hear your point, of course. In the Swiss system, the favorites normally are supposed to meet later. However, they would meet eventually, right?
Yes, definitely. But what is not exactly fair is that if two teams who had 4 points playing against each other, two weaker teams, one of them wins and then gets to play. I mean, maybe for example, let's say Russia or whoever who played today, for example, Macedonia, gets the chance to play against another weaker opponent with the moment with 6 points. Yeah, this is the only, of course, the good teams. If you really want to be successful in the Olympiad, you have to play against all the teams. But this is somehow psychologically a bit of a. But I also know sometimes it's good for you, sometimes it's good for your opponent. It's kind of a mix. I simply don't believe that one should give a chance for the fate to do these things.
We had a tweet very quickly, Peter, saying that there was an amazing resource in your game as well on move 21.
Wow.
If bishop takes d5, bishop takes c3 seems to hold.
And bishop takes c6, rook d8. Well, I would have fallen from my chair, right? Definitely. I mean, that's...
If he plays rook d8, it's just...
yeah, but okay, this is just from a different planet. I don't know.
Well, no, I think just move your bishop somewhere.
So if you move it, let's say
a1.
Well, no, then you can take already bishop d2 and mate. This is how it goes. And now already queen sec. Okay, with the two bishops, I have sunk some kind of a fortress, but it won't hold forever, probably.
Bishop d2, that's beautiful. That's pretty. Yeah, no, you're not gonna hold that, right? Probably.
Yeah.
This
but okay, I'm also not.
Would have spotted it before.
I'm not obliged to fall into a cheapo. Yeah. No. If already I had calculated so many things.
Wow.
But yeah, chess is an incredible game. I mean, it just
Still is incredible.
full of so many nuances, and once you look from outside, it might everything look so simple, but in fact, once you are involved and you calculate the lines and you understand why you reject moves and why you make a certain decision, this is what an outsider will never really understand. And even I'm afraid to comment the top games many times, because as a top player, if you are not playing the game, you are still a little bit handicapped, because they are so well concentrated. It's like the Van Damme movie Bloodsport, that
Jean-Claude Van Damme, right?
exactly, he gets blinded, and then suddenly he starts to feel everything, and this is actually what's happening
That's a
also
great
with
movie.
It's a great movie.
with the
I
chess
like it.
players, because once you play your game and the engine is not on, you have to do all the work,
Of course.
Nobody is there to
We're
give
well
any
aware.
hint.
That's why we switched to talking about it with the engine on. It's a lot less stressful than sitting there.
Yeah, it's
3
stressful.
minutes
this
left. What's going on here?
Yeah. So
it's been a long day. Okay, well, thank you very much. That was a very interesting game. Lots of different ideas, but you won in the end. It's a good result for you. Good luck tomorrow.
yeah, thanks a lot.
And hopefully we'll see you in the studio again. at some
I would
point.
also like just to mention
Yes.
that as a player, I think we are quite happy with the organization and everything, because it's in the Olympiad, it's always difficult, but it's a pleasure to be here in Tromsø, and I think the organizers are doing everything what they can to make everybody stay as good as possible.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
All right. You heard it here, people.
They haven't fixed this daylight issue though. Like at night they could make it a little darker. That's my main
A little
concern.
bit, yeah.
Okay.
So, and also good luck, you guys.
Thank you, we need
and
it.
enjoy the Olympiad.
We're going to try and enjoy it. Okay. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks a
Yeah,
lot,
thanks.
Peter.
Welcome,
Leko.
yeah.
Thank you, Peter Leko there. All right, so still a few games going on. We're trying to get the Van Kampen game back. We haven't managed to do that.
Look at the playing hall. It's empty.
Okay, hold on. Yes, we've got it back. Oh my goodness, and we have a result, ladies and
He
gentlemen.
did win.
He
He's a
won it.
resilient young man.
Wow. Van Kampen has won his game. We've just got that back. Fantastic result.
That means the
Dutch
Netherlands
have won.
beat the USA.
What a result. What an unbelievable result for the Dutch.
Absolutely.
They were heavy underdogs.
No, they weren't.
Of course they were.
What
rated.
world are they heavy underdogs? They're a very strong team.
Of
Anish
course so.
Giri, Lamy, Van
Okay.
Veli, Van
Lamy,
Kampen.
Lamy is 80 points lower rated than Kamsky. Onishchuk and Van Veli are equal on rating, and Akobian is 25 points higher rated than Van Kampen. They're underdogs. Okay, heavy is maybe a bit strong.
Heavy might
but
be a stretch, but yeah, good
but
result for them.
It's a great result for them, and that means that they are on maximum match points. That means they're probably going to be playing one of the big teams again tomorrow. Not so many teams on maximum yet. So
Who has 6 points? Do we have a way to find that out? Probably too early for that,
it's
right?
too early. We need for all the results to finish.
Right.
But maybe we could go. What do you think? Should we have a quick breather now that we know?
Let's have a quick breather. I want to
Yeah.
have a look around. Doesn't look like there's a lot of games going on,
No.
but we'll find out, and we'll be back in a minute to give you the final
the final
happenings. Countdown.
Da, 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 da. See you soon.
Do you like Europe?
Da, 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 da.
It's horrible, man.
Da, 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 da. Hello everybody, welcome back to round 3 of the 41st Chess Olympiad from Tromsø, Norway. I'm Laurent Trent, he's Jan Gustafsson. This is going to be our final part of today's broadcast. Most of the games have finished now, and we've just got news of 2 big results. Robin van Kampen did indeed beat Varujan Akobian to clinch the win for the Dutch, a fantastic win for the Dutch. And we just had Peter Leko in here. We looked at the Almaty Yu Yang game. We rather blasé, it's a draw, and absolutely unbelievable scenes in this game. Zoltan Almashi has made a one-move blunder, Jan, to throw away the win and throw away the draw for Hungary.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a minute. Before, let's go through the results in the open section first. Hungary did lose their match because of that Almashi blunder to China. They lost 2.5. Azerbaijan won, very strong team. Azerbaijan beat Croatia. Belarus, they did lose to Israel, another top team. Israel is always there. Czech Republic beat Iran. Then we have Armenia going down against France, 1.5, 2.5. The Netherlands, as you just mentioned, beat the United States of America, also 2.5, 1.5. Norway won, beat Montenegro 3-1. Germany 2-2 against England. Poland 2-2 against Cuba. Italy is still playing 1.5, 1.5 against India. Most likely it's going to end in a 2-2. Vocaturo against Sashikiran still going on. But let's have a look at that Almashi blunder, which was a queen ending, which looked fairly equal. It still does around here, like putting the king on g2, for example. It's not that much that can go wrong for white. But instead, Almashi decided to go to e2, which is a decision he probably regretted the very second he made it, because it runs into queen e5 check, forcing the queen exchange, and the pawn ending is lost for white. Can't stop both pawns, and his aren't going anywhere. He tried queen e3, queen takes e5, doesn't help either, but just queen takes e3, king takes e3, and f5, very important to keep both pawns. And one of those guys will queen.
Heartbreak for the Hungarians. All of Peter's hard work grinding out that win means nothing for the team. They've gone down today, and it means China are up there, and they are going to be fighting for the top spot. As you mentioned also, Gawain Jones did lose his game against Maya. Terrible news for us English fans, good news for the Germans, but a draw I think is a fair result in that match. Should we quickly have a look as well at the women section?
Let's go through the results of the top matches there as well. China, the #1 seed, beat the USA 3-1. In the end, Hu Yifan won her game against Arena Crush, who was forced to play for a win. I don't think that's the final position there.
We got it. We got another 30 moves. But essentially, Hu Yifan has...
Let's check back in from where we left off. She didn't play h2, played bishop e5, knight g4, now h2, transposing. And Crush, of course, having to win this position for the team, but now after king b6, probably a mistake, queen g2, threatening queen g1 with check. She had to give up the knight. And Hu Yifan managed to simplify like this into a good pawn ending.
Yeah.
Of course, the bishop has to give up his life for that pawn, but black is still a pawn up, and more importantly, his king is in time to harass the enemy's pawns on f3 and e4. Bit of a race here. I think both sides will queen at the same time, but black will remain 2 pawns to the good.
Yeah, which should be quite easy.
That's what happened, and Hu Yifan went on to win that one. So China beat the USA 3-1. Russia, bit of a scare, had a lot of trouble in their games, but in the end won 2.5, 1.5 against France. Armenia, another strong women's team, beat Vietnam 3-1. Iran, as we just saw, crushed Bosnia-Herzegovina actually 4-0. Very strong women's team, Iran as well.
Hungary also beat Norway's first team 3-1. So that's a good result for the Hungarians. So all the favourites in the...
All the favourites still cruising.
Absolutely. Well, yes, we've got some more results there. Indonesia beat Romania. That might be a slight upset. Romania looked very good. Look at their team. They have Peptan on 1, 24-22, and Foyster on 2, and Alina Lamy. That's a very serious team. But Indonesia, what an upset that is.
Indonesia also a strong team, though.
Yeah.
Germany beat Argentina. Decent day for Germany. Women's team won. The men 2-2. Bit of a comeback against England. Let's look at the other favorites. Where were they playing? Georgia is a heavy favorite. I can't find Georgia on the results table. Where were they? Here they are. They did beat Italy 3.5. No big surprise there. Only Batsiashvili on board 4 drew her game. Everybody else won. And Ukraine, another heavy favorite. Even though they lost Katerina Lachno, they got Anna Musichuk back on their team. So they're doing pretty well. I'm trying to find them in the results table. Where's Ukraine hiding?
Good question indeed.
I can't find them.
All right. Well, while you
If
try...
anybody...
here
there
we
we go. 2-2 only against Spain. That's a surprise. That's a serious upset. Spanish team is a good team, but massive underdog against Ukraine, one would assume. But Gapunenko lost on board 4 to Aranas. So 2-2 it is. That is a surprise. Didn't see that one coming.
All right, so I think then, Jan, most of the games, there may be still 1 or 2 ongoing, we're not quite sure, but certainly when it comes to our featured games today, they've all finished. What a day we've had.
Absolutely.
Amazing stuff. France taking out current champions Armenia, big result for them. China making it through against Hungary, which looked like that was going to end in a draw. They're a powerhouse, they'll be there. Let's not forget Russia dropped only half a point in terms of board points, full match points. We're going to see them facing a very strong team tomorrow.
Very strong. The Netherlands beating the USA, they're looking good.
They look fantastic, and as we've just mentioned, all of the favourites in the women's section are through. Tomorrow, the tournament really is going to get going. We're going to see some fireworks, some of the favourites facing off against each other. I hope you've had a very good day. I know I have. I know Jan Gustafsson has, because his team has salvaged half a point as well. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, 2 o'clock in the evening. Don't forget, just because we're going doesn't mean you have to leave the site. How about you go and play some Blitz? Just hover your mouse above this broadcast. You can see the play button on the left-hand side of your screen there. Go to, you can play a game directly via the Play Now green button, as you can see on the bottom left of your screen, or you can go to the lobby, see who's online. It's very simple. Have a few games of Blitz. I think I might do, just to cool off and then have some nice dinner. Sounds like a good plan, doesn't it?
Sounds like a plan. We need food and we need our Blitz action, so let's do that and see you guys tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.